All right. So, last week. No. Last week, we saw the kids' first deployment come to its climax. We are with them back at base camp in the Moog, preparing to go in and finish things once and for all. While they were hanging out and getting ready, Sol saw Colt arguing with Sasha. He had managed to convince the both through the argument. He managed to convince the both of them to let him run sniper support from a vertibird above everyone while everything was going down. Meanwhile, Julius and Pequod continued to have a very rough week. On top of all the worry about the kids going back into combat after everything went wrong the day before, they also saw Icy seemingly continue to worsen. She would come in and refer to Julius as Carter at one point, and as they got ready to keep Overwatch, they got her sent down to the Moog just in case somebody got badly hurt. Davian and Hunk went to Cancun to see Icy's apartment there, hoping she was there. She wasn't, but Blaze was. He showed them a mural that she had made there that included the whole family, except for her. Davian and Hunk left in tears. Meanwhile, the kids got underway in their mission. It was pretty simple. Ricky, Carter, and Sasha were going to go and capture Crash, while the rest of the squad wiped out everyone else. However, during the fight, Colt's Verdi was shot down, and Ricky and Carter were sent off alone to go take Crash on while everything was fixed there. Upon catching up with Crash, Ricky and Carter heard him on a holo communicator talking to Lazuli, whom Ricky immediately recognized. He also revealed a price had been put on the heads of the Rainfall kids, and after a tough fight, they were able to defeat him. Sasha was able to arrive, and she directed them to go help Colt while she took him into custody. At the crash site, they were able to get Colt out of the vertibird, but as they were running, something snapped in Sol, and she had her freakout moment. She devastated her opponents, even calling down beams of what seemed to be lunar magic. She destroyed them. The kids later returned home triumphant, having captured Crash and defeated the rest of his group. Ricky relayed what he heard to the Ranger General, while Icy came in and healed Colt, while also mistaking Sol for a young Pequod. Arriving back at base, the kids celebrated with Bash and Okir before splitting off and going their separate ways. Ricky broke down at home upon being confronted with the fact that he had chosen to learn under a madwoman. After a long discussion, he was left sobbing into Ceres' shoulder, asking for forgiveness. The Rainfall kids arrived at the lane and were informed of everything going on with Icy and the rest of their parents/grandparents. Things got awkward and sad, some threats were made if this couldn't be fixed, and a plan was made for the kids to have a concert and bring Icy there so her parents could try and fix what was going on. Ash was called in to interrogate Crash and had to bring Kaz along. The interrogation went smoothly with Crash revealing that they had been supplied money by the same group that hired Kaz and held up the kids. He also revealed that they had first met up with the group at Yankee Outpost, the same place that Kaz had gotten his first mission from them. And he also revealed the presence of a mysterious smoking man. After finishing them off, Ash and Kaz were told to meet up at Yankee Outpost in the next week. The Rainfall kids, for the most part, went to Scar's cabin, where they had as good of a time as they could during the circumstances, with Sol even helping to liven the mood by kicking Carter square in the nuts and getting her suit. Finally, the rest of them went to Icy's game room and discussed heavy subjects surrounding what's going on. Frank discussions were held by one group, while others just tried to comfort each other. They prayed that their plan would work, and I believe that's everything.
Yep, that's everything. So, if you're watching and you have a few free minutes of your time, please feel free to check out Access Area 6 at youtube.com. There's the link right there. He's going through a horrible time right now. A bird destroyed his collection, and now apparently there's a serial killer and Bigfoot on the loose in his neighborhood. And if you could go over and show him support, that would be appreciated. Anywhoozin, we flash forward. The weekend's over. It is Monday, early Monday morning. Here at Rainfall Lane. Hunk is looking, well, I think it's pretty self-explanatory what he's doing. Siletta is trying to comfort Davine. Go.
Davine, who has very dark circles under her eyes, is holding two egg sorry, egg muffins, just staring at them while she looks up at Hunk.
You look terrible. Go ahead.
I feel terrible, Letty.
I know. She'll put her arm around Davine's shoulder and pull her in. She's got Hale on the other arm.
She leans on Zelda's shoulder. We haven't been able to reach her at all.
Suletta will shake her head. Not that I've heard, no. She hasn't come back since she disappeared. I believe it was Friday. Wednesday, actually, Thursday.
Davine just nods. She looks at the egg sandwiches. I'm trying to be strong for Hunk. I'm going to give him something to eat. It's just... She looks at Letty in her eyes. It could just be a bit difficult sometimes, you know?
Oh, it's incredibly difficult being the strong one, yes. She'll nod her head. At least you have him, Hunk, and the rest of the kids. I was alone for the longest time.
She blinks a couple times, still holding on to the egg sandwiches. She hugs around Soletta's waist. But now you have us, and throughout this entire time, you have been of great help to us, Letty. Even if sometimes you aren't the best at comforting, but who is all the
Not
time?
the best. I am the best. Thank you. She'll let go of Davy.
And Davine, she, just sort of gives her a very sad smile. How could I be mistaken, Letty? You are the best. She looks down at Hunk. Okay, I'm going to try to get him to eat now.
I'll come with you. Take your time. Have you slept at all? Either of you?
I haven't. And
Well, if you haven't, then he hasn't.
yeah, I don't think he has.
She'll nod her head. Well, it's the concert day, guiding Davine down this direction.
Yes, hopefully, Nicole will show up to it.
I'm sure she will, as he's just staring down at the picture. Actual picture, not Riz computer.
Davine looks down, stares at the picture, and just leans her head onto Hunk's shoulder. That's a very good picture of her.
He jumps slightly when Davine's head touches his shoulder. Yeah, it's from the old days.
She nods and holds out one of the egg sandwiches to him.
Oh, I'll take that. You're gonna eat one.
She smiles and nods. Yes, I'll eat one.
I'll take a small bite and look at the picture. It's from the Arcane Council days. Soletta will sit down. Yes, working for Master Chance and Company.
Davine will take a seat next to Hunk. I remember she... Did she always used to wear those goggles?
Yeah. Yep, I got them for her.
I always thought they looked really cute on her.
I agree. We went really, if you want to know why she wore them, we went to it was a planet that's essentially like Bermuda, Florida, and the sun and the sun rays, and I had UV sunglasses, and she wanted to wear them, but they were very expensive, dear. And looking back now, I don't know why I bought them, considering the fact I always wore, as Suletta laughs, the mask back then. But I had this, and she would always take the case and run around with it, so I bought her the goggles that had UV protection. And when we went there, she was not supposed to leave the ship, but she did. Remind you of anybody?
Yes, it does.
And yeah, that's why she had them. She went swimming on the beach line while we were just doing recon on a small civilian colony.
She chuckles sadly. That's my little girl.
Causing problems, giving me heart attacks. I'll never forget with Julius and Ash. The first time around, gave me a heart attack. It was a legitimate heart attack, honey. You know that.
Yes, I remember you and Julius, and I believe you and Ash was there when you told me about it.
Yes, he was. He remembers it. Seeing a girl, what? I mean, Ash was probably old enough to be her father back then. Slaughter guys that are quite intimidating. Oh god.
Yes, and you squeezed Julius's arm so tight he thought you were going to break it.
I think it was bruised for like a month.
I think he said something like that, yes.
I think I apologized to him for it.
I'm sure you did. He didn't seem too bothered about it.
Back then, he waves the picture around. Her favorite little move was summoning creepy little ghost dudes of me.
Oh, is that... sometimes I hear Julius whispering to her, maybe you should try Kamikaze Hunk again. Is that what that was about?
Yep, she would summon these ghosts that would explode like arcane energies. At least that's what she said. And pretty massive explosion if you stacked up enough of them. And when I'd wake up early, like too early to eat with anybody else back on the ship, the Nova it was back then too, I would always be kept company by a small ghost of my... Imagine eating cereal with a ghost of yourself. A small, goofy ghost that just giggles at you.
Damien sort of shivers. That sounds pretty creepy, actually.
And says things like, I have a gigantic nose, and stuff like that.
Damien actually lets out a laugh when he says that. She hugs around him a bit, takes a bite of her sandwich because she told him she would eat some of hers, and looks up at him. It's concert day today.
Yeah. I don't really want to go, to be honest. I don't think anybody does.
Davine shrugs. To be honest, I too don't want to go, but this is our chance to get our little girl back. This is the best chance we have, honey.
Maybe I don't have a lot of faith that she'll show up. That's all. Yeah.
She nods.
I let her down. He holds up the picture.
As did I. But the best thing we can hope for is that she shows up. It's the only thing we can hope for, and honestly, I think hope is the biggest thing that has ever kept this family going.
You think?
I mean, yes. Throughout the entire time on the apartment, we had all hoped we would be able to kill the cold, and then we hoped that me and you would get together, and hoped everything would be okay, and now we're relying on hope to get our daughter back.
I have faith Julius will maybe get her there. Maybe.
And I'm sure he will. I mean, if there's one person she'll listen to even now, it's Julius. And Pequod.
The hooligan.
The hooligan, our little boy, who isn't even that much of a hooligan anymore.
Oh, he still is every once in a while.
Yes, he is. She just smiles and shakes her head.
Yeah, I mean, they think we don't know about them hitting that Anovian bong thing in the pool house. And they always do it in our pool house, which makes like no sense. But if that's where they want to do it, fine.
The danger of being discovered probably makes the high better for them.
I guess. I mean, I know Blaze walked in on them once, told me about it, and was like, "Oh, just let them. As long as it's in moderation, they work hard."
Davy shakes her head and then nods. We'll get them back so they can have moments like that again.
Like I said, we'll do a weekend at that ridiculous beach house she bought. It's not really a beach, it's more like a lagoon. I'm proud of her.
As am I. Very proud of her. Like daughter, like father.
Just it won't be the same ever. Well, I'll never want to set foot there if we don't get her back.
And
Things will not be the same around here. I don't. They say things go back to normal in time and you learn to grieve. I don't think so in this case.
Devine shakes her head. When you lose a child, do you know that saying, when a child is born, both of the parents put a piece of themselves into it, so it is, in a sense, a piece of themselves that they lose if they lose that child.
Yeah. Even though we didn't birth her, I still feel the same way, definitely. Same with Julius and Patricia.
Yes, she definitely has a piece of my heart. My soul, in fact. So if I lose her, then it'd be like losing a piece of my soul, and I won't have that. So we must go to the concert today, just so we can get her back, honey.
I've just been thinking in my head about what to say when we see her. I'm probably just gonna grab her. And hug her, I mean. So that's more than good enough.
Dewey nods. Yes. I think what we need to do is just say exactly what's on her mind. And not yell at her or anything like that. Now, I know neither of us were going to, but I don't think it would be right to yell at her. She looks down at the picture and a tear starts to form in her right eye.
Hunk will shake his head, kiss Davian on the cheek. No, I think she'll get the exception from the dad voice, at least for me from now on.
She won't hear the mum voice. Ever, if I can help it.
We got time before that concert.
As much time as you want. But that isn't very true. But yes, we have time.
Maybe we can just sit here a while. I don't feel like getting up doing it. I actually haven't worked out in a week, believe it or not. So that's a record.
Oh, that's actually good. Are you feeling rested?
Yeah. It's strange not doing it, but I just don't have I can't. I tried. Can't bring myself to.
She gives him a kiss on the cheek and then rubs his chest a bit. I understand. I don't have much energy to do much of anything either. I've thrown up basically every piece of food I've tried to eat for the past couple of days.
I know, I've been going through brown paper bags like crazy. Don't worry though, I had Blaze order 10,000 of them.
Oh, well, I'll have to thank him next I see him.
I just don't, yeah. Oh. He stops and just looks at the picture.
Oh, you can say it.
Never been like this depressed before. I've been depressed, not like this.
As have I. You've both seen me very depressed. This is quite different.
I just keep thinking back to when we beat those freaks all those years ago on Mars. You and me, she was hugging me from behind, I had you in the front. That was the happiest I've ever been in my life. Then Elizabeth was born, and of course, but up until that moment, that was the happiest moment of my life. It truly was. Then we got married, and that trumped that, but yeah, you know what I mean.
She puts a hand on his cheek and gives his chin a kiss. And we'll have that moment again.
My girls. He'll wink at Davine and then wave the picture.
She gives him a pretty sad smile. Your girls. And Elizabeth will join us in this one too.
I hope so. If she wasn't going up on stage and singing today, I don't know if I could go, honestly. Maybe just hide down in the bunker in shame.
Yeah, that would seem pretty nice, but I'm proud of our little girl. Elizabeth, I mean. She's come out of her shell so much.
Yeah, she really has. Got a deployment under her belt. Got a boyfriend. Time went by fast. For her and Nicole. Well, all of them, really.
Time flies when you're having fun.
That is true. Now that is true.
She chuckles, takes a bite of her sandwich, and nods towards him and his sandwich. Take a bite, please.
He will take a big bite, chew it, and eat it. So why don't we put on a movie? And just relax a little bit.
Okay, what movie were you thinking of?
Something that will raise spirits. How about we watch, well, what raises my spirits when depressed? I watched this movie probably 500 times in the years Memory Ann was gone, and The Room starts playing Hunk. Oh no. Oh god.
Davine starts to chuckle at the screen. Ah, my first Oscar win.
Mr. Wiseau's acting and the hooligans' facial expressions when they're on screen together always perked me up.
Julius almost always has a look of bewilderment when Tommy's on screen with him.
Hunk will pat his lap. Come here.
She'll take her seat on his lap.
Hold the picture.
She holds it up for them.
Suletta will turn the volume up on the screen. Hunk, oh god. There he goes, Tommy.
Davine just staring up at the screen. Just walking through the streets of San Francisco. Oh, there he is, almost tripping while he walks up to the, what do you call it? The tram?
The trolley, yeah. As miserable as filming this as it was, we made a good time out of it, all of us. We really did.
We did. It was quite fun on that film set.
He'll sigh as the movie plays, resting his head on Davine's head. Up in the office, Pequod's just arms crossed, staring at the scarf. Sasha's typing on the computer. Towns, I mean, she hasn't moved in like 40 minutes.
Julius jumps a bit when Towns says that he was just drawing a picture of himself, Pequod, and Icy all together having a good time. He pushes it away and looks over at her. 40 minutes, you say?
He looks at his wrist computer, I don't know, maybe like closer to 50. Sasha, what are you doodling there, Julia?
He slides it over for her to see.
Should be a comic book cover.
Yeah, it'd probably be a pretty good comic.
One of the many misadventures the three, whatever you guys call yourselves, original Rainfall children went on.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we call ourselves. Julius stands up, both hands in his pockets as he walks over to Pequod.
She's just staring at the scarf. Angry.
He puts a gentle hand on her shoulder and rubs it a bit.
Huh? Concert time?
No, not yet, honey.
It's like 9 in the morning. Wow.
Julius looks at her. What you thinking about?
What do you think?
Well, okay, obviously. Do you want to talk about it at all?
In truth, I'm thinking about strangling Mom with her own scarf. Sounds yikes.
Yeah, that's a pretty fair reaction. We should give them a chance, though. They get their chance today. Hopefully.
Sasha, they're going through a lot. I was down the lane just to see Sam and JJ briefly over the weekend, and they look one step away from being zombies. At least in terms of lack of sleep. I've never seen bags that big under any woman's eyes. Save for Integra, maybe?
Julius sighs a bit, rubs the back of his neck. It's a problem, a very rough problem for a parent to go through, but a problem they caused.
Towns, I have every SIS agent plus Sasha's guard detail looking for her if and when she'll show up on Gateway. We'll nab her, trust me.
Julius nods at Towns. Thank you, Towns. That should help out.
Problem will be keeping her here. She got away from us last time. I can't stop her. I even had an RC energy, like, it's a beacon basically clipped to her back of her shirt, and she still teleported away. This ain't no trainee wizard. Pequod just grumbles.
Well, I'm sure we'll all be able to keep her around at least long enough to invite and then explain to her the concert. So, I'm sure everything's gonna be okay.
Sasha, yeah, I've already got a new popcorn machine on order. You guys had to punch it a couple times, didn't you?
It seemed like a very good thing to punch during the time.
And why the fuck does Scar come up here to get popcorn? You can't tell me there's not popcorn down in Rainfall Lane. He came up here, what the fuck happened to my popcorn machine?
I honestly don't know why he comes up to get pop. He looks at Pequod. Do you know why Scar gets popcorn up here?
She'll gesture towards the seat here, and he comes up here to take a breather. He likes it up here. He can get away from everybody, at least that's what he told me.
Oh.
Right now, he's doing a lot of getting away.
Oh, well, yeah, that's very fair. I would like to maybe do some getting away myself, but we should get him a new popcorn machine. How long does it take? Is it going to take to get here?
Sasha, I mean, a week? That was a vintage one she stole from someone. Oh, just get her back to mend it, and then I'll cancel the order.
Yeah, right. He nods at Sasha and puts both of his hands on both of Pequod's shoulders and starts to rub them.
She'll sigh, sit down. Let's sit.
He takes a seat.
She'll sit on Julius's lap. Won't say anything.
He just looks at the screen and looks at the drawing. I don't know, honey, what do you think? Would that make a good comic cover?
She'll hold it up, look at it. This is actually really nice.
Yeah. Sasha said it could be one of the many misadventures of the OG Rainfall kids.
I like that, the OG Rainfall kids. We ought to get like jackets or something. Just for the three of us. And you know, maybe like Banksy, but yeah. No, just the three of us, actually.
Julius chuckles. Original Rainfall Kid on the back with like number 1, number 2, and number 3, like it's a team thing.
That would be kind of awesome, actually. Jackets or hoodies.
I mean, we are a bit more of a hoodie type of family, aren't we?
I can get them made if you promise to get her back.
I promised I'll do everything in my power to get her back.
Peering around the corner. Sasha hasn't noticed him. Towns has noticed him. Pequod hasn't, 'cause she's looking at the drawing.
Julius looks over at Tommy. And he looks around. And he just mouths at him. What's up, Tommy?
He points this direction.
Julius gives him 2 thumbs up.
He tiptoes his way through. You notice Sasha's head lifting to look. She's just done writing. She doesn't hear him moving, but he's trying to tiptoe.
Julius looks at Sasha and then points at the computer. You know, I actually had a question. Something happened with the computer.
Oh? What's wrong?
Yes, something happened with the computer yesterday, and it sort of confused me. He turns his head around and acts like he coughs and sees that Tommy is gone, and he just lets out a sigh of relief.
What happened with the computer, Julius? Did Tommy come up and touch it.
No.
Because you were just trying to distract me from him walking by.
You saw that.
Pequod lowers the paper.
Julia sighs. Can't get anything past a ranger general, can you?
Sasha, consider it a ceasefire right now with everything going on.
Do you want me to tell him that, or just...
No, don't. Just, I'll look the other. I'll turn the cheek, as they say.
Okay, so you're gonna keep it amicable with him. Got it.
Well, I gotta take the kids to his damn restaurant to celebrate their first deployment today. So, yeah.
So,
Of course they want to go eat there. Of all the places they could go, of all the fancy restaurants we could take them and spend money, they want to go there. Pequod, it's a special place to us.
let me guess. Soul recommended it.
Yeah, I was just going to transfer my debit card information to her to pay for the meal, but then she asked me to come, so...
Well, yeah, that's... Yeah.
Pequod, that's my girl.
Yeah, she... He looks at Pequod. At least I'm not the only one who she can convince to do pretty much anything.
Pequod, what do you think about these jackets, hoodies? What color?
He leans on the desk. Well, I mean, we can always go rainfall red. That's like the old reliable, but maybe like a sleek black and white hoodie might make us look really cool.
Something with like gold trim, like the ranger armor that Sasha has and Ash have. Sasha, yeah, the gold trim is nice. Maybe just around the collar or the hood, something like that.
Maybe on like the cuffs of the hoodie.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, like black with a gold trim on it. Black and gold work really well together.
Well, I'll put in the order.
Julius nods.
Since you're gonna solve this.
Yes, I am. I'm going to solve it, not just for you and I, but the entirety of the family.
And Mom and Dad. They'll solve it too.
Yeah, they better. He smiles at her, just like I better solve it. And he gives her a kiss on the cheek.
Scar coming through this teleporter. Hey, I'm gonna get the power loader down to Woodbury, and me and Blaze are gonna go down and, get things ready. Then we'll start setting up here in a few hours.
Sounds good, Scar. Thank you.
I promise not to attack Carter with the loader.
I didn't think you guys were going to. I thought you two had, put that stuff behind you.
Oh, well behind, just making that clear. I may attack your father and mother with the loader, though.
That's understandable. But... Please don't. If they fail, let me and Pequod get to them first.
I mean, they're down at the lane watching The Room in the theater. Pequod, oh, they're watching a movie, having a wonderful time, huh? Scar, I don't think they're having a wonderful time. I'm pretty sure they're both just sobbing, reminiscing as Suletta's watching the shitty movie.
Julius groans, rubs his face. Soletta's probably trying to cheer them up.
Ah, Christ.
Was it hiding? What the hell?
Scar, no, look at the motherfucker. Somebody, I think one of the kids put a scarf on it. Like all the animals. Mr. Snuffles has one, so... Then he's apparently good friends with this turd. No?
Julius tilts his head. What if it wasn't one of the kids? What if Suletta put the scarf on him to please Mr. Snuffles?
Scar looks down at it. Well, what Suletta wants to, get the fuck out of here. Goes back through the teleporter. That thing is Nicole. But anyway, yeah. Maybe. I have no idea. Mr. Snuffles and that piece of shit spend a lot of time together. Does it have a name?
Oh, no. We were waiting for Nicole to give it a name.
Follows me around everywhere I fucking go.
Yeah, yeah. It does seem to latch on to people, I guess.
As far as I'm concerned, it's Carter's problem.
It is. It is. She got it for Carter and then tried to give it to me. He just looks down at his lap where Pequod is sitting.
Pequod will rub Julius's head with her hand. Scar, everything's gonna work out. Don't throw in the towel just yet.
We're not, Scar. Just, yeah.
We've faced worse issues, okay? Well, you guys have, not me. Smart enough not to be in the military, remember?
It's pretty damn smart choice, that is.
Actually, I think I've hit, the Majestic, not to reminisce about that, but we've all faced worse issues. Just keep your chin up, Julius.
I will. I ain't thrown the towel in until the third bell's rung.
Good. Alright, I'm going down to Woodbury, okay?
Alright, have fun.
You gonna get that fixed sometime soon, Julius?
Yeah, if we can get Icy to mend it, we're going to mend it. But if not, we should have a new one here in about a week.
Comes over, gets himself a large, big gulp soda. Alright, good. I'll see you down there. Disappearing down through the teleporter. Well, at least he's optimistic. Pequod gesturing where he walked off.
Is it just me, or has he been somewhat pleasant the past, few days? Not nearly as, volatile as he ever was even before the whole thing with Carter happened.
Sasha shrugs. Maybe he feels like he needs to provide stability instead of just yelling at Davine and Hunk. Pequod glares at her.
Yeah, that's probably true.
They deserve to be yelled at. Sasha, I'm not saying they don't. I'm just saying there's other ways to go about it.
We're not just gonna sit him down and have a calm conversation about it. That isn't how you get the threat across. That isn't even really a threat. It's more of a promise at this point if they don't get her back.
Pequod, I already had a very similar discussion with that woman years ago. I hate having to repeat myself.
She does. She really, really does.
Sasha, those were interesting days if you're talking about the, we used to think Davine actually just kind of lived in the gym.
That would have been a safe assumption. She
just sat her ass in the gym like a useless piece of fucking shit. Angry at the world or whatever her problem was. Like a pathetic little girl. I was more mature than her back then. Sasha, I don't know about that. Typing on the computer.
Julia is staring down at Pequod. It was pretty stupid of her to just sit in the gym like that, yeah. Maybe some of the problems we have now wouldn't have been caused if she didn't.
Pequod will shrug. Maybe.
Well, no point in asking what if. At this point, we just need to focus on today. It's gonna be a good day.
Focus on the concert, telling them they did a good job and patting them on the back so they do something with their lives after the military.
Exactly. And after all that, we're gonna get Nicole back.
We better.
And we will. We will. If my name isn't Julius Rainfall, we're gonna get her back.
Towns' wrist computer goes off. I'll be right back. He runs out the door.
He watches him run out, shakes his head. And probably some SIS thing.
Sasha, maybe.
Looks at Sasha. How have you two been doing these past few days?
Fine. Over the initial shock of the kids going on deployment. Colt almost dying. That was interesting to deal with. Not great, but some of us are just better at dealing with it, compartmentalizing it than others. I would prefer Nicole come back. I miss her. I remember the good old days. If you want to talk good old days, Pequod looks right over at her. Is when you guys were still down at the Antarctica or whatever, the Headhunters, Raven Rock. That's what it was called. And it was just her and me up here on Gateway. And I would buy her cigarettes, and because she couldn't legally buy them, so I'd have to buy her cigarettes, occasionally some booze. She did like to have a sip of alcohol every now and then. Then she would make Saris buy her cigarettes when I was off the station. Then she stole Lorelei's ID to buy them and polymorphed herself to look like Lorelei. Now that was fun. Troublemaker, speak on. Everybody said I was immature. Jeez. And my husband.
Yeah, everyone always pegs the two of us for being the, like, troublemakers with her. You two. You and Saris, Jesus.
Sasha, the best was when Lorelei was walking through JSOC and encountered herself walking through JSOC with a cigarette hanging out of her mouth. That was pretty funny.
Now, if I know Lorelei well enough, in that situation she just sort of either laughed or scoffed and then walked off into her office, am I right?
She made sure to say she looked better and then walked off.
Damn it, I should have guessed that.
Pequod laughing. Sounds like good times.
Yeah, sounds like good times. And we are going to make even more. And he lightly hits his hand on the desk. Because we need to. And you know, Julius is about to say something, then he shuts up, knowing Sasha's right behind him.
Hmm?
The times at the beach house just won't be the same.
No, I can imagine they won't be.
Julius looks at Pequod and then mouths, pool house, mom and dad's pool house won't be the same.
Pequod makes a grimace face for a second, puts a finger over her lip, kind of, and goes, shh, mouths it.
Julius mouths back, I know, I'm not stupid, and he leans back in his chair and chuckles.
So actually, the only time I've actually been to the beach house was the weekend everything went half-ass sideways. Davine stabbing Zap, the Bigfoot sightings, which turned out to be Mr. Freetooth, coming through the roof, the crashing of the plane, the sinking of a yeah. That was actually it's a very nice beach house, I have to admit, but not one I'd be keen to go back to. Pequod, yeah, I love it there, but try not to think about Scar coming through the roof, ruining our weekend.
You know, every single time I've heard about this, it's always interested me. I just wish I could have been there to see it happen.
Sasha, it was like just relaxing mundane weekend up until the day he came crashing through the roof. For most of us, a lot of little strange happenstances here or there. Davine running outside with a flashlight, Suletta following her. Pequod, Suletta standing on the roof all night, falling asleep. A lot of private discussions between Laz, Davine, Suletta, and Integra. I guess because they thought that Vamp guy, was lurking afoot.
Right, that was during the whole Vamp situation. I sort of forgot about that.
Sasha, yeah, and in hindsight, looking back and talking about it, I think somebody ended up calling Hunk or something, Suletta said, and telling him they thought Vamp was there, and he couldn't put two and two together. That he then thought Vamp was there, ramping up his efforts to protect the girls, us, which is admirable, and, yeah.
Julius just shakes his head looking at the screen. That sounds like Dad. Okay. First thought to go through your head when Scar started to enter in through the roof. Go.
I screamed, "Fuck!" Sasha says. Pequod, OMG. And then when he hit the ground, raffle.
I don't think there's much other way to react to that, actually.
And Nicole had I'm calling her by her first name, oh my god. Icy had a banana that she had just peeled, and she was about to eat it, and he just, "Thanks, Captain," and took the banana out of her hand.
I don't think I was ever told that one.
And she let him just take it too, she didn't mind, but, David and Mom and Suletta really laid into poor Scar.
Oh, I bet you they did. I mean, I was actually surprised when I saw all of you come back alive after they got caught.
Sasha, the best part about it all was Goofus faking his wound, his knee injury, for how many weeks afterwards just to guilt trip Davy.
Just to guilt trip her, and then, once he was finally caught, the things were in the armory because they were outfitted with a secret gun.
Sasha, I would see him very early in the mornings, because they would go down and work on Ash's suit. And I'd see him very early in the mornings walking around without the crutches. And I would just shake my head, and it's like, alright, whatever. It's not my place to tell anybody. And then Davine would come down, because she was always usually, unless I really got up early, like 50 plus minutes early, Davine would be in right behind me, 10, 15 minutes. And then he'd be on the crutches.
Oh, what a shame. I wish I could move my knee.
Pequod, he used to grab it and groan right in front of her.
I purposely think I saw him one time trip over himself and then hold his knee, just going, "Ow, oh Davine, why'd you do it to me?
You stab me with your steak cheese knife."
Oh God.
Pequod, good.
What was the excuse that she used again? She thought she saw a bug.
Shit, I can't even remember. I think it was a bug, Pequod says. Sasha, I don't know, we were watching, I think, a Steven Seagal movie or something. And then just lightning quick, the knife went through the door and she said something. I think it was a bug, yeah. I think you're right, Pequod.
Jesus. What were you gonna say, honey?
Pequod, yeah, I can't remember now, honestly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I understand.
It's on the tip. Oh, that's what it was. So, Sam and JJ, Soul and Colt. So I was like, yeah. It's a tradition in the Rainfall family that Tommy is the priest at the wedding. Reads the vows. Sasha just grumbles and types on her computer.
Do you think you could have a ceasefire during the weddings as well?
She does not respond. She continues typing. Pequod, and I mean, he's actually really good at planning weddings. None of us, we've never planned one of our weddings. Think about it. We made requests as to what we wanted, like the Euro truck and stuff, but besides that, he's planned all the weddings. Nicole, Banksy's, everybody's.
Yeah, we pretty much just tell him the location we want, some specific foods or whatever that we need or want, and then boom, they're all there, everything's planned, everything looks beautiful every single time.
She just sighs.
I'm just gonna assume you're gonna let a ceasefire happen during that. I'm just gonna assume.
Fine, he can be there and make a clown of himself.
Well, I mean, think back to the other weddings. Did he ever make a clown of?
No, I don't know. Comforting a fat, obese white guy with a racist background 600 years ago is making a fool of himself, yeah.
Okay, that was the saint making a fool of himself in my mind.
Tommy was crying with him at your wedding as you guys rounded the corner at Watertown.
Julius just groans a bit, rubs the back of his neck. Oh, Tom, you're not helping me with this.
But no, fine. I assume that's what the kids will want. So
I'm sure it is. I am sure it is. Or at least I hope it's what they want.
Quad, it will be. I'm sure Sam will want like a Pokemon themed wedding or something.
Yeah.
Technically speaking, Tommy owns Pokemon, so.
Doesn't he own all of Nintendo at this point?
Yeah, he does.
Yep. The man owns basically everything we don't own. Other than some, like, businesses on the frontier, so I don't even know why I asked that.
Sasha, yeah, I was talking with Ash earlier the other day. He came up Saturday to grab some things for the weekend. He mentioned something about Tommy was trying to hook him up with some planet he bought. A vacation for him and Saris. So Ash can actually take his PTO. Or at least a small portion of it.
Oh, that's also good for Ash. The man works hard. The man works very hard, and I would like to see him take some time off. He needs it.
Pequod vacation planet. It's the, like, tropics. I don't know. Ash doesn't know a lot about it yet, but Tommy said he'd fix him up for the perfect vacation to get away from work and his kid for the weekend. Or for the week, I should say, excuse me.
That's awesome. Good for Ash, honestly.
Agreed, as Sasha is about to continue her sentence and she sees Towns coming back with her guards. Sasha, maybe it wasn't SIS stuff.
Julius shrugs. Yeah, I guess it wasn't.
Look who I found. He gestures to Icy. Okay, well, they found her.
Julius chuckles as he waves over at Icy. Hi, Nicole.
The guards will move away. She'll come over and sit right down next to Julius.
Hey, how are you doing, Icy?
Her hair's all fucked up. Really tired, Julius. But she remembers your name? Icy looks at Pequot. Of course I remember his name.
Yeah. Weird question. You remember, like, the past year, right?
She's rubbing her eyes like a little girl. Looks at Julius. Yeah.
Okay.
How much work have I missed? Sasha, doesn't matter.
None at all. None at all. He rubs the top of her head. Are you doing okay? It does look like you haven't slept in days.
She shakes, she's rubbing her forehead, shaking her head. I have a really bad headache. Julius, is Integra dead?
Yeah. Yeah, Nicole, she died a couple years ago. And he'll point over to the picture of Integra.
She squints over at the picture. Towns looks at it and then looks back at her. I see my brain is scrambled.
Okay. Do you want like a soda, an icy, and anything?
Pequod, open your mouth. She'll open her mouth. She's looking around in her mouth like, takes her thumbs under her eyes. Yeah, you haven't slept. Icy, get off me. Pushes her lightly off of her. Pequod chuckles at the push. When was the last time you ate? Icy, 4 days ago?
Jesus, I see you need to eat.
I've been busy. Somewhere in the galaxy.
Well, I'm sure you have, but you still need to eat. Do you want me to order you something right now? I can go down to Woodbury, get you a sandwich.
Icy, yeah. Chicken quesadillas sound really good.
I'll call Tommy up.
Pequod, before he can even call his wrist computer, puts her hand on the wrist computer. It's, the kids are throwing a concert today, right, Julius?
Yes, yes, they're throwing a concert, and you know what? They even wrote a song about you and how much they love you.
Her jaw drops in confusion. Me?
Yeah, you.
Pequod, you're their aunt and or some form of relation. They love you. Her eyes start to sparkle. Really?
Yes, really, you should hear it. It sounds amazing.
Sasha, I believe Memory Ann's writes the lyrics for the songs, and they've been practicing at Rainfall Lane over the weekend, and they had a long weekend because they got back from deployment. I see. How did that go?
It went good. It went good. Colt got pretty banged up, but you healed him. Soul had a little freak out moment. She channeled the moon, I believe.
What? She looks at Julius scratching the side of her head.
That's how she described it to us, at least. In the footage.
Well, that's not good. She looks right at Julius. Pequod, so we hear.
Yeah. Krellin told us a bit about it as well.
Well, I'll help her with it.
Good. Yeah, that's good. She would really like to hear from you.
Sasha, you were there. She bumped into you when you saved Colt's life for me. I see. Oh, I don't remember.
Yeah. She, from what I hear, she was there.
I really miss Mom and Dad. Pequod starts crying. Just a tear going down her eye. How long has this been? Pequod, a month and a half.
Julius puts an arm around Pequod's waist and nods. Mom and Dad really miss you too.
They coming to the concert?
They are. They really want to see you.
Thanks, he's gonna be there?
Of course.
Sasha, everybody is coming. The whole Rainfall clan. Me and Towns are coming. Saris is coming. I see. Oh, wow. Saris is coming?
Yeah, Saris is coming.
She grabs her stomach. You hear it rumbling. Towns, how about this? I didn't have enough time to make more than one breakfast sandwich today. And of course, I gave it to the wife. Sasha glares at him. So, how about me and the guards over there take Nicole to get something from Tommy's? It's early in the day, but I'm sure he'll whip up chicken quesadillas.
Yes, please, Towns. That would be amazing.
Sasha, sounds like an excellent idea. I see. Yeah. When's the concert? Towns. I'll make sure she comes.
Thank you.
I'll get her. I'll get you there. I see. Okay. Puts her hand out for Town. He takes it.
Julius looks at Icy. You stay safe, okay?
Pequod, and you make sure you stay on the station and stay with Town. Icy just shrugs at Pequod. I will.
Okay.
I've been disappearing a lot lately. She looks around really confused.
Pretty much every day.
Neglecting your husband and your child. Sasha speaks up. Icy. Oh, God.
Yeah. Jeb. You've been gone quite a bit, and pretty much every time you come back, it's, you don't seem to remember a lot. Like you're stuck in a different time.
She starts scratching her head, shaking it. Pequod, just come here and give me a hug and relax. And they do hug. Sasha, I think we got her.
Julius smiles as he wipes his brow and gives Sasha a thumbs up.
Pequod, come here, Julius, hug. Icy, yeah.
Julius leans in and hugs them both.
Pequod, we're gonna get hoodies. Just for the three of us, the original Rainfall trio. Icy, now that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty dead set in the design, but we were thinking black and gold would look pretty good.
I would look good in black and gold, I think.
I think we all would, you know?
Pequod will let her go. Now, go eat something. and get liquid in your lips. She's playing with her lip, or it's like they look super dry. Drink something.
Julius looks at her. Were you on a desert planet or something?
She'll look at Julius. I wish I could remember. Giggle.
Right. He just holds one of her hands, gives it a couple squeezes. You'll start remembering things. Don't worry.
Towns, nothing some chicken quesadillas and a Mountain Dew can't fix. Let's go. She'll, alright, and take Towns' hand. He walks around putting a thumbs up behind his back as they walk out. Pequod, wiping a tear away. I think these are joy. I've cried so much lately. I'm pretty sure these are joy, though.
That's good. You know what? Joy tears. They are the best thing in the universe as far as I'm concerned right now.
Sasha tapping her pen on the table. Seems like a 180, doesn't it?
Julius looks at Sasha and shrugs. I mean, it seemed like a 180 when she came in here reminiscing about my body like a month ago. Maybe this is just another one of those 180s.
Pequod puts her hands up. I'm not licking a gift horse in the mouth.
Yeah, and this is certainly a gift. That I thought we were gonna have to spend like at least an hour trying to explain things to her, and then she wouldn't even show up. But thank God for this.
Sasha, well, as long as she's like that, Towns will keep her here. She has no reason to run off. Mrs. Mom and Dad,
She does miss Mom and Dad. That certainly gives me a bit of confidence in this whole situation.
Pequod cracking her knuckle before wrapping her arms around Julius. Doesn't mean Mom still isn't gonna get one across the face.
Oh, Dad is gonna get hit. I'm not sure where yet, but he is gonna get hit. It's gonna hurt.
Sasha, you sound like you're going to enjoy yourselves.
You know,
I am.
I'm not one for usually wishing pain, especially on my parents. This time around, just one punch is what he deserves.
Sasha, just hit Davine in the stomach, not the face. Pequod, she's getting it in the face.
Well, honey, actually, maybe the stomach will do more to her, you know. She hasn't been eating as much lately or been throwing up a lot. Maybe I'll do more to her in the stomach.
Pequod, the face, punching Julius's chest.
Fair enough. I was only making a suggestion, honey. Kisses her nose.
She will kiss Julius back as flashing down to the kiss city. Bashes. Rubbing the back of his neck. Okir has a huge hammer. It's a gravity hammer. Biotic hammer, basically. And he's got it in one hand slung over his shoulder, just staring up at the statue of the saint.
Looks nice, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. Bash, I mean, it's, apparently we're supposed to leave these at the foot of it, and he pulls out a 6-pack of his usual Pabst Blue Ribbon, puts it down at the base of the statue, and the kids see it disappear. And that happens.
Alright, you gotta admit that's pretty cool.
What the hell? Marianne looking down!
Carter looking around the statue. Where the hell did it go?
I think he took it, and he's gonna point up at the statue.
Marianne, the kids have went to St. Bucks. She's the only one that has a St. Bucks left. Everybody else drank there. She'll set it down, coming over here, walk right back behind Carter, and what's left of the coffee just sits there. Bash, I don't think he drinks this kind of stuff. Huh!
Just beer is what works?
I guess. We were told it had to be Ice House, but they don't sell any Ice House. At least anywhere around here that I know of. It's a pretty shitty brand. So, but he took the blue ribbon.
Didn't he like some kind of cigarettes?
You're the expert. You're the next saint, from what I hear. Colt laughing, then grabbing his sides. He's still on crutches. Ow!
Soul walks over to him, keeping him steady, looks over her shoulder. It's a smoker's choice. My dad keeps a pack in his pocket.
Oh. How hard do you think it'd be to get a hold of a pack of those? See if they vanish.
Oh, you can get anything off the E-net. As he just stares up at the statue. Pick up my drink, Carter.
Carter was already going to pick it up. He turns around and hands it to her. There you go, hon.
Thank you. She'll take the last swig of it, finishing it. And then turn around, I'll put my arms around.
He turns around.
And she does. I really don't like this thing. Just looking up at the statue.
I mean, it could be worse. It could be a statue of Yolanda.
Yeah, I guess, or whatever.
Elizabeth looking up at the statue, laughing. I personally think it's awesome.
A whole new kind of context to it, knowing how the guy kind of lost his life now.
Carter just shakes his head. We're gonna see it soon. Then we'll have that context.
Yeah, you kids got lunch up at Tom's today, Ranger General's dime. Make sure you have a good time.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun time. Nice to get out and about, right?
Oh yeah, and you know what? Chicken quesadillas from Tommy's? It's a good way to spend lunch. She looks up at Colt and smiles.
Yeah, I am kind of hungry. But I'm still... My arms, I can't really feed myself.
That's not a problem. I have good arms. I can feed you.
I don't like being a gimp like this. I really hope your aunt gets back. Not just for her to heal me, I mean.
Soul just looks down at her feet. A sudden, very worried expression washes over her face. Then she looks back up and smiling at Colt. She will. I know she will.
Now, Sam's still pretty banged up too.
Yeah. They're gonna. She's gonna come back, and they're gonna heal both of you, and everything is gonna be okay.
Well, she better. I slaved over those lyrics. I'm sorry, what, Ricardo?
I was just gonna say, you guys doing alright? I don't know what's going on with your aunt and your family, but I hear whispers and shit. You guys all seem like it's bothering you, and it's got me worried, so anything I can do to help?
Benny, it is troubling times. Remember, Anna, I just try not to think about it.
You don't gotta tell me what's going on, just... I get worried when all you guys seem depressed at the same time.
Carter pats Ricky on the shoulder. Thank you for your worry, Ricky. It is appreciated. Just, it's not something any of us really like to think about, especially. And he just does a subtle nod of his head over to Soul. Some more, especially than others.
Memory and shrugs. I don't even understand it, really. She's going through... She's sick, basically.
That's what I gathered. You
like a magic, a wizard type of sickness is the way I would acquaint it, and our grandma and grandfather need to fix it.
Alright, well, I don't know the full thing, but I'm sure they will. I mean, they helped save the universe once, right?
You hear the sound of the elevator as Ricky says, Scar!
You know him?
Carter turns around. Yeah, that's Uncle Scar.
Where the fuck? I can smell Carter on the wind. Oh. What are you guys doing? Oh, Christ. Looking at the statue. Colt laughs at Scar's, reaction to seeing the statue.
It's a real work of art, huh, sir?
Yeah, Scar. Who are you?
Ricky, nice to meet you. I've heard a lot of good about you from Carter.
He gives Ricky he's just giving a normal handshake, but Ricky's hand feels like it's being crushed. He's a huge man.
Jesus, man, that's a hell of a grip.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry. I'm one of the bigger folks around the lane. Ugh, looking up at this. Who the fuck okayed that?
My father.
Fucking idiot. Brienne starts laughing. Colt laughing so hard he starts stumbling. Brienne, oh god, having to try and catch him.
Soul runs over, catches him on the side, and takes his arm, puts it against her body. Just keep your weight on me, okay?
Sit your asses down. There's chairs all over there. Colt, good idea, Uncle.
She'll lead him over to one of the chairs and sit him down.
He pats his lap. I could take it.
Oh, okay, if you're sure. She'll walk around and sit on his lap very gently.
He grimaces, but he bites or fights through the pain. Scar watching. Okay, well, that's all taken care of then.
So wait, it was your power loader that Yuri and I moved in here.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we sent it down here to incentivize Carter, let's just put it that way. Right, Carter?
It worked. By God, did it work.
It was quite, as Marianne sits down here patting her lap.
Carter will sit down in it.
Benny just picks up Elizabeth and plops her down.
Well, thanks for helping with that, because I think Tommy might have found a way to get me arrested again if they hadn't have figured it out when they did.
You're the DUI guy, right? He points down at Ricky. Bash.
Yes, sir. Made a big mistake, won't make it again.
What's your face doing on beer cans? We got a shipment of some type of new beer brand that Tommy wanted to try. And pretty sure it's you, but you're in a mask like that.
He's decided that I'll be the next saint, sir, and so he didn't think that maybe putting my face on beer cans like 2 months after my DUI might be in poor taste.
He's laughing. Oh, it's Tommy for you. You kids ready for the concert today?
Yeah, as ready as we'll ever be.
When you guys are feeling a little better, Colt, I already told Oz, we're gonna start the baseball field at the lane.
Right, yeah. That should be easy. All of us tackling it.
I've already got the trees. I cleared the land. I cleared out the trees and stuff like that. Nice flat surface. Something for us to do. He'll sit down on the weekends, and we're in the shadow of the fucking saint. Gestures.
Believe me, it's at least for me, it's. Excuse me. At least for me, it's better than the shadow of what was there before.
What was there?
Crazy bitch who'd scream anytime she saw me.
What the hell goes on in this town, Carter? Marianne starts laughing.
It's a lot of stuff, a lot of confusing stuff that happens. I think Elizabeth has that video. Yeah, I have it, and she'll send him Scar a video of Contrary screaming at Ricky while pointing at him.
Scar's head recoils. What the fuck?
Apparently my dad had made her mom uncomfortable at some point in the past, and she took that as a reason to scream anytime she saw me.
Colt, which was grabbing his side as he's laughing very often, Uncle. I can see that. It's a montage of just her screaming Elizabeth whipped up.
Elizabeth nods. She would scream so loud you could hear her from the other side of the town.
Benny, Elizabeth, excuse me, Marianne actually froze the door once and she got out a blowtorch just to get through to scream at Ricky. Scar, oh, what the hell?
Yeah, like I said, crazy bitch, sir.
Happened to her? The Primarch had her relocated to Gateway. Scar, oh, good riddance.
Agreed. Just gotta look out for her when I do go up to Gateway.
Yeah, Gateway's a big-ass place. You'll be okay. I was just up there, actually.
Oh, really? Everything going alright for you guys?
Yeah. Just I'm waiting on Blaze to get here, and then we're gonna start putting the stage together. Gonna see Soul banging on some drums. You
Yes.
fit to go up there, Colt? Colt, I can make it. All right.
Soul looks at him holding his side. Are you sure, honey?
I want to, so I'm going. Please.
Okay. If you think you can handle this, then you can come up with us, but if I think it's getting too much for you, and I know you won't say anything, I'm gonna pull you away, okay?
Deal. He'll kiss her on the head.
Frost in the wound, the parts that hurt the most might help. Can dull the pain a bit.
I can do that.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. Learn that one, because, well, you pull a lot of muscles when you do the kind of training I was doing.
No school for you, Benny? Elizabeth, today? Benny, no classes today, sir. Yeah, alright.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, no classes today. I think they're letting us get ready for the concert. Both of us are going to be appearing in it, so maybe that's why.
Yeah, makes sense, yeah.
Guess call it a field trip?
Have a little field trip. You're going up to Gateway, I hear. And then, by the time you get back, we should have the majority of the stage all built out. But when it comes to how that equipment works, I ain't got no clue. Oz and I think JJ and Blaze are going to handle that portion. And Zap's going to come down too and lend a hand. We'll have it all ready to go for you guys, and then you can put on your song for your aunt. I appreciate you doing this.
It's no problem. None of us are the type to just sit back and see something like this happen to our aunts.
That's the rainfall way. Nodding his head. You got any beer? Bash, I just put it down here and it disappeared. I gotta go to the store and get more. Oh, alright. Should have brought some.
Might be a can or two down in the fridge in the, the barracks area.
Okay, we're gonna go to the store and get some. We're gonna have a lot of guests today, from my understanding.
Yeah, probably. I mean, your guys' extended family, mom coming down, it's gonna be a lot of people.
Scar, what the hell is that? Is that normal for, where are we? Australia? It's up, and there's just a small, just like the picture looks. You gotta zoom in if you want to see what it looks like, but it's pulsing. Looks like a really, really red and yellow aurora borealis, but it's just in one small space. It doesn't cover the sky. You have to squint to see it. It's far up in the sky and high.
I've never seen it.
Me either. I don't know. Maybe something to do with the rain, the kernel or something like that. I kind of learned not to question weird magic stuff.
Looks like I don't know. Looks like a neutron or something. Is that what it's called? Marianne, not a neutron. No.
Maybe it's just a weather phenomena. Have either of you two seen that kind of thing?
No. He's just staring up at it. Bash. I don't see anything like that unless I'm like 20 beers deep, and I haven't even started for the day. Benny, kind of creepy.
Yeah, a little bit. Maybe we could, Colt, your mom's gonna be going to Tommy's with us, right? Maybe we could ask her if she knows.
Yeah, she's coming. Her and Dad, I'm pretty sure.
If anyone would know, it'd be the Ranger General, right?
Probably.
Yeah, and if we ever see my brother today before the concert, then maybe we can ask him about it. He'd probably know what's going on in his town. She takes a picture of it.
If I had to guess, it's probably related to Tommy. He's looking up at it. Somehow, some way, it's probably a Tommy thing. Remember, he had astute observation, Benjamin.
Yeah, he said he's going on the straight and narrow, no, out there stuff anymore, but would I be surprised if Tommy opened, like, a wormhole or something? Nah.
You know what? Neither would I at this point.
Scar's just squinting up at it with his one good eye. Yeah, he's gonna... He starts fixing his shirt, looking at it. Anyway, you're gonna start making movies soon once, Icy's back and good to go, so, maybe Tommy will be screaming Carter instead of Julius.
Oh god, I doubt that. Isn't my dad like his best friend?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Well, I don't think I come anywhere close to being his best friend. Maybe if we like appear in a movie together that we're like buddy, then he'll scream my name. But I think he's gonna stick to Julius.
You know, the nice thing about Rainfall Productions is everybody has a voice. You can pitch your ideas, and most things you pitch are going to be well received, and just given who the Rainfalls are, you're going to get a chance to do it. I would like to make... Has anybody ever seen Bad Boys with Will Smith and that other guy? The Bad Boys, but starring Carter and Tom? That would be pretty good, I think. Look here. Looking at Carter. Remember he had Carter in a do-rag, playing with his hair.
That'd be really good.
Carter looks down, looks at Scar, and leans forward. I get to be Smith, right?
Oh, absolutely. Tommy's... You know the one time he was the leading man was The Room, right?
Soul looks up at the sky. Oh my god, you're right. Other than that, he's only appeared in like villain roles.
Exactly, and he's great at the villain roles. We actually thought he'd win an Oscar for some of those performances, believe it or not. But he always loses out to Grandpa Hunk or, Julius, or... So he lost out to me once. I kind of felt bad. He was like, oh, I can't do the Tommy voice, but yeah, he thought he was gonna win. He was like hyping himself up, and then, because it was me and him nominated Best Supporting, and I won, so.
Elizabeth puts up her finger. But we always tell him that it is always just an honor to get nominated.
Well, sooner or later, that isn't gonna cut it, honey. Starts laughing.
Yeah, no, he always still looks pretty depressed afterwards.
We just gotta find him the right role, and he'll win his Oscar one of these damn days.
I mean, I'd expect it. I've seen some of his newer stuff, and he's damn good at it.
He never really wanted to be an actor from what he said, but, yeah. He's not too bad at the villain role. He shocked your grandmother and I on Air Force One when he was playing the Russian villain. The fact that he could actually speak Russian, that was interesting. And then the climactic fight between him and Hunk, I was pretty sure he was going to win for that one.
Do you think he never wins because he screams out my father's name when he dies?
Everett will. That may be a reason if you think about it. Then he probably...
I just think it's funny. Tommy being a modern day, what's I gonna say? DiCaprio, that dude. Tommy's like him. Always the bride, but never, or always the bridesmaid, but never the bride.
Called the Wolf of Wall Street Rainfall version, Tommy playing Leo. Starts chuckling, rubbing Soul's thigh. Oh!
Soul sort of grimaces as she gives him a kiss on the cheek. Take it easy until the concert, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Scar, you take good care of him, Colt, lighting up a cigarette. I'm sorry, Soul.
I do, sir.
You gotta start directing, right? Is that what you want to do?
Yeah. I want to direct, or at least try my hand at it. I don't think I'll be as good as Grandma.
Oh, she'll teach you. I could teach you some things about cinematography.
I would love to learn from you. I always liked the little discussions the two of you would have after a particularly interesting take.
I think that when we were on the Majestic together, that was, even though those movies were garbage, that was brief respite from the chaos of being on the Majestic with the Malcolm, that guy, and we had fun. Probably the only time your grandmother, I should say, and I ever had fun. When I wasn't being forced on screen to act while having brain damage.
Carter looks at Scar. You don't talk about the Majestic much.
Nah! He'll shake his head, taking a drag on his cigarette. It's one of those let sleeping dogs lie things. Malcolm was a real cunt. And, not good times. Then we entered an era of times. I think most people kind of forget about it. I remembered the big things, but for the most part, I hope Malcolm's burning in hell.
Dad didn't talk about it much. I think he feels the way you do, but he did say he's grateful to you.
Well, I mean, your father had it worse than me or Davine or Julius, but yeah, I mean, a day didn't go by where there was some cockamamie plan to kill your father. Do you kids know he used to pump avocado? So Ricky's father is allergic to avocados, and so Malcolm found this out, and then he would pump the avocado essence into Ricky's father's room. Only problem is Malcolm could never figure out how the ventilation system on the Majestic worked. So I'd be sitting in my room, minding my own business, contemplating airlocking myself just to get away from Malcolm, and all of a sudden I would smell avocados for the rest of the night. Great time.
Wait, the dude actually tried to do that to Dad?
Oh yeah, avocado popcorn, avocado salsa or whatever, avocado dip. And sometimes he would leave it at your father's door, hoping he would eat it, not realizing it was my door. And then I'd just eat it anyway, because we were starving.
Soul starts to laugh, and Elizabeth shakes her head. What a way to try and kill someone using avocado essence.
Well, there was other things too. You know, he threw plates at him. He set deadfalls. He did everything imaginable to try and kill him. That's another reason why we don't talk about Malcolm too much. He nuked a colony of innocent frontier civilians trying to kill Ricky's father. Remember, he had, oh my god.
Carter's eyes are wide. Jesus Christ.
Cole, I remember Mom talking about that vaguely when I was very young. He's wincing in pain. They were filming a movie and it turned into a fight. Scar, yeah, they were filming some semblance of some Terminator. They're not movies. They're garbage. That's what they are. And some semblance of a Terminator movie, and it ended up actually turning into a fight between Ricky and Ricky's father and Malcolm.
Wait a minute. That's that Chancinator movie.
Yeah, the Terminator. I wouldn't even call it a parody. But yeah, the Terminator ripoff, I guess.
The nuke was real?
Yes. Oh yeah. He beat your father down, and then the plan was to blow him up. You know, nuke the colony with him on it. Details about how that happened aren't worth going over, but yeah. And then me and a couple of guys off the ship got your father out of there before the nuke went off, and I'm surprised Malcolm didn't have us beheaded, but he needed us, that's why, but yeah.
Fuck. Well, it might sound a bit selfish, but thanks for saving Dad's life, because I wouldn't be here without you.
Yeah, no problem. It was, we had to band together on that ship to survive, trust me.
I mean, I believe you, it sounds like hell.
It was. Then I got to the apartment and everything was hunky-dory. Yeah, the universe and all that type of stuff was but good times. Much better after Nicole healed my brain.
Soul nods. I bet. From what I hear, you were basically only allowed to say, or you only said nice.
Most of the time, honey, yeah. He shrugs.
She chuckles a bit. Sorry, Uncle.
I said a few other things apparently, and then she healed me, and everything was much better after that.
Carter squints his eyes. Were you healed before or after you were made our godfather?
After. So your aunt had her little freak out thing like you had recently from Soul, and she gained a tremendous amount of abilities and power, and she could just touch me with her one finger, healed my brain like it was perfect, like nothing had ever happened. But no, this was after. Yeah.
Carter covers his mouth and starts to laugh.
Benny's laughing. Memory end. Well, Aunt Pequod knew you would be the perfect choice. And I am!
You are. You've taught me a lot of valuable things. And I'm forever in your debt.
Actually, do you remember the time we went to the amusement park when you guys were young, and when Krellin pointed at the board? Scar, yeah. That was, you are here. How do they know, Fudwick? That one. Everyone's laughing. It was that amusement park trip. You were like 4, I think, Carter? And that was actually when I found out I was your godfather. Because your mother had came up to me and said, "What are you doing? Carter's birthday's coming up. What are you doing for your godson's birthday?" And I said, "Who's God's? What are you talking about?" She reminded me. And then that's why I took you kids to the amusement park, and Zap tagged along, and Blaze was there, and then the goofballs wanted to come too, Samuel, Fudwick, and Krellin. But that's why we went there. Found out I was Carter and Soul's godfather.
So that's why you really started to teach me things around 5.
Yeah. Yep! I didn't know, you know. And it was like, well, who's their godmother? Nicole. Oh, that's good choice! So, yeah.
Soul covering her mouth, still laughing. I don't remember much about it, but didn't Fledwick say something along the lines of maybe they cast a spell on us to Krellin?
I think so. I don't know. I got so fed up with it because I don't have any problem with those guys. They're great. But I really didn't want them to come and bring. Yeah, I just didn't want them to come. But they insisted on coming and protecting the Rainfall children as if me and Blaze and Zap were not capable of doing so. So it was actually kind of insulting the way Fudwick spoke to us. Now, albeit I can't take Samuel in a fight, especially when he's got that big magnetic rifle on his back, but I had the situation under control.
I mean, I'd assume so. What kind of guy's gonna fuck with them while they're with you?
I have no idea, but I mean, it was... apparently, you guys had a good day. I sat in the car after we got up to the big map, and Prelid was confounded at the fact they knew where they were. I think Frederick said something like maybe Honey told them where they were or something. I don't know.
Oh God, maybe you know better than I do. Do they still suspect Honey of stuff?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Do you guys know anything about Frederick? Like where he came from?
No, Uncle. We were never told.
Memory Ann, I asked my mother many a times, but she said don't ask. Scar. Oh, jeez. Looking at his wrist computer. Do you want to know?
Yes, more than anything.
So, and he'll play one of the old Fledwick broadcasts. So, Fledwick, you recognize that lisp? He lets it play for a while. Memory Ann, that's Uncle Fledwick, yes. Scar nods his head. Fledwick, a long time ago, would put out these broadcasts over shortwave CB radio. And he claimed he was the president of a colony called YouTube. Small desert colony, like literally 6 buildings. And he was in a war with his neighbor, guy named Junkyard. Because Frederick's dog was actually Honey. Now, Honey one day, Frederick neglected the dog. So Honey went over to this Junkyard guy's yard. Because this guy would feed it and take care of it. And Frederick he declared war on Junkyard by doing these radio broadcasts. And your mother, in all her infinite wisdom and beauty, had to go check this out. Nicole had to go too. So they dragged your parents, Aunt Suletta, and I believe you kids were there, I think, when this all went down. And essentially, they ended up actually killing Fudwick by mistake, and then Tommy took him and had his mind wiped, and he became Davine's, well, essentially indentured servant. That's how Fudwick scored a job at the Rainfall family.
Carter starts to laugh. Elizabeth does the same. Soul, looking up. So they killed him before they knew he was an android. How did an android get to you said a 6-house colony?
Yeah, he's some type of Max Tech runaway. He was an android made for corporate espionage, that's what Blaze says. Some type of old model made way back in the day. And Blaze said these models would gain self-awareness and realize, I don't want to work for, these fucking evil freaks. So they go off to do their own thing. They disappear. And I don't know how he got there. Somebody ought to ask him. I try not to bother him. He claims to be a very busy man. And when the children's productions are in full swing, he is. So.
I'm sorry, I just can't imagine Frederick being someone who was legitimately good at corporate espionage.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the play on him, though. You underestimate him by looking at him.
All three of my kids start laughing.
Betty starts laughing, Cole grabbing his side, but laughing more than in pain. Okier, is that the guy, the fat Albert or whatever? Scar, yeah, that's him. Yep.
That sounds so made up, but looking in your eye, I believe every bit of it.
Oh yeah, it's the truth. It's the truth. I think Frederick tripped over a lawnmower or something, and he was trying to kill Junkyard, and then Tommy wiping his mind basically and made him. He's a lot like Krellin in that sense. Krellin finds your grandmother as the best in humanity because she saved him. So, and there's him and Krellin are very good friends, and Samuel's indentured to your grandmother because of the fact she's a high elf, or an elf, I should say, wood elf, whatever the ancient terminology is. I don't know.
Soul rubbing Colt's biceps to try and ease some of the pain in them. Yeah, they always seem to get along very well. They're basically connected at the hip.
They were always like that, from what little I can remember. Back at the apartment, they'd feed each other doing the choo-choo train and stuff. Marianne, yes, I remember during some of the filmings of Marianne the Explorer, they'd feed each other yogurt and choo-choo, and the airplane thing where he does the brrrr. Benny, I've seen them do that. Speaking of...
Oh, they still do it to this day. I think last time I was in the ODM Academy, I went into the cafeteria to get a drink, and I saw Frederick flying a plane that was actually just a sandwich into Krellin's mouth.
It doesn't surprise me. I mean, they're good guys, for as goofy as they are. They always have the family's best interest at heart, truthfully. I was talking to them a little earlier today. They want me to be Scarscream and Transformers.
Scarscream, you say?
Yeah, Starscream, some type of transforming airplane. I don't know anything about Transformers.
I think he's one of the main baddies of the show. I just remember the dude's got a loud, high-pitched voice, the opposite of yours.
They said Nicole would like it. And usually they are right about these things, so I agreed to do it.
Elizabeth shrugs. Well, if they're trying to go against typecasting, they've certainly picked the right role for you.
They were also talking about some type of outdoorsman show, hunting or something like that. They got a lot of ideas.
Do they know how to survive in the outdoors?
No!
Are they gonna have weapons?
Well, they got that... I don't know, whatever that sniper rifle Samuel has. It's some type of ancient alien tech. I don't know what it is, but... they got that. Krellin can't survive out in the wilderness. They're like house pets or something at this point. They haven't left the lane more than maybe 10 times in the past 20 years.
No offense, not trying to insult you guys' family, but, I've seen their, Samuel the Tank Engine show. I don't trust those guys with a gun, so if they're filming it anywhere near here, please tell me so I can run home.
I don't trust them with a kayak.
I don't trust them with the flint and steel, honestly.
I don't trust them with a pack of matches, but Suletta and Icy just kind of it's hands off with them at the children's production. They're allowed to do whatever they want, and once the money started rolling in, nobody could really argue with Frederick's and Samuel and Krellin's ideas. The first show they made was, I think it was Memory on the Explorer. And then they pitched the train show, and I think Suletta said no, and Icy said, but look at all the money, and so the rest was history.
Elizabeth nods. And you can't really argue with the results. I might just look at like Fredvis and other things that they did like that.
I'm inducted into the Hall of Fame. The fucking goon did one concert. He had more women fawning over him than I ever have in my entire life.
And yet he still chose to have Krillin polymorphed right next to him in that photo.
I still got the sweat towel, actually. I know where it is down in storage.
You do now, do ya?
Yeah, I've got it. I manage the subterranean, just the basement we call it. I manage that, so I know where most things are. 90% of it. There's a lot of stuff down there. Some junk, some really expensive stuff, memories, good times.
So, hypothetically speaking, if I were to pay pretty well, would you be able to get a hold of some Fledwick stuff for me, sir?
Problem is, I'm rich. I don't know. See, the problem is, I am rich. Back in the day, I actually took the royalty check from the Malcolm movies. A lot of people turned it down. I took it because I was poor and brain damaged at the time. But anyway, and all I can really remember is Rico telling me, just sign here and all your problems will go away. He was the general of EarthGov military back then. Long story short, and then the rainfalls definitely overpay me. So, nah, you can't pay me.
Shit. Well,
You gotta cut your teeth. You gotta do something, I don't know. Help out on a movie set or something. Make yourself useful for the rainfalls. That's how you... Right, Carter? That's how you earn keep with Uncle Scar.
Yes, sir, you make yourself useful.
Help me change a tire or something.
alright, just call and I'm down for it, sir.
I can get you basically anything out of there. Sweat towels, vinyls, leotards.
I think, gift for Mom, for sure, and, maybe a gift for, Ellie.
Yeah, I mean... I don't... Yeah, I think Frederick knows where the stuff is, but yeah, he's... I don't think we'll be seeing Fredvis anytime soon, I hope.
Well, yeah, at least until everything's, fixed with everyone, I guess.
Huh? He just looks confused at Carter.
You know, Ricky's mom, Ceres, right?
Absolutely. You're a good... Well, I wanted to say good girl, but she's a woman now, but yeah, no, yeah.
Well, apparently she's a big fan of Fredvis, so...
Yeah, Integra used to tell me, yeah.
As a gift to her, Ricky wants to get Fredvis to perform for her live.
What, are we trying to get him inducted a second time?
I, don't know about that, sir. Not the biggest fan myself, but if it makes Mom happy, it's worth it, sir.
Oh, I'm sure it can be arranged once the dust settles here and everything gets solved. So, yeah.
Yeah, and you need any help with anything to earn any, fun toys like that, I'm down. I mean, I do enough for Tommy. I'm happy to help you guys.
Yeah, how is the side work for Tommy going? Anyway, for you two. Points over to Elizabeth. And as soon as we came back, he started giving us jobs. He's buying Hostess, so... I've never done so much paperwork.
And, well, and you're getting very good at it. But yeah, it's just a whole lot of paperwork. A lot of writing, a lot of typing.
He pays you guys well?
He does. He pays us, what I assume Tommy believes to be a fair wage, which is still overpaying, but I'm not complaining about it.
I hope he paid you well for getting yourself arrested.
Yeah, he's paid me very, very well, sir. I've got a nice,
Good.
Nice nest egg.
Good. Be smart with that. As Bash looks at his wrist computer, time for brunch, kids. Sasha's calling you up.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It was, nice meeting you, Mr. Scar, and, I think Tommy's got, like, a backhoe or something in the warehouse. I can give you the code if you need it.
Yeah, we'll see if we need it. Just give us a hand when you come back down here. It's gonna be a lot of work. We're putting the stage up on top of that building. That's what Pequod wants. So, that's what Pequod gets what she wants. Right, Carter?
Yes, sir. She gets what she wants.
All right. Well, you need anything, just let me know, sir. Happy to help.
No problem. He'll stand up. He's going up here to start looking down at the building where he's gonna begin building with Blaze and Zach. Bash, alright kids, get on out of here, enjoy your brunch.
Yes, sir. Sounds good to me. Carter will stand up and pick Marianne and start heading out.
Colt will... Well, Benny can just easily pick up Elizabeth to head out. Colt will... try to pick Soul up!
Dude, Soul puts both hands on his cheeks. Honey, it's okay. You know what we can do, though?
What?
You can lean on me, and I could wrap my arms around you, and we'll look like the cutest couple in the world.
That sounds sweet. Give me a kiss.
She gives him a kiss.
And he will. Now flashing... down to the academy. Flashing down to the academy, JJ and Sam are in the classroom where Benny and Elizabeth would be with Suletta, with Mr. Snuffles just watching them very closely. She's sitting on the desk, just bobbing her leg up and down at JJ.
JJ's staring at her, tapping a pencil on the desk, and he smiles at her.
Gonna give me a test, Proctor?
I can give you any test you need, my student. As he stands up, walks over to her, and puts his hands on her hips.
Meow. She looks over at the cat. What is that thing doing here?
I think he's keeping an eye on us. Is that right, Mr. Snuffles?
Meow.
I'm gonna take that as I don't understand it, but I'm gonna take it as a yes.
The fact that some people can't... Ow! Her arm in her hand. The fact that some people can't understand him is interesting.
JJ will hold the arm up to take pressure off of it, anything he can do to help it, and he'll give her a kiss. It is surprising to me as well.
I've never actually been shot before up until protecting your family.
Really? That's...
Really?
That's... Oh, that... How much... I'm sorry.
I didn't wear my ranger armor because I wanted to be lighter on my feet, and that ranger armor is excellent, but it does kind of slow you down.
Yeah, it was probably a smart choice in the way the Merc battle went, but maybe wear your ranger armor from now on if I don't want to see you hurt anymore.
I'll consider it.
Please do, for not only your sake but mine as well. It would put my mind at ease.
Starts playing with JJ's call. Okay.
He smiles, gives her a kiss, and rests his forehead onto hers, and he lets out a heavy sigh.
When we go to New York, I'm going to buy a new Game Man, because I destroyed mine in a fit of rage. One of every Pokemon game ever made, and every plushie at that store. Let me correct myself, you're going to buy me them.
I am going to buy all of those for you, and anything more that you want.
Then apparently Yeah, I think that's enough, actually, the more I think about it. I don't know where we'll put all the plushies.
Oh, well, we can put them all in my room.
The best room.
The best room, because it's our room now. Smiles, and eventually, once things calm down a bit, we are going to get our own house. And he gives her a kiss on one of the cheeks. And it would be all ours to ourselves, and we won't have to worry, and he kisses the other cheek, where to put the Pokemon plushies anymore.
Or your mom and dad walking in on us like teenagers.
I really hope they never do that.
Well, your mom knocks, at least. Your dad just kind of bounds through the door. She starts chuckling. It's cute.
You know, my brother once warned me about it, when me and him had a talk a while ago, a long time ago, about like me not having much interest in that sort of thing. Anyway, he warned me about it, and he said, and he does like an almost perfect Julius impression. JJ, let me tell you something, man. If you ever, have a girl over and you two are starting to get hot and heavy, just make sure the door's locked. Dad just likes to burst in. Trust me, I know from experience.
She wraps her arms around JJ's neck. I was just going to say, was he speaking from experience? But yeah.
Yeah, he was. Apparently, Dad's walked in on them a few times.
I can only imagine. It's cute the way he bounds through the door. He's not doing any bounding recently, though.
No, he is not.
Depression is contagious. She nods her head. Normally, it's so high energy around here and just good vibes. I hope things go back to normal.
JJ starts staring at the wall behind her as he bites his bottom lip and he nods. As do I.
I really don't want to go to this concert today. I could give two shits about their band.
I mean, I want to be there to support Elizabeth. It's a big step for her.
I did my supporting of her. She gestures to her arm. But yes, that is a good point.
JJ chuckles. Besides, I think it's right to go to this one with the slight chance that, Nicole's gonna be there. I want to be there for her as well.
I will be doing praying.
Yes. Any hopes or prayers that we can get right now, I'm sure they would help.
Then, once things are settled, shopping spree.
Shopping spree, yes. Just imagine me, if you will. He gives her a kiss on the nose, takes a step back. Me, in something much akin to this, my normal, get up, the dress slacks, white shirt unbuttoned a bit, the whole deal. Carrying all the bags that you've bought, with aviator sunglasses on, and maybe I'll even have a toothpick in my mouth.
That would look smashing. She flutters her eyes at JJ.
Almost a smashing. He takes another step forward, puts his hands back on her hips, as you always do.
Give me a kiss.
He does.
She'll kiss him. You know what I do think you'd look good in, actually?
What do you think?
I think you would make... I don't know how much you know about Pokemon. A fabulous trainer red. She'll pull it up on her wrist computer. Meow. Just looking at the picture!
He looks at the picture.
White and red would look very good on you.
I mean, you did say that you liked the crimson on me.
Yes, and just put the aviators over the goofy red anime eyes this person gave him in this fan art. And I'd say so.
Then I'll have to wear white and red on our little shopping spree / date that we're going to have.
And we get you a trainer red cosplay.
Oh yes, the hat, the coat that he wears, everything, the works, obviously.
They would really just build us a house here? Meow. Looking at her dismissively. Of course.
Yeah, of course they would.
Did that cat just kind of brush me off or something?
Yeah, he rolled his eyes at you.
Uh-huh. Looking at her.
He does that a lot. That's basically his personality.
He is a lot like your aunt.
Exactly.
Really.
I was just about to say that. He reminds me a lot of Aunt Saletta.
Meow. Looking at JJ.
JJ just looks at Mr. Snuffles.
Are you gonna come through the ceiling too on us? Meow. Floats away.
JJ leans forward. I think this time, instead of spying on a date, he'd be spying on me.
You think so?
I think so.
He's missing his frog buddy.
JJ looks at Mr. Snuffles. Your frog buddy is gonna be back soon. Don't worry.
Meow. Just glaring at JJ. Sam looks at the cat and then whatever. Looks back at JJ. So Trainer Red outfit, you would look very good. We can even get you fake Pokeballs to put on your belt. Your father will be so confused.
I mean, what are you doing, son? Hold on, no, let me... What are you doing, son? Impersonating a Tristan trainer or something?
Yeah, I don't understand that. Wait, what? Maybe the second week I was around the lane, he told me he was probably a bigger Pokemon, as he would put it, fan than me, which I find quite hard to believe. And then he kept trying to get me to look at some weird knockoff, like, I think it's some type of like Japanese, Chinese knockoff game.
Sort of. It is a knockoff. It's I'm sure Sasha never really talked about it much, but Malcolm, the guy who was on the Majestic, yada yada yada, long story short, he made a Malcolmon game, which is just a rip-off of Pokemon, and he had my brother, whom he called Tristan, in it, as, like, the three main starters he would choose from.
Well, why don't we get him an updated game, and Game Man for that matter? The model he's playing on is 20 years old.
Well, you see...
I'll pay for that.
That's very sweet of you, honey. My mom and Pequod, pretty much the entire family, they tried to give him a copy of Pokemon Red.
Fire Red or Original Red?
Original Red, I believe.
Do you know how much that's worth?
Millions upon millions, yes.
Okay. Does he have it around here? She starts looking around. I would just like to touch it. I don't want it.
I'm sure he has it around here. He wouldn't throw away a gift, but he called that a rip-off, a knockoff of Malcolmon.
You know, that makes... Anybody who pronounces it Pokemon usually has no idea what they're talking about. She starts chuckling.
No, he really doesn't have anything, or know anything about it. His favorite Pokemon, Tristan, which is just my brother.
It looked like he was on a Squirtle's body. His head on... Yeah,
that's exactly what it was. His favorite move is Deadbeat Glare, which in the copy of the game he's playing doesn't even work.
Deadbeat Glare?
Yes. Malcolm would always call my brother a deadbeat or a weasel or anything like that, because even though he was required to get on the Majestic with Malcolm, he left Pequod and little Lazuli behind. Even though
what a jerk! Not your brother, this Malcolm character.
Yes, that's to put it lightly. He tried to kill Captain Valorius many times.
Oh, she starts chuckling. Oh my!
Have you ever seen a picture of Captain Valorius with the lazy eye?
Yes, there is a notorious dossier picture of him from 20 some odd years ago that he's my dad. Towns laughing at it once.
Yeah, the dossier picture or the recruitment poster that they had made.
Oh, that's the captain?
Yeah, that's the captain.
Oh my goodness, she starts laughing.
Julius told me that one of the people on the Majestic that had sided with Malcolm threw a plate at the side of his head.
What?
And then his eye was lazy for the rest of the trip, and a few weeks after they got back onto Gateway and were with the Alpha 9.
Well, I will not ask the captain about it, but I would love to see footage of the plate incident if it exists.
I think it does. There also exists footage of...
Oh, he's from the... So then that's him dressed as the mailman. Me and Colt would watch that show on the streaming service when we were young, and Mom would come in and turn the television off. The guy who gets thrown up on. I knew that voice sounded familiar.
Yes. Hello, Mr. Chance. I have a And then he get thrown up on, I had a package for you.
I've got a letter for you. Just standing there covered in vomit.
Apparently that made, like, basically the whole crew sick. Like, they all started to throw up, or at least my brother did.
Oh. I would like to see footage of this plate incident.
I believe it exists out there. I would have to ask someone. Oh, he starts typing on his computer. Nope, I already have a copy. And he plays it for her.
She sees the plate hit Ash in the side of the head. His eye goes lazy. Oh my god, he was so young! Back then, I mean.
Yes. Yes. There was another incident. And he swipes on his computer a bit. Where Malcolm came at Captain Valorius with a chainsaw. And Elizabeth Carmine, who is my sister's namesake, she had to stop Malcolm from actually killing him, or at least was just yelling for him to stop.
Oh, is she related to Jennifer that works here?
Yeah, that's her big sister. She passed away on the Majestic, sadly.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, that one, it was rough. It was rough. If you were ever in JSOC, I think it's still up. They have a little memorial to her.
Okay. I've never went and inspected it. When I walk through with the captain, he usually goes to look at it. Didn't want to bark up that tree.
Yeah, she had passed on the Majestic.
She nods her head. I can see why you guys are as close as you are. Now, it makes a lot more sense. For you guys, for a family of, like, people who aren't technically speaking blood related, which doesn't matter, I'm just saying, you're a lot closer than most families that are.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, he points to his ears. I'm adopted. I'm not half elfish. Apparently, I was adopted when my brother went off to, on the Majestic, and my mom had gone with him, and my dad thought both of them had passed, so he named me Julius Jr., and then was just shortened to JJ.
And JJ is the perfect biting on his chin name.
I would say so.
Trainer JJ.
JJ pushes her head back just a bit and puts his nose onto hers. I'd say Sam or Samantha is an even better name in my opinion.
Sammy.
Sammy. Oh, yeah, let me say it right for you. Ayo, Sammy.
She immediately starts laughing. Take me to Oz and Laz, and let's greet them Brooklyn style.
Greet them Brooklyn? Oh, no problem, my love. He picks her up and starts carrying them off to Oz and Laz.
Mr. Snuffles will stay in hot pursuit as they're moving. Laz and Oz are in here. Oz is breaking off little pieces of egg sandwich, feeding Jace. He's got a good appetite, darling.
Yes, he does. My boy surely knows how to eat. As she starts kissing his head a couple times.
He's going to grow up to be big and strong and healthy.
Yeah, he is. She looks up at Oz, just like his dad.
Just like his dad. He pulls out a pack of cigarettes, crushes them, and puts them in the trash. Won't be needing those.
Laz immediately lights up. She hops off the counter from where she was sitting and gives him a big kiss.
He hands on her hips. You know, I love your siblings. I really do. All of them. You know, your sister, your brother, everybody here. But I really don't want to go to this concert today. I want to help them, but it's a lot less depressing just hiding in this room. You know, we've been in here for 2 hours, right?
Sort of lost track of time.
It's a lot less depressing in here, love.
It is a lot less depressing. Everything has just been... She turns around, rests the back of her head on his chest, looking up at him. Everything has been very depressing recently. Other than, of course, getting this nice little boy as our son.
It's the one bright spot. We lucked out.
I'd say so. She smiles at Jace, gives him a kiss on the nose.
You know, we didn't even show up for muster this morning.
Yeah, we didn't. And you know what? If they have a problem with it, they can come talk to me directly, and I'll defend us both.
I think we'll be okay. The Ranger General's favorite, along with Soul.
I mean, honestly, I was the Ranger General's favorite before Soul, because I didn't have to start dating her son, so
You didn't have to marry in.
she blows a little raspberry and starts to laugh.
Well, we go, we hook up the equipment, everything's going to be fine. Beautiful song. I've seen some of the lyrics Marianne showed me. Well done. Elizabeth will do well. Aunt Icy will be there. All will be fine. God willing?
God willing, indeed. I would hate to have the song they worked really hard on go to waste.
Or have your aunt dead.
I'm just trying not to think about that.
Yeah. He just stares at the fridge over there. Yeah. Rough couple of days.
I would say so, yeah. She reaches up, pats his cheek, and gives him a kiss.
Do turmoil events happen often around the Rainfall family like this? Because I've been around for, a blink of an eye. He plays with the scarf barely a blooded rainfall or whatever the thing is. I don't know.
Well, you are a full rainfall. Just prefacing that. And, in the past, 20 years? No, not to my knowledge.
Except Carter's little incident.
Yeah, the freak out, yeah. Other than that.
Good. I hope things are smooth sailing very soon. I was thinking, the Moog, proud of those kids. But as I thought back, it's never going back to that planet again. You couldn't pay me. If you put a gun to my head, I'm going to say, just shoot me. I'm not going. But I do miss that little Verdi. That thing was a treat.
Lazuli gets a very mischievous smile on her face. It was a very nice Verdi.
I mean, just flying it, how aerodynamic, it's not as heavy. I mean, you can't do much with it. You couldn't have a little house with it like we do with ours, but banking around that city, it was a good time. I'd like to get my hands on one for just private flight time.
I would love to get my hands on one, as he sees her, using her finger to reenact pulling the trigger on one of the sticks that she was holding.
Are you having fun, Nighthawk?
She jumps. Yeah, it was fun.
Enjoying yourself. Look at you, your badge glowing.
My badge glowing, and I couldn't have done it without my brilliant pilot of a husband.
Well, thank you very much. Oh, I sound like Fredvis.
Honey, would you mind doing a Fredvis voice for me?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I can't do it with the lisp, though, love.
Laz starts to laugh as she gives him a really big kiss.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. That's what the lisp. I aim to please.
She starts laughing even louder, gives him an even bigger kiss. Just how to cheer me up, don't you?
I think, that would be a good... I love Suspicious Minds. Elvis's version, not Fredvis's. If we could get our hands on the little Verdi, put speakers on it, bank around Steve's neighborhood blasting that.
Oh, I think he might actually have a heart attack if we did that.
Poor man.
She starts stroking her chin. Well, the first time we bring Jace on something like that, it has to be special, so I think that's what we do.
Teach him. It's a shame we didn't have him back when we kind of went on one of our first dates and stole Steve's bike. Teach him young.
Oh, we have to teach him young. I'm gonna try and teach him a bit about flying and stuff like that. Only if he wants to, of course, but I want to teach him so he can carry on this legacy of ours.
I think you might like this guy. He's one of Steve's friends. I remember him when I was young, vaguely. Very intelligent man, electronics engineer. Here's his YouTube, Access Area 6. You might like him. Do some research on him. Watch his videos. Maybe we could go pay him a visit someday. Apparently a bird just flew into his house and destroyed half of his very expensive retro vintage gaming collection. God bless the man.
She like curls into him and she's typing on the wrist computer, looking at it. Oh my god! Oh, poor man. Poor.
Oh, you see, darling, he called it Birdgate. So you know it's serious if you put gate after the initial word.
Well, he called it Birdgate, and then in this video over here, he says a bird flew into my window, and now I have a serial killer.
You see, love, he was Steve's friend. They went to not charter school, but something together. And I remember the guy. He'd hang out. Steve and him would swap games, and oh yeah. And then Steve apparently, kind of forgot about his existence because of the schizoid. But yeah.
Oh, okay. Is he someone that he played the game my mom remade SWTOR with?
Love, I don't know. The way we find out the answer is we go ask him.
I think we do. Do you think we'll be featured in a video?
You know what? Maybe we could. I don't know. We do our research on those videos there. What the bird destroyed in this catastrophic Birdgate incident, and maybe we could buy him some replacements. We've got a lot of money, and your family is very generous. God bless them.
I would love to buy him some replacements. I can't just sit back and watch Birdgate happen and not do anything.
Scroll down on his page, babe. Look for the video where he's pretending his neighbor is Bigfoot and watching the guy. I knew you would love this guy as soon as I saw those videos.
She clicks on it. Her eyes start to basically sparkle. She tilts her head. Are we sure he's pretending?
I don't know. That's part of the mystery, babe, but we will go find out.
She starts to laugh. Oh my god, I cannot wait.
As she's laughing, Sam and JJ are here. As soon as they walked in, Mr. Snuffles meow, throws his paw up at JJ and Sam dismissively and comes over. Neighbor! Meow. Oh, he found his friend.
Yep. I think he just waved at us.
Meow. Meow. Blaze. Just leave with Rocco up this way.
I feel like we're interrupting something as he starts to walk into the kitchen.
Before you go, sire, come here. I see your arms are full.
Yes, sir, of course. He'll start walking with Sam up to Blaze.
You'll have to let her down, please. Sam, okay. She'll get out of JJ's arm. Take the young Integra. I have to go down and help Scar at Woodbury.
He'll take Integra.
She looks good with a child, sire. Sam took her. You should... maybe. He'll shrug. Consider having one of your own. Patting him on the shoulder, walking away. I look good with a kid, you think?
JJ looks at her, and then it's not something she sees a lot, since he usually keeps calm and cool about most things. But he immediately turns red when he sees her with her.
You look like a beet.
You look, very good, honey.
With her one good arm, even though the hand's fucked up because she bit into it, she'll prop Integra up, and Integra laughs and grabs at her chin. You think so?
Oh, no, so.
You gonna start stuttering? Kiss Integra on the nose.
No. He leans back a bit. I suppose I am.
Ha! I really can't hold her. I'm afraid I'll drop her.
Yeah, of course, honey. Not a problem. He picks Integra up and straddles her off his hip.
She'll whistle, hands on her hips. Everybody, Banksy here, everybody looking at her. Banksy will, and at one time your dad thought you were, if only he was here to see this now.
Yeah, he did. You all told him I wasn't, right?
Every fucking day. Flavor speaking up.
Thank you, Flavor. That I appreciate that.
Hell, he hiccups because he's drinking because he's depressed about Icy. I even knew you weren't.
JJ looks at Rolly. Rolly, mate, how many of those have you had?
Is the concert over yet and everything back to normal? Sam, no. Then not enough. He just keeps drinking.
Okay. Star?
Everybody deals with their problems in their own way. I'm watching him.
Okay, thank you. Please keep an eye on him.
No problem. Rubbing Rolly's back. Sam, where are Oz and Laz? Banksy in the back kitchen. They're doing back here, mumbling stuff and laughing about some guy missing teeth.
Yeah, that sounds like them.
Let's go. He whistles as JJ's still holding Integra.
JJ smiles at her, winks, and then he'll walk, still holding Integra, up to the doorway. Is there anything specific you'd like me to say in the Brooklyn accent to greet them?
What is... Well, I don't know. We have a child, so we can't curse.
Yeah.
You could offer them a cannoli.
I'll see if I can do that without cussing. I think I am able to.
I could cover Integra's ears. I feel like the Brooklyn JJ experience requires at least one cuss word per sentence.
Maybe I'll just keep it to a DAMN, you know?
She'll try to open the door for JJ. I can't.
You don't open doors for me, I open doors for you. Thank you. As he opens the door for her.
She'll go in. Hello. As they're laughing, he's kissing her on the head. Oh!
JJ walks in. Ayo, Oz, Lazzy, do you want a goddamn cannoli or whatever? I can get it for you, not a problem.
Oh my god. The horror!
Laz starts to laugh as she goes to point at JJ and then puts her hand down so she doesn't point at him.
Jace laughing wildly. Well, at least he appreciates it.
You see, that's the kind of reaction I like. They see right here. He points to Sam and Jace. These two are the reactions I'd like.
He only does the accent when I tell him to.
That's right. Only when she tells me to.
Oz, well, that's, does it, like, turn you on a little bit? Sam, the fact that he does it for me, yes. Oz, good! Wonderful.
Laz chuckles a bit. So if you were to hear the, accent, walking down a street past someone and you heard that accent, it wouldn't turn you on at all?
No, because it's not him, and he's not doing it at my behest.
Right, okay, just had to check.
How was Musta this morning? Oh, we didn't show up.
JJ shook his head. I didn't bother with it.
I wasn't gonna go. We were in bed, relaxing. Oh, same. Oh boy.
And, has Julius given either of you a call about it?
No, I think things are a little too all over the place right now, so...
Yeah. You know what, I've put money on they didn't even do Muster today.
Probably not. Hell, we were just talking about it. I don't even want to go to this damn concert myself. Sam, neither do I.
Yeah. I would prefer to just stay at home, or in a classroom, locked in, spending time with my wife, but I have to go.
Well, they're gonna have a Euro truck there to pull out all the stops. The adults of the squad need to be there to make sure the kids don't get into too much trouble.
Laz nods, and you need to be there to, make sure nobody electrocutes themselves while setting up the electronics.
That is true. I can only imagine without me there. It's like you see Colt suggesting something, and Ricky shrugs and like, okay, and then ends up all his hair shoots up because he electrocutes himself.
JJ starts to laugh. I'd pay money to see that, actually.
Still telling him, "Oh, just plug it in there. It should work, I think."
How many volts does this need to be powered? Oh, who cares? Just plug it in there.
Ooh, say that in your accent.
Oh, how many volts does this need to be powered? Ah, who cares? Just plug it in there, dude.
You know, you kind of remind me of those chaps in those Scorsese films.
Oh, like,
Gangsters, you know?
Oh, I sound like De Niro, do I?
Kind of, yeah. Doesn't he, love?
Oh yes, just like De Niro. Yeah, if we ever make it like a Goodfellas movie, you should play one of them.
I'm shocked the Rainfall's never remade Heat. That's a favorite of mine. I'd love to watch it on the screen here at the lane. Especially with the sound system they have there.
Well, yeah, we could totally watch Heat, and you should recommend it at the next production meeting. I'm sure they'd be up for it.
If there's a next one. Sam, yeah.
Oh, Laz pouts a bit and looks down at Jace as JJ just sighs.
I need a cigarette. I really would have liked to have had one. It's depressing times, but I threw them away. Sam, I remember when Memory Ann smoked. Ugh.
Laz looks up at her. Memory and smoked?
Just to spite your uncle, yeah. When they were butting heads a lot.
Oh, of course.
She would always get her cigarette out. He would come down from here, where he lives, Rainfall Lane. We would know he came into the office because you can hear those teleporters from pretty far away. And even if you don't hear the teleporter, you see the lights in the office go on. She would pull out a cigarette, walk up to his door, and light it right in front of it, and then just stand there smoking the cigarette in front of the door. Some days he would just leave the, door translucent so you could see through. Other days he would tint it so she couldn't see him or he couldn't see her. But yeah.
Oh, I bet that pissed him off to no end.
I was actually very glad to leave the Headhunters, and not because I wanted to necessarily be the ranger or whatever like that. Whatever. It was a lot of drama. We had fun, but a lot of drama. Not as much as when the kids first showed up, but yeah.
Laz shakes her head. You should hear some of the stories Oz has told me about like the first few weeks before I got there. Oh, Jesus.
I'm glad they patched their relationship up. Thank God.
Oh, trust me, we all are, mate. We are all very glad they patched everything up.
And now we get to go to brunch with them eventually here. Should be interesting. Check on the kids and then down to Woodbury.
Yep, we get to go to Tommy's, eat some food, and then down to Woodbury.
As Laz says that storming through the teleporter is Pequod with Julius following. I just want to see them, Julius. I want to see if they're having a good time watching a movie. And I want to tell them their daughter's back. Actually, no, I don't. I want to let Mom suffer. She'll smile at Julius.
Julia smiles at her. Okay. But we can go see them. We know where the movie theater is.
We have to collect the other kids. Now, where the hell are they?
That's a good question. Maybe someone knows.
She snorts out a laugh seeing Zanzibar dribbling the ball alone.
Oh, I feel a little bad for him.
Yeah. He probably misses Icy too.
Yeah, he probably does.
Coming to keep Zanzibar company. The Three Stooges. Oh, right on time. She looks at her wrist computer.
Flitwick puts both of his arms out to his side. Zanzibar, Zanzibar, Zanzibar. You want to play a game of horse? A bit of pickup basketball? What's up?
Nods his head, bounces the ball gently to Fudwick. Samuel stepping out of the way. Pequod leading Julius closer. Yeah, Fud, show us a 3-point shot.
Flitwick just barely manages to catch the ball before he Oh, I could do a 3-pointer, no problem. As he runs out this way, almost into the uh into the
Bleacher.
yeah, exactly, into the bleachers, and he doesn't throw the ball. He throws it up and kicks it, trying to get it into the hoop.
It goes wide, bouncing off the wall, actually opening the door here. Huh? What the fuck? Catching the ball?
Boom! Goal!
I say that 2-point conversion. Pequod, yeah, 2 points.
Oh, what? He turns around. Both of you don't know what we're talking about. That was obviously 3 points.
Fine, 3-point conversion. Touchdown.
A touchdown and a home run, thank you.
And slam, gesturing over to the door. He just bounces the ball back into the gym. Zanzibar picks it up.
Frederick nods, and checkmate as he walks over to Krellin.
Krellin giving him a high five. Samuel coming over for a high five. Pequod looks at Frederick. So I talked to Scar. I hear you guys want to do an outdoorsman show. Is that correct? Where did you get this idea? Krellin, find old DVDs down and store it. Guy named Les Stroud.
Very interesting stuff, but we think we could do better.
You really think there's a market for this, guys?
Oh, think? We know, Pequod.
Alright, well, I mean, hell. As long as everything's fixed and back to normal, which it looks like it might be, Krellin. I knew it. Smiling. Pequod, we'll send you wherever you want to go, because Les went all over the place. Like, all over the world, this Les Stroud guy, right, Julius?
Oh yeah, all over the world. He survived in the most dangerous places. The Amazon, all that kind of stuff.
Krellin, oh no, do all here at Lane. Pequod, what?
Frederick nods. We are going to do it all in the Wayne. Obviously.
Samuel beeping at Julius. Krellin, he say keep costs down. Nods his head. Pequod, but what? Just looking at
Keep costs down. There's only so many times you can go around the lane pretending you're in a different place, though.
I mean, there are biomes, so to speak, but yeah, you're gonna get maybe 6 or 7 episodes out of the most, and Krellin, under control, nodding his head.
We can solve it very easily. Me and Quellin have something. He taps his temple twice. A cooking up, if you know what I mean.
Okay, as long as you're sure you're gonna be safe out there, nobody's gonna get hurt, right? Krellin, never. Wrapping his arm around Fledwin.
We would make sure nothing happens to all 3 of us as he wraps his arm around Krellin's waist area.
Samuel wrapping his arm around Krellin's other shoulder. Pequod watching this. Oh my god.
Frederick just goes in for an entire hug on Krellin.
Samuel completing the hug, Krellin and Samuel hugging. Pequod pulling Julius away so she can get a better look. Do you guys want me to send a chaperone with you? I worry about you. You plan to do kayaking and stuff? Krellin, yes.
Kayaking, just all that kind of stuff. The important stuff. The wappets, obviously.
Are you sure you don't want me to send some Mercurius units with you just to make sure you're okay?
They would only slow us down.
Alright. If Julius agrees, then you can do it.
Julius has been covering his mouth, hiding laughter, and he just nods at Pequod.
Can Zanzibar come, please, actually? Zanzibar, looks at Pequod. I mean, he can fly now, so he won't slow you down, and he could be your cameraman. Nicole trained him to use most handheld cameras and guns. Would just make me feel better, Fudwick. She puts her hand on her chest. I don't want you guys to drown. You act like we can't take care of self. We not kids. Pequod, Julius.
Well, okay, think about this, guys. You guys know how like heavy cameras can be, right? Even the handheld ones, if you want good quality on them.
Yeah.
I mean, look behind you. Look how huge Zanzibar is. That's no weight to him, and he's already trained with it, so he knows how to get the best shots. He can just carry the camera around for you guys. Maybe even some sound equipment to get better sound.
Prevent you from drowning when you fall into the river because you don't know how to kayak. Yeah! What do you think, Flydwick? Krellin, up to you, Flydwick. I like Drake. Rubbing Zanzibar's neck.
Fledwick strokes his chin a couple times. Only if I could wear a fake mustache.
Pequod, what kind of fake mustache?
Handlebars.
Done. I'll have it. We probably have one down, and I'll have Scar find it immediately when today's festivities are over.
Dinner sounds good to me.
Perfect. Good. You guys aren't coming to the concert, I hear. Ellen, no, busy. Too many things to do.
Far too many things. We all very busy men, Pequod.
I understand. I'm not gonna make you come. I just would appreciate if you came. That's all. But if you have other things to do, that's fine. Do you happen to know where Mom and Dad are? They're at the theater for sure, right? Colin, yes.
Yes, at the theater.
Crying, looking at picture of Nicole Young. Pequod, oh.
So they aren't having a good time.
Good! She speaks.
Yeah, good. I honestly wouldn't want them to be having a good time right now.
Could you do a little, since Nicole's busy, could you do a little mind reading, Krellin, and tell me where JJ, Sam, Oz, and Laz are, by chance? Krellin, looking around, squinting, in kitchen, behind Mama Lan, nods his head. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grelin. He'll pick Pequod up in one arm and...
No. I don't want carried. I want you to bust through the door like Dad on them.
Oh, you want me to, like, bound up to him?
Yeah, bound through the door, scare them, because they didn't show up for muster!
And Julius starts to laugh as he sets her down, cracks his knuckles. Oh, I could do that.
Krellin, very good. Back to Wazzy Room. Zanzibar, come with. He'll go walk in. See you later. Krellin and Samuel leave. Samuel bowing and leaving.
Frederick waves at him. We have many things to discuss. Going to become Westwoud as he walks into the Wazzy Room.
Pequod, get those kids good, Julius. Make sure even when things are... They should have at least showed up in the office.
Yeah, they should have. As he'll start making his way into the kitchen, which he'll go through the freezer to really get them.
He's following right behind. In here, they're just talking about New York. Oz is finishing a sentence saying, yeah, and once it's... Yeah, I'm glad you guys agreed that we should have put the trip off. Sam, yeah, it didn't seem right to go, and honestly, I don't think I would have enjoyed myself given everything going on.
No, I don't think so either, as Julius interrupts Laz and kicks the door in and bounds up to him. Well.
Sir! Taking his hands off of Laz immediately, he stands at attention, as does Sam.
Laz jumps up into the air, basically. She makes a good few inches off the ground, and she puts up a salute. Hi, sir, Dad, sir. Well, none of you showed up for muster, didn't you?
Having fun, she comes...
Even if something like this is happening, you gotta show up for muster. Is that understood?
Sam, yes, sir. Oz, sir. Pequod, at the very least, come up to the office. Tell us your gear's ready, then come down here.
Yes, at least that. We don't ask for much, but please just let us know everything is prepared.
You let us know everything's prepared, and more, you're just letting us know everything's okay by showing up and everything's going, especially in turbulent times like this. Understood, ma'am. Sorry.
Yes, sir, ma'am. I'm sorry as well.
Don't worry, we missed quite a few musters back in the day, too. Didn't we? The Vertibird, we'd look out the Vertibird cockpit window and there would be Ash standing there alone.
Yeah, missed quite a few mustard. For completely different reasons, I'm guessing, but we missed quite a few.
We were banging in that bird all night long.
Oh,
She starts tugging at her scarf.
all night long, as he starts rubbing his hands together.
Where are they, Ash? He would just point back to the bird.
I would get so peeved off that he sold us out that quickly.
She starts laughing. Well, Raven Rock was small. She was gonna find us regardless.
I mean, yeah, true, but he could have at least bought us enough time to get out of the Verdi, somehow get our clothes on fast enough, and then boom, we were there suddenly.
She let me get... One time she made your father actually come out to muster in his underwear. She let me get completely dressed, though, which I appreciated.
Yeah. Is it weird to say that I'm like 60% sure that was for her enjoyment?
Oh no, it's probably like 80% given most females' reaction to you.
Yeah, that's true.
You guys have, it's time for brunch. Sasha left to go to Tommy's, and Bash reached out to your father, sent the kids up, so Oz, joy.
Laz nods. Okay, we'll be up there as soon as possible, Mom and Dad.
Pequod, what, you don't want to go? Oz, oh, no, I gladly go. It's just we're the adults of the squad.
Julius looks around. Yeah, I can see that.
You guys know Memory Ann's like damn near 30, right? She's squinting around looking at... She's like way older than everybody in this room with the exception of your father and I.
JJ leans back against the wall to get a better look at Pequod. What would you say is more much useful?
She'll look the entire group over. You four. Yeah, no, you're right. You got me there, JJ.
JJ clicks his tongue. He stands back straight up and holds Sam's good hand.
Still hurting? Sam, yeah. How's Colt? He's still in a lot of pain. Pequod nods her head. Well, Nicole's back, so don't get anybody's hopes up, but she's back and seems normal. She'll shrug and cross her arms.
I mean, she didn't call us anything weird. She seems to remember most of things.
That is wonderful, sir. I'd like her to meet this one, patting him on the head.
Yeah, I would totally love on Icy to meet her. Him, sorry.
Well, hopefully everything stays copacetic, and I don't know how this magic stuff works, but I'm thanking whoever's up there pulling the string.
As am I. Someone's out there looking out for us. He just shrugs. Yeah. But yeah, brunch. You guys need to get going. Yeah, please try to have a good time.
At least put on a strong front and face for the immature ones in the group. Oz, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and trust me. He uses both of his fingers to push up the corners of his mouth. Smile goes a long way.
Pequod, yes, it does. I'll take Integra.
JJ nods, hands Integra off to Julius, who then turns around and gives Integra to Pequod.
Pequod takes. We are going to drill Mom and Dad, or at least watch them squirm for a while. You guys get out of here.
JJ nods. Alright, you two have fun.
And the four of them will leave for brunch, Pequod and Julius heading to La Movie Theater, as the room has come to an end. Hunk and Dave, I don't know about Davine, but Hunk has barely watched any of it. They're just reminiscing mostly.
Yeah, neither has Davine. She's just telling stories. She just finished telling a story about how one time she tried to teach Nicole how to sword fight, and he already knows how that ended.
And she's. I don't think I've ever told you, but when the art, she didn't have basic training. She wasn't like Julia. She didn't go through basic. She was like a ward of EarthGov. She was at the Arcane Council Academy. They taught her how to shoot and stuff like that, but she never had, like, in basic training, they teach you how to throw knives. And when Master Chance gave me her, he was like, she's going to be rough around the edges in certain forms of combat. In time, she won't need normal combat stuff, but you have to teach her just in case. Okay, I could teach anybody to throw a knife. She threw a knife, hit me in the fucking leg with it.
Davine starts to laugh a bit. Oh, man. Apparently it's a mother-daughter thing that we hit people in the leg with knives.
Well, yeah, you got Zap in the thigh. She got me, like, right in the leg.
Oh, my. And that was even before she really learned healing magic, so...
Yes! Way before he starts laughing. I was limping for a week, darling.
Davine starts to rub Hunk's leg. Well, you're all better now.
Limping for a week as Suletta's snickering to herself, and yeah. She hit me in the leg, started crying, and then I pulled the knife out and started limping around and told her, look, I could take any amount of pain. Fell on my face because she hit me right in the leg, on the bone, and then she started laughing. It stopped the tears. But God, did it fucking hurt.
Well, you'll do anything to make your little girl stop crying, even back then.
Yeah. Back when I had brains.
Davine sighs. We still have brains, just... anyone's brains fails them every once in a while.
I have a propensity to fail when it counts, though.
As do I. I've failed more times in my life than I care to count.
It's still my fault.
No, I'd say it's my fault, my love. She just shrugs. We just can't focus on the failure right now, or else we're bound to fail in getting her back.
Suletta, you should make a sequel to The Room. Put Mr. Wiseau back in the starring role. Julius, you can set it 20 years in the future. You just make the same movie all over again. It's just later in the future, you change the names. Huh? Looking over at Suletta. And have good times on the set. Nicole and I would love to write that script. You're tearing me apart, Julius! Again!
Damien leans forward. Are you feeling okay, Suletta?
Suletta, just trying to keep my spirits up.
Oh, well, I'd say it's a wonderful idea. You should pitch it at the next production meeting.
Hunk, yeah. Looking at the screen, the credits are rolling. Yeah. Look, there's Julius in the credits. Julius playing Julius/Mark. What the fuck?
Oh, I remember that. We had to dub over. We were only able to dub over some of Tommy's lines that said Julius when it was supposed to be Mark. And then we all pretty much gave up. It was too much work.
Maybe it's just the fact we got the spell on us that's going to keep us around for a long time, but it doesn't feel like 20 years. And it's the fact that they were already grown by the time I got my hands on all three of them, but they grew up way too fast. And as they grew, didn't show them enough affection. That's not excusable.
For either of us, neither of us did show them enough affection.
I think even Julius would have... just a hug every now and then, I mean... And Pequod too, I mean, given her parents and how she had to grow up. Really fucked up. You'd look at them and it'd be like, well, just because they're 28 now doesn't mean... but, oh, I don't want to invade their personal space. What a fucking idiot I was.
You. I wouldn't say you were the idiot in that situation. I was the idiot. I had more to prove to specifically Julius, I think. And I feel like I failed at that numerous times in my life, but right now especially.
He sighs, rubbing his temple. Davian's on his lap, but oh, you're not the only one. He'll wag the picture he has in his hand.
Davian turns around, gives him a kiss on the nose. Elizabeth. Yeah. We will be better, though, once we get her back.
What about Elizabeth?
She did call you a good father.
Yeah. Yeah, she did, but doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice gesture, and I appreciate it, but you gotta be a good father to all of them, not just one, honey.
I know. She scratches his chin. But I think right now, we need to take a couple wins where we can get them.
That's true. He looks up at the screen as the credits finish rolling. Good.
She smiles a bit. And the fact that she calls you a good father, and you are a good father, I'd say that's a win.
So that I agree. Those weekends back in the day were fun. Even let's push the Asherion drama out of the picture. Even if that wasn't happening, I was still dying to get to those weekends. I mean, yeah. Those are good times.
They were very good times. The rainful weekends, we all used to call them, and then eventually it just turned into Rainfall Lane, basically. She gestures about herself.
Niagara Falls. That was one of my personal favorites.
Oh god, I was so terrified.
I saw you clutching Nicole's shoulders as I came out with the kids strapped onto me like hand grenades.
That was very attractive, might I say.
It wasn't too scary. Was it?
Niagara Falls was a bit scary, but I had my entire family, and more importantly, she gives him a kiss. I had you there, so I knew I was going to be okay.
That's where my favorite picture comes from. Well, there's two of them. There's the picture of just Nicole, Julius, and Pequod in front of the falls, and then the picture that you took of us. He gestures to Suletta of me, you, the three kids, and then the grandkids. My favorite picture, personally. And you did look terrified. Here, pulls up the picture, and Davine, so her back's to the falls, squeezing Icy's shoulders, and you look terrified.
I was for whatever reason, even though my daughter could teleport and my son could fly, and you were there holding on to my waist the entire time. I was terrified that I was going to fall.
Well, I didn't let you fall.
No, you did not. She starts to scratch at his chin. And I love you so much for that.
And he'll kiss her, love you. And this is the best picture. He gestures to his wrist computer. I haven't looked at it in a long time.
She looks at the wrist computer. Do you want to hang it up in a frame in our room?
It should have been there a long time ago, yeah. He'll shake his head and close his wrist computer. Should have. Just the three of them. This one. He'll swipe to before closing. We'll hang that one.
She nods. We'll hang that one. And it will be beautiful, our three children. We'll hang it right above our bed if you want.
That would be great, yeah.
Then it shall be done, my love.
As Julius and Pequod arriving. Pequod, they're walking down, having fun watching the movie. Hey,
Davy sighs. We went watching the movie. Basically, it's all.
I was. Soletta puts her hand up. And they were reminiscing about the good old days.
Julius nods. Oh, the good old days. Like what?
Like, the rainfall weekends, stuff like that.
Those were good times. Where me, Pequod, and Icy, we all had a good relationship before it. We really cemented our relationship there, didn't we, honey?
Sure did, Dad. She crosses her arms looking down at Julius, or, Hunk. Julius has integrity.
Davy nods. You guys all did seem to get closer during that time. We did. We got a lot closer.
My personal favorite was when we went to meet Grandma and Grandpa, or your parents. Hunk smiles up at her. Pequod nods. We were going around the town buying things. It was supposed to be, you grew up on the mean streets. Hunk, oh, yeah. Paradise, Pequod chuckled.
Julius rubs the back of his neck.
That weekend felt like it never ended. Even though it was only I think Lorelai gave us, 3 days? But that was fun.
It's also where we found out Pinksy was only a kid, basically.
She starts laughing. Found out he was 16. And then shortly after, I found out and spent a couple hours sobbing that I had a Drake beating up a 16-year-old.
First time in my life where I felt like, oh god, I'm old.
Pequod, same. Then it's like, oh god, she's a cougar. Must run in the blood. Soletta. Yes, maybe.
Davine laughs as she hugs onto Hunk tighter and rests her head on his shoulder.
You guys are up to coming to the concert today, right? Hunk,
Okay.
we're coming. Yeah, right, dear.
Yes, we're going to be there. No matter what.
Alright. Pequod looks at her wrist computer. You have time. The kids are gonna be eating up at Tommy's, and then Scar and Blaze and them are already working down in Woodbury, but yeah.
Yeah. You guys can rest for a bit and reminisce a bit more.
Hunk, I do want to say sorry. Not for the Nicole thing, son, because that's not gonna help. But as you guys aged, I didn't show you enough affection. He gestures with the picture in his hands. Sorry it took me too long to figure it out, but a hug every now and then would have helped, I think. And I'd offer you one now, but I think after you hit me, then we can hug. How about that?
Deal. After you get hit.
Pequod, yeah, I enjoyed hugs and head pats and kisses, and yeah, I wouldn't have minded. I lacked affection from parental figures for most of my formative years. She looks down at Davy.
Davy nods. I should have been better. To all three of you, I should have shown you more affection. And I will. She gives Pequod a smile that doesn't quite reach the eyes. After you hit me, of course. If that's what you would prefer.
Pequod nods her head. Absolutely. Cracking her knuckles in her hand.
Davine just nods in understanding.
Not the face. Pequod, you mean you don't want to be hit in the face? No, not your mother. Pequod, fine, I'll hit her in the stomach. Thank you. You can hit me wherever you want, son. I deserve it. So, many times as you want. Make sure you knock all the sense into me in the universe, please and thank you.
Julius looks at Hunk. All I need is one.
Anywhere you like.
I'll keep that in mind. As he smiles a bit, holding Pequod's hand with his free hand, the other's holding Tegra. I'm glad you guys are up for coming to the concert today. I would be very disappointed if you weren't.
You'll get your chance. Pequod nodding her head. Hunk, I hope so.
As do I. She smiles at the picture of Icy. We're going to get my little Istrom back.
Where did you come up with that nickname? She looks down at Davine. It's a good one. It's way better than Strawberry. Icy would always say that Strawberry's better because it's a blooded. She speaks up Rainfall nickname. Oh, god damn it.
Davine sighs. I came up with Istrom because in my Elvish, it is ice storm, and I thought icy, ice storm, and it sort of flowed well. And then I just started calling her Istrom.
That's a good nickname, I think.
Way better than Strawberry.
Hooligan is the best nickname, in my humble opinion.
I do like Hooligan quite a bit. It has a certain ring to it, doesn't it, Auntie?
Yes! I still have my game, the collector's item you got me. It's up in my office at home, at the lane.
Is it still the one game you'll ever play?
The one and only.
Davine chuckles. I'm pretty sure you only played that game because we were spying on Ceres during the convention, right?
Oh, that stupid convention with all those smelly people. Be quiet.
Julia starts laughing.
Miserable time. If Ceres's life was not in danger, I would not have been there.
I probably still would have gone. You know, I'm pretty sure even back then Icy still wanted to steal things from that place.
Pequod and steal we did, and will continue to do. Looking down at Davy.
Yes, you will, and I hope you do. We will, because you guys will get your chance, and you won't disappoint us again.
Nope. What? How about we bust out one of those old Amalcos from storage? Scar knows where they are. Pequod, and then next weekend we go to Cancun and Hunk, and we can play some Juligan Fox. Pequod, now that sounds like a weekend to me.
It does. Julian Fox, Farkle, and Cornhole Julius.
Pequod, yeah, but the cornhole on that piece of shit never actually worked, so I'll just have Scar get the actual cornhole boards out of storage.
The Farkle was like the only thing that worked, and even then, it basically crashed the system each time you tried to roll the dice.
Max starts chuckling. Yeah, no, that I agree, daughter. That sounds like a fun weekend. The weekend.
The rainfall weekend, in my opinion.
Well, then that's what we'll do. I'll get Scar. I'll go fetching it. Oh, I'll go fetch it out with Scar. I'll give him a hand.
Davine smiles and nods. It'll be a very good weekend to have everyone around again.
Suletta rewinding the movie. Look, Hooligan, here's your dialogue scene on the roof where he, ha ha ha, what a story, Joel.
Julius looks up at the screen and shakes his head. I'm just glad he got to be a better actor.
Do you have, she can recite it word for word. Do you have some secrets? Come on. She's saying it as Tommy says it. Come tell me some secrets, come on. Wow, whatever, Joel.
How many times have you watched this movie, Auntie?
Hundreds. Hunk starts laughing for the first time. Nicole and I poured when the production company went into full swing and we actually had to be good at our job at writing, we poured over this movie hundreds of times. Learn how not to do things. She nods her head, and she's quite fond of this film.
Smart. He looks at the movie. Maybe we watch this on the weekend.
We'll watch it. You know what would be good? You get a screen, you put it up on the beach, and then you get the film reel and you play it on the beach. That would be nice.
I remember we did that one time at the beach house. Can't remember what for, but oh god, that was also the night we had sex fish.
Punk looks over his shoulder, and we can have sex fish too next weekend.
Yes.
This weekend, I should say.
Yes. Yes, we can. She smiles at Hunk and gives him a kiss on the nose.
Pequod, I hope so. Gesturing for Julius to sit down.
Julius will take a seat.
We have nowhere else to be yet. She'll take Integra and sit on Julius's lap. I suppose we can reminisce and watch The Room.
Oh, yay, we get to watch Tommy's amazing acting.
Let's watch Air Force One or something. Come on, like let's at least the scene where let's just watch that comp. Do you have the compilation of all the Julius Scream deaths, Julietta? The one Nicole made? Yes. She starts typing on her wrist computer.
Oh god, great.
They played this. She had them play this at the Oscars when he was nominated.
You know,
I think this is why he didn't win.
you know what? I'm surprised during The Room he didn't shoot himself and yell out Julius as he was falling backwards.
Oh my god. Tightening her arms around Integra, kissing her on the head. That is the only movie he never did it where he died.
If I could go back in time, I would fully expect him to do so.
Playing with Julius's chin with a free hand. Maybe we do the Wiseau cut of The Room, remarket it, repackage it, and we add that into the end.
Oh my god. Bonus features have Tommy Wiseau himself as commentary.
Oh, now you're thinking. That's a big brain moment right there. Big bucks moment.
Oh god, that would make so much money.
Zuletta, Julius! Not imitating him, just turning up the volume as he screams Julius. There he goes, falling out of Nakatomi Plaza.
Some of them, it makes sense. Like why he would scream my name, because either I was an actor in the movie, or my character's name was Julius, or whatever. Other times, like in Air Force One, and that man is my best friend.
And a good friend he is. Pequod kissing Julius on the cheek.
Yeah, he is.
Well, the montage will continue to play of Tommy screaming Julius's name over and over and over, as finally, up at Tommy's, the rest of the kids have arrived. Sam and JJ already here, waiting for their food. Yuri nervously looking at Sasha. Sasha looks over his shoulder. Welcome!
Thank you, ma'am. Good to see you.
Likewise. Take a seat, everybody else is over there.
Carter will give her a little salute as he carries Memory Ann over to the seats.
Colt holding the door open with a crutch for Soul. Oh, go!
She, runs through and gestures for him to come in.
Oof! Okay, I'm good.
Yeah, honey, I can open the door for a little while until you're, all healed up.
Good idea.
Yeah, I think it is. She'll take the seat next to him.
Everybody sit down and we'll get... What's your name again? Yuri. Yuri will get your order soon.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Carter leans over to Memory Ann. Do you think she knows Yuri is Tommy's brother?
Oh, of course. Look at the way she glares at the man. She's just glaring. He's nervously changing channels on the TV.
Soul sort of just mumbling to herself. I'm sort of surprised she hasn't tried to kill Yuri yet.
Benny sitting down. Elizabeth here. There's free seat for Ricky to sit down too.
He'll sit down.
Benny, he's like a big teddy bear.
That, and I don't think she'd want to ruin the day for you guys by blending poor Yuri.
Town's standing up, coming over. You doing okay, Cole? I'm good, Dad. He gives a thumbs up. Alright.
Soul sighs, looks up at Towns. I'm trying my best to take care of him, but this man, he certainly likes to take care of me, even in his a bit broken state.
Well, he's like me. A little tougher than he looked. Colt chuckled. And He puts his hands up. I don't want to. You guys are ready for the concert, right? Gives 2 thumbs up.
Yeah, we've all been practicing quite a bit. Colt's gotten pretty good at the guitar, and Benny is very good at the bass.
Good. Your aunt's going to be there, guaranteed. She's back here on Gateway, and whatever this magic stuff is, I don't understand, but she's back to her old self. Memory Ann immediately perks up.
Carter looks up. That's amazing.
I don't know. He shrugs. It is. I don't know what dictates this kind of stuff, or he's patting Jace on the head. I don't know. Maybe somebody's looking out for us, but either way, I'm gonna make sure she's there. She's in the office right now with Sasha's guards, and I'm gonna go make sure she stays that way, okay?
Yeah, of course. Sounds good, thank you.
And he rests his hand on Sam's shoulder, and she winces just a little bit. We'll have her look at you and Colt as soon as, everything calms down. Sam, I can wait, trust me. Alright, good. He pats her on the head.
JJ, holding Sam's hand, looks up at Towns. Thank you for keeping her safe.
No problem. She means a lot to me and Sasha, too. I just knew her when she was a kid. Sasha knew her first, and Memory Ann, how's your sword doing? Memory Ann, I could use some Aunt Icy love. He nods his head. I'll be sure to tell her that. I'm gonna go check on her. Ricky, you didn't get beat up too bad, right?
Not too bad, sir. Bit bruised, sore, but I'm fine.
Elizabeth, Benny, you're good. You can walk now for the most part, and he's again. It was just a ricochet, a piece of bullet. I'm good. She needs to help those guys first.
Yeah, most definitely. Help them first, please.
Copy that. Well, I'm gonna go have a talk with her and keep her there. I'll see you guys down at Woodbury.
See you then, sir. Good to see you again, Mr. Towns.
Likewise, Jailbird. He chuckles and messes with Ricky's hair.
Hopefully the last time, sir.
Yep. She rips his mask off and gives him a crazy, passionate kiss. Nobody's ever seen them interact. She just, come here.
Oh my.
Wow.
JJ leans back. Well, I can see where you get your passion from.
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't usually manhandle you. That's more like a Memory Ann Carter type of thing. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they kind of remind me of you two in that way.
Whew! His eyes are crossed and he walks out.
Well, at least we know someone here gets it, am I right?
It's his gift for keeping an eye on Nicole. Doing such a good job. Yes, the best gift is going through the channel.
I'd say so. But you heard him. Your aunt's gonna be there. I told you guys, it's all gonna work out. Your parents or grandparents or whatever know what they're doing.
Yeah, everything's gonna be okay, just like I've been saying. She smiles a big, wide smile, then looks down at the table and just sort of purses her lips a bit.
It'll be fine. She'll get to meet that little one. Lovely concert, lovely day. We heard Scar and Blaze are already down there getting everything all ready to go. Colt, yeah.
Soul looks at Colt. Do you want Tylenol, ibuprofen, any painkillers?
Just sugar.
She smiles. I could do that. And she'll give him some sugar.
Memory Ann playing with Carter's hair. I'm hungry, Carter.
Yeah. Do you want me to call Yuri over?
Yes.
Carter raises his hand. Yuri, my man.
He's just sweating, looking at Sasha. What can I do for you?
Could you come over here for a second?
Yes, not taking his eyes off her, coming over. Good. He's about to grab Colt's shoulders and start rubbing them. Soul notices.
Soul puts her hands up. Don't do that.
Oh, good. Comes over and starts doing it to Rick.
Good to see you, Uncle Yuri.
We have made everybody chicken quesadillas. Is that okay? He just looks around.
Sounds good to me.
Brienne I hear they're the best. They are the greatest ever.
So smiles. Then that's a-okay with all of us.
Here is a few pitchers of soda and the glasses are already on the table. But eat light, don't overstuff yourself, have to perform on stage.
Yes, Uncle Yuri, thank you for the advice.
I will go check on the quesadillas. The chef's back in the kitchen, $200,000 an hour. You're eating the best. He walks off. Oh, what? Look at...
$200,000 an hour?
Mr. Wiseau does seem to overpay. Sam watching him walk away.
You're damn right he does. No way in hell me watching you guys with a pair of binoculars was worth tens of thousands of credits.
Marianne, does he overpay you two for your jobs like this? Looking at Benny. Benny, at first he was paying us, like, I would say overpaid, but just nice overpay. Then we told him we're trying to save up money for basically the rarest card in existence, and he really started overpaying.
Yep, I got a huge raise in pay the moment I got arrested for him.
Marianne starts laughing. Oh, leaning back into Carter.
Well, yeah, that's hazard pay, man. You gotta get it.
I think he was paying me time and a half, too.
Oh man, time and a half for Tommy, that must be some crazy cash.
Yeah, man. I mean, we did try to steal a jet after hours in the same city as, well, he's gonna lean his head back. I think I earned it.
Sure did. Pouring herself another shot of liquor, coming over, taking it. Bourbon. She just drinks it really quick.
Only for the good of the squad, ma'am.
You know what's really good for the squad? Brienne, what? Nervously looking at her. You want to see the Saints' death? I promised if they got Crash, I'd show you guys. Do you want to see it? She'll look over the table. Because I know some of you have already seen it. I don't know if you want to see it again.
Both Carter and Laz at the same time stand up quickly. Yes! Yes, we do.
Yes, Mom. Looking at her.
Yes, ma'am, of course.
JJ, I assume you've seen it. Chuckling, looking down at her wrist computer.
And JJ looks up at Sasha. I mean, my sister shows it to me all the time. It's basically an annual tradition to watch the video at our house.
How would you describe it, JJ, since you're one of the best articulated people here in terms of speaking? Sam, do it in your Brooklyn accent.
JJ leans back, biting his lip, acting like he's really thinking about it, just to draw Sasha in. Oh, you know, Ranger General, I'd have to say that
The
is
fuck?
most useless that I have ever seen. You know what I'm saying? Like, goddamn, why do you even have to do it?
Sam leaning back into him, laughing, grabbing his chin. Sasha, what was that?
That was Brooklyn Nine-Nine, JJ, as your daughter has deemed it, man.
Is that like foreplay for you two? Sam, yeah, kind of.
She likes that I only do it if she asks me to do it.
I see. Yeah, her father has Towns. He has an impression I like that he does only on my behest too. So I get it, trust me. So the Saints' death video. Here we go. She'll put it up on, there's a huge screen TV over here. The kids see the video, it's black. And then it cuts, they hear grunting. And they see him crawling up the stairs. Oh, Carter. Sasha will just tell me anytime you want me to pause, rewind, stop, and I'll try my best to answer any questions I can. But this man was a saint to some, enigma to others. Carter. Carter.
What the fuck happened to him?
So, she pauses the video's hand reaching out this direction. He was... Here, I'll just play it very briefly on my wrist computer. Look here, but the main video will be up on the TV. She'll play. He was walking down the hill. Oh, I got this egg for. Ah! He fell down the hill, cut his knee on an Anovian prickly bush, is what they're called. They are incredibly sharp. And then he crawled back to the ship. Like so.
So he, like, sliced a tendon or something.
We believe so, yes. Here. She'll continue playing it. Oh, I got it. Stops, rolls over on his back. Oh, God. I got your egg, Carter. I did it. I did it, Carter. I didn't let you down. Turns back onto his stomach. No, I just gotta get it back to you, Carter. Oh, God, Carter. I gotta set your egg aside. Sets it aside, crawls towards the ship. Memory end. Oh, he's going for a stim pack. Knocks it out of the way. Going home. Lightly pushes the throttle, hits a red button. Oh, God. Leans up against this seat. Carter!
So are the bushes, like, poisonous or something? Because I'm not seeing that much blood.
No, they're not poisonous. Good question, though. That was my first thought, too, back in the day.
Another question. Why didn't he push the throttle all the way forward?
Have you ever seen that commercial? How many licks does it take to get to the center of a rainfall Tootsie Roll Pop, Carter?
Yeah, of course.
And the answer is the world may never know. In this case, the world may never know. As she starts chuckling, gesturing to the paws saint. The camera POV is switching from his first person to the cameras around the ship, so the kids see him leaned up against what is to believe the navigator's seat of this plane. Carter!
Jeez.
Laz covering her temple, rubbing them. He's screaming Carter a lot. Did he say he got an egg for Carter?
Yes, that's another story which we will get into in time. But yeah, memory and hand on her mouth, head on Carter's shoulder. He cared deeply for you, Carter.
Yeah, he did. Wasn't I 5 at this time?
7, Carter. Sasha quickly correcting him. 7, and I know that because your father's first question upon seeing what's about to happen here in a little bit was, why is the saint toasting to my 7-year-old son? Toasting a 5th, excuse me, to my 7-year-old son.
A 5th?
Just wait. She'll unpause the video. Carter. Oh, he rolls on the floor over here. Memory on, he's going for that med pack. He picks it out. Carter! Violently shaking it and throws it across the room.
You can't. He's got to be going for something more serious, right?
And he starts, you hear his hands slapping on the ground as he's pulling himself through. Memory Ann, what a terrible way to go. He's in so much pain, Carter.
Oh my God! It's not poison. It wasn't just a really, really deep cut or something, internal bleeding type thing.
Carter. He's crawling this way, Sasha. Well, yeah. Given the autopsy that we did on him, he did slash an artery, but he would have survived 6 hours that way. If he had just bandaged anyway, she'll unplay it. Carter. As he's dragging himself along the floor. Carter.
Oh my God, he's dead.
Yeah, poor dude.
Wait a minute. He sits up like the Undertaker.
Did he hit his second? He's supposed to die, right? It sounds like he's been given a stim.
Here we go. Smoker's choice. He pulls out a cigarette.
Wait.
Last one in this pack. I think I got another one around here. Throws the empty pack on the ground. Alright, here we go. It's just... Oh, God damn it.
Is he lighting up? He knows he's gonna die. He's lighting up one final smoke, right?
The fuck? This lighter's piece of shit. I think I have another one over there. Here, come here, egg. He picks up the egg, cigarette hanging out of his mouth. Oh god, bleeding a lot. Get the fuck out the way. Pushes the med back down. Ah, here we go.
Why is he acting so normal?
Oh, hell yeah, I forgot Tom bought me this one. Mohawk. He's inspecting the bottle!
Oh my god. Is he gonna throw a party?
Oh, well, you know what they say. Bottoms up.
Oh my god. I've never... Did he just chug 2/3 of that bottle?
Why was he drinking so loudly?
Why is he drinking Mohawk?
Oh, there we go. I got it to light. Alright. Back to it. Carter! Falls on the ground!
Carter puts his hand up. Pause.
She immediately pauses.
He said back to it.
Sasha, the only thing I've been able to come... Your father refuses to talk about this with anybody. So does Pequod. The only thing Nicole and I can really come up with is... He was putting on a show for Tommy to guilt trip him for sending him to Anova alone. And it ends up backfiring because he sliced his own artery, decided not to address the wound, which he could have easily just taped some gauze and a bandage around that wound and he would have survived. And this is him indulging in his vices, and this is actually what ended up killing him. The blood loss caused by the increased heart rate and or blood pumping through his veins from the alcohol and the, cigarettes that make your heart rate increase, your blood flow faster, is actually factually what killed him. She starts laughing.
Carter just leans back in his chair. What the fuck?
Oh, Carter! Come on, Carter! Help me!
Carter starts to laugh. I was 7. What did he expect me to do?
Oh, I did it for you, Carter. Holding up the egg in one hand, bottle of Mohawk. If I'm going out, Carter, I'm going out my way. I wish I could be there for your wedding with Memory.
Wait. Memory... Oh, he knew too.
Yes, he knew.
Soul, Elizabeth, and JJ this entire time are just crying, laughing, watching this again.
Sam is, she's completely red. Normally her very beautiful skin, it's a little on the paler side. Like Sasha's completely red, laughing.
Is he trying to drown himself in it?
Oh, Carter, God help!
He's gurgling it while he's breathing in the Mohawk vodka.
I'll see you in a minute, Carter. As he holds the vodka bottle up into the air. Oh, Carter.
See you in a... Does he think you're dead already?
Can you rewind that for me, please?
Of course! She rewinds it. I'll see you in a minute, Carter.
So that's what my father meant about toasting a fifth to a 7-year-old son.
Yes. The only person not laughing in the room was your father, I think, because he was just so perplexed by everything he saw. At the time, though it gets worse, she'll unpause it.
I thought he was dead at this point, ma'am.
Rand, I think he's in the process of now finally dying. How does it get worse? Okay. Here's the good stuff. I hate these fire-safe fucking cigarettes going out 30 seconds after you don't drag on them. Whose fucking idea was this? Oh, smoker's choice.
Laz throws both of her hands up. He's lighting another one!
Oh, God. Ain't nothing like... I wish I had an ice house. Is there one in this fridge? There is!
Oh my god, I think he relit it, but he's drinking more booze.
Oh, bottoms up, Carter.
And he toasts to me again.
Oh, God. He gets up, resting his hand on the fridge, wipes some sweat off his brow. This man was so strange. Remember it?
What the fuck? This was Tommy's best friend?
That's the third cigarette in less than 10 minutes.
What the? Is he eating them?
Laz is getting a good look. Oh my god, the bleeding has greatly increased.
Oh, so fucking... Walks over here, looks at the Colto tank and then down at the egg. I got it for you, Carter.
He's gonna get in the tank, right?
Grabs the vodka out of his hand, starts chugging it again.
He's gonna finish it, then get in the tank, right?
No, Sasha pausing. He's not going to get into the tank.
What?
So he threw a stim pack twice, whipped the med kit, and now he's using the tank as a support to keep drinking.
Unpausing the video, he's grabbing his forehead. Oh man, I'm starting to feel lightheaded. I haven't felt like this since Sean hit me with the goddamn frying pan.
What?
Oh god. He sits down here, the egg next to him, next to the Colto tank. Maybe I just get off my feet for a minute or two here. Oh, when in Rome. Lighting up another. He's got two smoker's choices in his mouth. Oz, my god, he's double fisting those things.
Why doesn't he just put the entire pack into his mouth? Why not?
This is ridiculous. Sam has not stopped laughing. She's actually coughing, laughing so hard. The Saint, Sasha, this is reaching the end. I'll fast forward a little bit, because all you're going to see is him. Well, I'll play some of it. She'll play it. It's just him sitting there as the ship traverses back to Gateway on autopilot. Very slowly, mind you, because he didn't push it the full way. As you saw, Carter. Very astute observation. Looking down at the egg. You know, that kid doesn't know what I had to go through to get this fucking thing. Nova's a fucking dangerous place.
I think Tommy mentioned that. So Tommy sent him to Nova to get a rock?
Sasha, more or less, yes. The Saint was always tasked with the highest priority of missions, as Mr. Wiseau would put them, I assume. Oh, God, this is, oh, dog, this is getting a little, it's starting to get blurry here. What's my wrist computer say? Major blood loss detected. Enter Colto. Ah, fuck you, motherfucking politically correct wrist computer. Bottoms up, Carter. Starts chugging it again.
What the fuck? Politically correct wrist computer?
Sasha, Nicole, and I haven't really been able to figure that one out yet. He'll take the bottle, throw it against the wall, smash it. Alright. I think we're docking at Gateway. Time to make this look good. Oh god. He's grabbing his chest. Sasha, now he's dying. Under her breath.
What the fuck?
Tommy and Julius appearing on the stairs. Medkit here, Julius, what the fuck?
Julius is looking at.
All this blood, Jesus Christ, Julius!
What the hell happened? The medkit isn't open.
Julius, where? The saint! Oh my god!
So he survived long enough to make it there and die in front of them.
No! No! Falling to his knees!
Julius runs over. They can see him check the saint's pulse.
Is he alive, Julius? Get him to Nicole now!
He sees Julius's lips thin and he just shakes his head.
No. Tommy picking up the egg. No, what have I done? Why do I send him alone? I should have went myself, Julius!
Tommy, there has to be like some kind of foul play going on. He walks over, but just I'll investigate, okay? There are cameras. He starts pointing out the cameras everywhere on this ship. I'll check them out, see what really happened, okay?
I trust you will get this done, Julius. Poor man. Looking over at the saint, who's now just slumped over, pack of cigarettes in his lap. Dead.
Julius staring at the saint, looking around. Why didn't he just get into the Colto tank?
What? Tommy looks up.
Nothing, Tom. I'll start investigating.
Well, at least they got this egg for, and Sasha will pause it because she knows Tommy's about to say for memory Ann. So Sasha pauses it. Well, and that is the Saints flashing back to the restaurant. She's up here now. A death video.
JJ wiping a tear away from his eyes and Sam's eyes. That is as great as I always think it is.
Sasha now holding Jace, she took him in the ensuing laughter, bouncing him off her hip. I think he enjoyed it.
You're not messing with us, right, ma'am? That's the actual video?
That is the actual video of his demise. Samantha breathed. She starts wheezing.
What the hell happened?
Can I have a copy of that, ma'am? Her mom? Of course. She'll type on her wrist computer.
So that's the dude I'm supposed to be the successor to, ma'am.
Sasha, yeah. My favorite part, and your Aunt Nicole's, has always been, well, back to it, Carter.
I think my favorite is him trying to drown himself in vodka, ma'am.
She starts chuckling, patting Jace on the head, playing with his hair, basically.
Laz is still laughing in disbelief. She's just covering her face, shaking her head.
Was it everything you hoped for those of you who haven't seen? Memory Ann, her beautiful pale skin is completely beet red. She can't even respond to the Ranger General.
Ma'am, it was everything and more. Thank you for showing us.
She's actually cried so hard from laughing, there's frozen tears all down her cheek.
Carter starts to wipe the tears away and starts to laugh even more himself.
I don't know what I was hoping for, ma'am, but, I'd say that exceeded it.
Anybody who wants a copy, ask now or forever hold your peace. And remember, I never showed you this.
I'll take one, ma'am, if that's alright.
There you go.
I think I need one. And Laz nods. I need one as well, ma'am.
Memory Ann putting her hand up. Sasha, I suppose that means her too. These two already have a copy, pointing down to Soul and Colt. Oz, please. Please, just... Most definitely. Don't send him one. AJ, do you probably have one, right?
Oh, I have a copy, thank you.
Yeah. That's my favorite part is, well, back to it, Carter. So, that's at least our theory. He was trying to put on a good show for Tommy to guilt trip Tommy, I guess, for sending him... Anova was incredibly dangerous back then. The man is not lying about that. As time gone on, it's more safer. But still, certain portions of the planet are completely uncharted. And where he went for that stone, she'll correct herself looking at Memory Ann, where he went for that stone for Carter was what we call an Anovian rainforest. So, very, very dangerous.
And he got out unscathed, except for him slicing his own knee open.
Don't drink, don't smoke. That should be the moral of the story. She starts laughing.
Don't drink, don't smoke, and use the meds that are on the ship if you are messed up, ma'am.
I just can't believe he pushed away 2 med packs and then called the Kolto tank politically correct. PC, I think that's what it means. Sasha, yeah, he was an interesting fella.
He didn't just throw that, he whipped that stim pack across the ship.
Carter starts to laugh. That's not something I ever thought that I'd hear.
Well, you were very important to him. Kissing Jace on the head, he starts chuckling or laughing, grabbing at her face.
Well, Carter, as the heir to the saint, I'll make sure if I ever do get badly hurt on a mission to call your name just like that.
Thank you, heir to the saint.
Colt, just without the drinking and smoking.
Yeah, I'd prefer to live.
I would also prefer if you didn't start yelling out, Carter, please help me, why aren't you helping me?
So who was this? He said Sean or something, the menace hit him with a frying pan. That was his son he did battle with 600 years ago, who had like a curse on him that they did battle, and then Julius and Ricky's father had to help Tommy finally defeat the domestic menace, the Saint's son, with the help of the Saint. And that's actually here. I actually have the footage. She'll play footage of Tommy going through his speech to the domestic menace. I'll tackle this, and he goes to throw the knife. See, that's Ricky's father in the background, as you see him get stabbed by the knife.
Okay, that's pretty fucking funny.
Oh god.
That is the top ranger captain? Yeah, long before he was, but yeah.
GJ just shakes his head. The longer I live, the more and more funny stories come up from every direction.
Memory Ann, that's your mother, Ricardo? And it is. It's Saris laughing as Icy's like panicking. Because that's what happened.
That is Mom. She looks really different.
A long time ago, vampire, all that good wacky jazz that isn't a problem now. But yeah, you really picked a good one. He is adorable, looking down at Laz.
He is, isn't he? He's my little Jace. Soul tilting her head. Is my mother hugging an Escalade?
Sasha looks back at her wrist computer. Yeah. So your mom wanted your dad to buy her one, but your dad did not have the money back then and Escalades are way overpriced because of a lot of weird economy events happening at the time, and that's why your dad made her one.
Right. Okay.
You don't say. He made her one. Sasha, yeah. He knows how to work on cars because of some, Malcolm movie. I don't want to talk about Malcolm. Don't ever bring him up around me. But yeah. And what he didn't know, Towns, my husband, Zap, and Scar helped him with. And he got most of the parts for the car by doing odd jobs for Mr. Wiseau, Gondar, and a couple other folks, yeah.
Huh. That's pretty sick. The funny thing is, I thought Fwedwick's backstory would be the weirdest life story I heard today, but I think just the anecdote about the Saint beat that out.
Yeah, especially with the death footage. Sasha shrugs. He just built it from the ground up. Sasha, yeah. He acquired every part on his own, and Zap, Scar, and my husband. It was more than enough. You guys grew up riding around in that car. It's perfectly safe.
Yeah. One of the smoothest rides I've ever had in a car.
Oz, duly noted.
Ricky will lean back to Benny. Like I said about JJ, take notes about that.
taking as he's looking at us, who's typing on his wrist computer. She's too busy laughing and looking at Jason Sasha to notice.
Well, it seems like the Rainfall guys are all just, regular Casanovas, ma'am.
Yeah, it would seem so. She'll gesture Jason her arms and Sam will take him, laughing. Breathe, Samantha. It's over. He's dead. She keeps laughing. That didn't help.
JJ holds one of her hands. Honey, you do need to breathe. You're almost turning purple.
Back to it. Next time I get injured on a mission, that's what I'm going to do.
You're just gonna walk around for a bit and then say back to it and start screaming in pain.
He looked like a big baby with his big beer belly rolling around on the ship's floor.
His shirt coming up because of the belly made it look even more like a kid, yeah.
And you could see his ass crack because those crappy sweatpants kept falling.
And was he wearing 15-year-old New Balances?
I think so. Benny, they looked pretty scuffed.
I'm pretty sure the sole was hanging off one of them.
That was amazing. I've seen it before, but every time I see it, I just notice more and more weirdness.
Elizabeth shakes her head. I'm so happy I could tell. You have all seen it now. Now I don't have to lie or anything like that. It's so funny.
Yuri coming over, passing out plates, chicken quesadillas, giving the plates to the significant others of the injured. JJ getting his plate. There you go, young man.
Thank you very much, Uncle Yuri.
You are welcome. As Carter's wrist computer starts beeping.
Carter will look at it.
It's a scrambled message from a completely... Most wrist computer digit phone numbers are 10-digit numbers. This is like a never-ending digit number, and the scrambled message is just random characters and symbols.
He just looks at it. The fuck?
It starts unscrambling, and it says, "Come to the bathroom." Just text. The women's restroom.
He puts his wrist computer down. He looks at Memran. I have to use the restroom really quick.
Okay, hurry back. She kisses him very passionately before he's allowed to leave.
He kisses her back, and then he'll start making his way to the woman's restroom.
Sam holding a baby. I held a baby earlier today, Mom, and JJ blushed. Really? She turns around. Integra, yeah.
She looks good with a baby on her head. What can I say?
Yeah, I think she does too. Look at her with Jace there.
Oh, I am looking and I am seeing, ma'am.
Sam leans into JJ, putting her lips out for a kiss. I can't really hold him much longer. Oh, so we'll take him back. It's okay, darling. Here, he'll take her. Him, I should say.
JJ leans forward, gives her a kiss, and cups her cheek with his hand. Something to talk about later.
She nods her head, looking down at the plate of quesadillas, and opens her mouth and just flutters her eyes at JJ.
He'll break off a piece of one of the quesadillas and start feeding her.
Everybody starts eating. Carter going into the woman's restroom. Tommy pitching the egg he just saw in the video in his hand. I see you watching the Science Untimely Demise. I'm sorry you'll have to see that.
It's okay, Tommy. I understand.
It was terrible. Just terrible. What did you think?
It was a needless death, Tommy.
I have never seen it myself personally, but I recognize the screams of pain of the sign.
Too painful to watch.
Yes. My fault. I sent him. Should have went myself. Too busy worrying about stupid stuff. Anyway, this what he go for. This, a Novian Manatarasaur egg. Extinct species. Even by the time of Void God your parents fight, this species extinct on Nova. This is ancient. It's probably some of the first life forms arguably ever to exist, judging by carbon dating. And universe! Grow to be incredibly powerful.
Carter's eyebrows shoot up. He takes a step forward. That's Memrian's favorite animal.
Oh, that right. A long time ago, she be having these books of this pterosaur. Always reading them, pointing things out about them. She even teach me some things about them. So that's why I sent the saint to find egg. First send robots, then mark fossil areas of nests for these creatures, then send the saint. And today, I give it to you.
He looks at it. Thank you, Tommy. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. She will freak out when she sees baby one of these things.
I'm sure she would. He's looking at the egg. He just gives Tommy a hug. Thank you.
You're welcome. Holding the hug on to Carter. We just have one more problem.
He takes a step back. Sure, anything. What's up?
You see, you always probably have propensity to think, oh, Aunt Suletta, animal person. Nah, she can't help you. Only a Novian person can resurrect that egg to then hatch into baby pterosaur.
Carter's facial expression goes down just a bit.
Really, Suletta not that powerful. I wish more people would understand that. She is. But if you take this egg to her, please resurrect this egg for me. She will feel bad because she can't do it, no matter how hard she tries. Even General Lorelei, I have tried everybody. I make Suletta very sad when I said, do you think you could do this? No. Oh. Then I go to Lorelei, do you think you could do this? No, get out of here. Then I asked your aunt, she said absolutely when the time is right. So, he puts his hand on his cheek, shaking his head. Your aunt probably dying soon from what I hear, which very depressed me.
Carter just groans a bit.
I feel like I have failed Julius and her, and all Rainfalls. I tried to find item to track her, told me fucking useless.
It's okay, Tom. I'm sure everything's gonna work. You've heard about the concert we're putting on today, right?
Yes, I will not be there. I have some things I have to do. Yori will be there to make sure everything goes off without a hitch, but I don't know what we're going to do there. I don't know if Anovian's still left. I think she's the only one. Which raises question, how the fuck did she get to Earth? I've always been asking myself that. But anyway, I think our plan is fucked. He gestures to the A. Normally I am optimistic, but when Tommy is the failure, I lose optimism. I promise Julius I help, I fail. Just like I failed Saint.
Carter looks down at his feet, then at the egg, and then at Tommy. I'm sure it's gonna work out.
Listen to me, Carter. I know some people think I look clowny guy, Mickey Mouse stuff, all this stuff. You listen to my advice now, more than ever. And you spread this advice to idiots out there eating my chicken quesadillas for free, though I love them all. Once somebody is dead, they are gone. All the advancements in technology, all the advancements in magic, everything, they are gone forever. You make sure you show love and affection to everybody, because you don't want to live with the regrets. Don't end up like me, okay?
Okay, Tom. Thank you for the advice.
And if certain people had shown more, maybe even you, this problem not happen. You're all to blame. Don't just blame your grandparents. I tried to tell Julius this, but he brushed me off. I'm going to have a talk with him about it. He's a motherfucker sometimes.
Carter just looks down at his feet again. Yeah, you're probably right.
You are given life on this earth, show affection to those you love, because one day, they're gone. Now, hide that egg from Memrian. Pull it in your pouch.
He puts it in.
Now text that number back, the scrambled number, text it back when Ranger General leave. And that, I can get out of here. I'm scared, that's why I hide in here. She would never come in here, though.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Get back out there and enjoy the day in concert, and I will be praying that everything work out for you guys.
Thank you, Tommy. Means a lot coming from you.
You're welcome. Get out of here. I'm going back in my stall. He closes the door.
Okay. As he'll walk out.
Sasha is gesturing. Everybody's just talking. Go ahead. Where's Carter?
Yeah, he'll just walk up back to Marianne sit down and give her a very passionate kiss.
Oh, why? Crossing her eyes.
He puts a hand on her cheek. I love you a lot.
I love you too. Are you okay? You were in there a while. Benny, yeah, that was a long pee.
I'm okay. I'm fine. Thank you for your all of your concern.
Hey man, I ain't you one to judge whatever some dude's doing in the bathroom.
Yeah, when you got to go, you got to go. Turning the TV.
Carter just nods, smiles a bit, staring down at his food, and he'll take a few bites.
Colt pointing towards his mouth. He's already eaten one. He's hungry. Sasha looks down at him. That's a good sign. That means his body's healing.
Soul nods as she'll continue to feed him all that he can eat.
Sasha, alright, so, long story short, enjoy the rest of your brunch. I need to go do things. More or less keep an eye on your aunt, make sure she's okay and gonna be here. Enjoy the brunch. I'm out of here. I'll see you guys down at the concert, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
And please remember, do not tell your fucking mother, Carter, Soul, Laz. I showed you that video she never wanted you to see for some reason because she thought you would feel horrible that this guy died for you, even knowing he was faking most of it.
You can blame me for them seeing if your mom finds out.
She'll nod her head and walk out as Yuri wipes sweat off his brow. Whew, that was scary.
You okay over there, Uncle Yuri?
Doing fine, getting ready for concert. Flicking through the channel.
Might want to change, because that suit's, kind of wet.
I will consider it. It's hot down there.
Carter will text the number that the general's gone.
You see Tommy. You hear the door open. He comes out, talks to you. Everybody, Carter's going to, do some things. He was taking a shit in the restroom. What? Just looks like...
Okay.
Yeah, I was taking a shit.
Everything is going fine. He blow out the toilet. I will call a plumber to fix everything. Don't worry. Now, have to go acquire some property for Ricky's father to go on vacation. I'm buying a planet. Everything will be okay today. Nobody is dying. Trust me. I have solved everything. Right, Carter?
Yep. You've solved everything, Tom.
Good. Yuri will watch you from here. I have many things to do. Benny, Elizabeth, here is 70,000 credits. He starts typing on his wrist computer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wiseau.
We don't even have the job done. It's payment for that one, and here's 70,000 more for the next one. When Tommy feels guilty about things, he gives people money. I'll see you later. He leaves.
Did he say he's gonna buy a planet?
Not surprising given his net worth.
Soul watching him leave, giving Colt another bite of the quesadilla.
He's amazing. Chewing them.
Laz just shaking her head. That was certainly an interesting, short conversation.
Carter taking shit. She just said, oh, that is amazing. Imagine Mr. Wiseau opposite of Brooklyn JJ on the big screen. She starts blushing thinking about it.
Oh yeah? You'd like that quite a bit, wouldn't you?
Colt, oh, I can do a really good Tommy. Hit me with a Brooklyn something and I'll bounce off you.
Tommy, I am telling you, we are so close to closing this case. We need to keep on going. We can't stop now, motherfucker.
No, we're going to get these guys. The power of teamwork, friendship. We are the best buddy cop drama ever. Ha ha ha. That is actually really fucking good.
You do scary Tommy, mate.
Learned from my dad, got it from dad.
Laz starts to laugh.
Bad boys, JJ and Tommy.
Only if I'm Smith, I can't do Lawrence. I'm sorry.
I think so. I think you could be Smith. I'm sure your parents would cast you in the starring role.
I'm sure they would. And I would love to remake those movies. Especially with Tommy as my my counterpart in them.
Sam opens her mouth again, wants some more food,
And he feeds
gestures with her arm because it hurts.
He'll feed her.
Oz watching. So, these chicken quesadillas are all they're cracked up to be, I think. So fucking delicious.
Oh, yeah. They've always been delicious. Just, it's always better when you're sitting at the restaurant, you know?
Marianne, this was our parents' old stomping ground back in the day. Benny, amazing. Taking pictures with his... like he's never gonna come back.
Elizabeth chuckles a bit, looks at Benny. We can visit more often if you want.
Yeah, he'll put his wrist computer down. That's true. Starts eating a quesadilla. Do you like them, Ricky?
Yeah, I think they're pretty damn good. I mean, I've always known that Tommy's a pretty good cook, or at least the people he hires are.
Colt, my dad told me a story once about being here, and they were trying to hook up, Jennifer, who works at the academy, with, I think, one of the Spartan guys that works there, in Banksy's little squad thing. And my dad cloaked and carried out two plates of spaghetti, and it scared Tommy so much. He thought the place was possessed, and he was like aiming across around. We need to get that footage from your parents, honey.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we'll get the footage, no problem. She bites her lip. Pretty sure that's when Aranaki was around.
Pretty sure Tommy's mentioned that. He said the place used to be haunted at one point.
Aranaki. She rolls her tongue very hard, looking at Soul.
Aranaki?
I mean, Cornstalk is incredible, but Aranaki is the quintessential polymorph Aunt Icy has employed over the years.
It is. Have you ever read the comic General Rico Fights Aranaki?
Marianne, of course. Benny, once at the orphanage.
Seen it, never read it.
Apparently, it was completely based on true events. Like, every single word pulled from reality.
Marianne slapping the table, not hard, just lightly. And we'll perform our song for her today. She will stay, and then she can tell us all about the actual event.
Yeah, she'll stay.
Are you okay, Carter? Is your stomach sick? You said you blew out the toilet.
He smiles at her. Nervousness. Been a while since I've been on stage.
We're going to do fine. Just smile and look across the table.
Yeah, you guys are gonna do great. I mean, look at all the people who'll be up there with you. Even if you do fuck up, nobody will remember.
What did you think of Uncle Scar? Looking at Ricky!
He's a big-ass dude.
Did you guys notice he didn't do the squinty eye thing at Ricky? I think he's finally done doing that.
The squinty eye thing?
Yeah, so Uncle Scar, whenever one of the new, males would come down to Rainfall Lane, he would, squint at them like this. He closes one of his eyes and then squints with the other. Like this, looking like he was stroking out.
That's what Elizabeth's mom and dad say. It just looks like he's having a stroke.
I'd agree. Why was he doing that?
He looks at Carter confused.
It's mainly to intimidate. It's a big thing in his culture.
I think
good.
I think all he would have needed to do to intimidate you guys is just walked up to you and stood up straight.
Oz, when he did it to me, it was quite intimidating. Remember, love?
Yeah, it was pretty intimidating. And then he met you and everything seemed to be fine.
He nods his head, feeding Jace a little bit of the quesadilla. Yes. He's quite pleasant most of the time. I was happy to see him down at Woodbury.
Seems pretty chill to me. Maybe he just didn't think I needed to be intimidated.
Or excuse me, at the academy, not Woodbury. This morning we saw him. He was in a good mood.
Yeah, he was in a pretty good mood. Pretty damn talkative, all things considered.
I enjoyed the confession he gave a couple days ago about he Apparently wrote fan fiction with your Aunt Icy about your grandparents.
All my kids start laughing.
He does not seem like that type of bloke, but he did. Apparently it was really good. I checked the subreddit and stuff like that. They had a lot of people following that.
Huh. Yeah, I agree. He doesn't seem the type.
JJ continuing to laugh as he looks up the subreddit.
You see? He's looking at his wrist computer. Sam looks down at it. It still has over 10 billion followers. And they haven't updated in 20 some odd years. Sam, oh my goodness.
Yeah, oh my goodness, indeed. He's scrolling through the subreddit, leans back a bit. This is actually pretty good writing.
Davine's loins were on fire as Whoa, oh my goodness!
And that's enough of that.
Close that!
As he closes it.
Yeah.
Loins? He just looks confused. Marianne, eat your quesadilla, Benjamin.
Elizabeth looks over at Benny, whispers very, slightly into his ear. Loins are privates, honey.
Never heard that description for loins. Or for private parts, I should say.
Yeah, they're privates.
That? Wow. That's actually kind of intense in how not safe for work it is.
Most definitely not safe for work. She's still closing his wrist computer and then turns it off.
JJ just takes it off of his wrist and sets it further away from him. Did not need to hear about my mom's loins.
I'm sorry, bro. I guess it... I don't even know what to say, bro. I don't think there's anything I can that'll make that hurt less.
Marianne, what we can say is, as soon as we're going to put on the best concert in the world today. Right, Elizabeth? You're ready to sing?
Elizabeth gives her a thumbs up. Ready as I'll ever be.
Very good. She'll pat Elizabeth on the helmet.
Smile emoticon pops up. Thank you, Marianne.
Marianne will wink at her as people go back to eating and all that type of stuff, as flashing to Hunk and Davine's house. Hunk is staring at the picture that they put up on the wall, one they were talking about earlier at the theater, and he's gonna open up a pack of cigarettes, same with Maverick 100 brand that Pequod gave him a couple days ago, and light one up looking at the wall.
Davine's eyes widen a bit as she'll walk up to him, hold onto his arm, and stare at the pictures along with him.
There it is, up on the wall, all three of them, Niagara Falls.
Yes, Niagara Falls. She's staring at the pictures, looks at the cigarette. Feeling stressed, darling?
Depressed and stressed, yeah.
She nods a couple times and rubs his arm. Okay.
But when things like this happen, you have to wonder, what would other people think of you? And I'm not talking about I just wonder what Integra would think of me now, given everything that woman did for me to get me here. I mean, he sighs, hand on his face, looking at the photo. She was one of the first people I confided in. What I wanted in life, my fears, yeah. Now here I am. I've lost my daughter. And I should say, let down everybody else.
Davine shakes her head. We have not lost our daughter. Not yet. And she inhales deeply. Both of us aren't going to let the other be completely to blame, so we're both equally to blame on letting everyone around us down. Equally, honey.
He nods his head, taking a drag off the cigarette. Sletta's just watching him smoke. She hasn't seen him smoke in a long time.
Davine puts a hand on his, the one that's holding the cigarette, lowers it very gently and stares at him. We're going to solve this. And not because of... This is going to sound a bit selfish, but not because anyone else needs us to solve it. Because we need us to solve it.
You're right. I don't know. That's what I told Julius a couple days ago, or whatever it was. We're solving it for us first. That's our daughter.
That's my little Istrum. And that's your little Nicole that would sleep in your room and spend all the time she can with you.
Yeah. Then I walked out on those three. He points up to the picture. And, you know, if you want to just cover all the bases, Ash, too. He needed me. And I walked out on the four of them for that fucking cunt. Who I don't even know why I was ever even attracted to her in the first place, honestly. Never knew what I was doing. I never thought ahead of time. I was always so stupid. He'll lift the cigarette hand back up again and smoke. Just never any forethought. Just always in the moment. And that's what happens when you're like that.
Davine twists his head slightly to look.
And then, the real woman I've always dreamed of having walk through the goddamn bunker door. And I put you through hell. Because we were married. Me and that cunt. So that is a good word usage, description of her. She won't even say her name, even after all these years. It's just, I don't know what I was doing. I don't know why I ever thought I was cut out to be their dad to begin with, honestly. Or Elizabeth, I wouldn't want to have another kid with me. Trust me, I get it.
Davine seems taken aback by that. I want to have another kid with you.
You don't have to sugarcoat it. It's okay.
Honey, I want to have another kid with you.
He just looks up at the picture. Suletta crosses her arms and starts shaking her head at Davy.
She sighs a bit, twists his head to look at her. We have both messed up a lot in our lives. I abandoned my child as well. For even more stupid reason than being with a cunt for a cult. She laughs, shakes her head. I didn't pay attention to the little girl that needed me the most. I was rude and not a great person to my daughter-in-law. My Pequod. For a long time. And I regret that every day. And then I regret hurting you just as much. More than you could ever know. I want to have a child with you. And on the topic of Elizabeth, you are a good father to her. You are cut out. We're both cut out for this. Just because we've made mistakes, a lot of them, in the past, does not change that we are good parents deep down. That we can be good parents and that we are going to be to those three, she points at them, to Elizabeth, to JJ, and to any future children that we will have.
Only if you want one, then sure.
And I do. More than anything, I want one with you.
So let it have 10.
Have
Going
10?
to be around a long time.
Yes, Yes, have 10. We'll have as many as we want.
Hopefully, boys. Hunk, I'll lay off the goddamn boy thing. Still had a chuckle.
She rubs his cheek. You understand what I'm saying there, right?
He'll nod his head. Yeah. Gotta fix this first.
How do you eat an elephant, Mark?
That's a good question. I don't know.
One bite at a time.
Oh, I see. That beautiful brain. He kisses her on the nose.
She smiles. It works sometimes.
He's gonna put the cigarette out. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. And it's very stressful, the situation.
He'll pull her in for a kiss. Kiss.
You don't even have to ask, darling.
He'll kiss Davine lightly on the lips. If I may interject.
Yes, Letty?
I was around them not often when they were young, but I was around enough to know that she points up at the picture, would most likely be living under a bridge right now if you two weren't around. You realize that? He was destined for failure, not greatness, no matter what you think about him. And I love him to death. Hunk looks up at the picture of Julia. With his attitude, with his willingness to stay and commit to the military, he bought the only points up to peak a promise ring, and I'm not using that as a joke. If you disagree, say something.
Davine does not.
I don't necessarily agree. He would be living under a bridge or in a bunker. Just stares at Suletta. With you, know who. And she would have left him. She'll turn around and look right at Davine and Hunk. You know she would have.
Davine nods. She would have.
And this one, coming over here, pointing at the picture, she'll have to get out of the way though, would have destroyed herself. Literally. Hunk stares up at the picture. Literally. She is off. I can't remember what Master Yen and Chance. Off the Richter scale, if you will. In terms of power, no being like this has ever existed. Ever. And no being probably ever will. She would have destroyed herself in most likely a fit of rage, sorrow, or grief. Ring a bell, Soul, last week? Hunk nods. Ugh.
Davine nods and then does the same thing. She groans.
That's why they put her with you. And she's still around. Hunk will sigh, looking up at the three of them. And she would not be the leader of... I know some of you traveled through time, but EarthGov has never had a leader that is both the leader of civilian affairs and military affairs. She's the first. She would have most likely opened up a company. I'm just making an educated guess. I am the most intelligent of the three of us. Groans at her. She would have most likely opened up a company with Rico's money, ran it, and died alone.
Davine sighs, looking at the three kids.
Everybody likes to parade around and say, well, they were destined for great things. Just look at him. No. He was destined for nothing. He needed his parents, and of course, her. And everybody likes to say, well, she's so powerful. But power does not matter if you can't control it. Do you understand? Do you know how many wizards flush out of schooling and training back when the council was around because they can't control themselves? Hundreds. I failed many of them. Hunk just nods his head. And they were not even close to this beautiful little creature's power skill. So, this is my way of comforting. I'm just telling you the truth. Sometimes the truth isn't necessarily what you want to hear about them, but they needed their parent. And that's the truth.
Davine, still holding on to Hunk's arm, takes Suletta's hand, looks her in the eye. Thank you, Letty. That helped to hear.
Yeah, actually. I still don't agree about the bridge part, though. Suletta, fine, he would have been living in a one-bedroom apartment bouncing bars. Hunk, oh god.
That is probably way more accurate.
On a frontier colony, alone.
Davine just sighs.
Plus, he's the same as Nicole in many respects. He's quite powerful in terms of, hiya, fighting. If you can't harness that, or use it, or learn, then he most likely would have, maybe he would have destroyed himself too. I don't know anything about Kai fighters, and I don't care about them. Point being, they needed their parents. More than anything, and more than I think you'll ever be able to understand.
Davine just nods.
Well, they need us now, so I guess... He just breathes heavily. Suletta, I guess it's time to kick it into third gear and get down to Woodbury.
Third gear, Letty. No. Davine holding both of their hands. She gives Hunk's knuckles a kiss. Fifth gear. Sixth. However many gears there are on the fastest car.
Hunk, can we get a cup of coffee before we go? I have not been sleeping. Like, at all.
Neither have I. We can get a cup of coffee, love.
I will have Mama Land whip us up some frappuccinos. Then we find the hooligan and Patricia, your son and daughter, and we'll go down.
Yes, we will.
Good. She'll walk out of the room with her arms crossed. Hunk, that was actually kind of comforting. Albeit, it was like a little mean what she said about them, but...
It was. For Suletta, that was the most comforting thing she's ever said.
Hunk, well, give me a kiss and then we'll go.
Davine puts her arms around his neck, pulls him in for a very deep kiss, the deepest that they've had in a very long time.
He'll finish the kiss, pull away. Oh my. That was nice.
It was. I just needed you to know that I love you too.
Well, you should do it more often.
I will, most definitely.
Let's go! She head pokes back in the room.
Davine jumps. Yes, ma'am.
Hunk will, okay. Let's go. As they'll make their way out. As down here, Mortis and Memory Ann are playing a card game. The Rainfall trading card game. Colt sitting with Soul like this. He's still hurting a lot. And the adults are over here. Bash has passed out some beers. Benny's just staring at the Master Yen card. Oh.
Elizabeth holds his hands. It's okay. We're gonna get the card, and then we're going to give it to her because everything's gonna be okay, and she's gonna listen to our song, and she's gonna stay.
I hope you're right.
She smiles at him. She'll take her mask off for him. I think I am.
I could use a kiss.
She smiles, leans forward, and gives him a very nice kiss.
That was nice. He smiled. We never did get to show her our game room we kind of built here.
Then we should. Next time we see her.
We will. He stutters when he says it. We will.
That's the spirit. You know, it's actually sort of weird. A lot of people in my family, they act very optimistic, and I sort of find it hard to act optimistic about a lot of things. But this one I am optimistic about.
Benny, I'm glad you are. And I hate having to fake being optimistic about things. Just pretending everything's okay. I hate it. It's draining, actually.
Elizabeth sighs, holds both of his cheeks in her hands. Yeah. Acting happy when you're not is pretty exhausting. But it is going to be okay. All of us, are going to make sure of that. You don't have to worry about a thing, honey.
I'll try not to. Smile at her, rubbing her thigh.
She smiles at him.
Feeling powerless. It's the worst. When you're trained as a medic, they tell you. They go out of their way to make you know and make the fact known in your brain. I guess it's part of the conditioning of any military training, but you have the power to change things. So you have to, regardless of what's going on around you, even if it costs you your life trying. This is a powerless situation, and it stinks.
Elizabeth looks up at the ceiling, thinks for a moment. But we aren't. We are powerful in this situation.
How?
Because we're the reason that she's gonna come down to here. Think about it. When she does come down here, who's going to be the catalyst for her wanting to come down?
The band, seeing her little sister on stage.
And who's part of the band, mister?
Me.
Yes, exactly. We're not powerless at all. When she comes down, she's gonna see us there, and we're going to start playing her song. And then everything's gonna be okay, because she'll be smiling or however she feels. And then after that, my parents are gonna go talk to her, and they're gonna tell her whatever they're gonna tell her, and everything's gonna be okay. And that's because we were the catalyst to get her down here.
He'll put his hand up for a high five.
She high fives him.
Nope, he grabs her hand and pulls her in and starts tonguing.
She wholeheartedly accepts.
As they're doing that, the adults up here... JJ, Sam doesn't want a beer. She's watching JJ sip it as Oz is sipping his. Sam looking around. Nice to be back.
Yeah, it is.
Those quesadillas were amazing. She points at JJ. You'll be getting me those at least once a week.
He winks at her. As you ask, my love.
I want to try all the food at that place. She looks over at Laz.
Laz nods. That chicken quesadilla is absolutely delicious. I always enjoyed the tuna melt, though.
I love fucking tuna. He makes my tuna perfectly for me, my tuna sandwiches.
I put just enough salt in there for her when she puts extra salt on there that it isn't too salty for her.
Very particular like still about the food, Samantha. Yes. She just stares at us. It's fine. I think it's great. Oh, man. He's going to whisper in Laz's ear. She's a touch high maintenance.
Laz starts to laugh, and she shrugs, whispers into Oz's ear. If anyone can handle it, I think it's JJ.
Oh, absolutely. Him and his double Brooklyn JJ. She's just staring at JJ. They can't hear what they're saying.
JJ's smiling at her as he gives her a wink and takes a sip of the beer.
You know, it makes one wonder, really, if you think about it. Like, if Ricky is replacing the Saint, will Tommy one day send him on a mission where he will die consuming copious amounts of nicotine and cheap liquor? It breaks her concentration. She starts laughing. And it's Carter. He's screaming again for some reason.
JJ starts to laugh.
Carter Jr., she speaks up, Carter's son or something.
I could just imagine Ricky now holding a fifth of whatever his favorite drink is, just Carter Jr., help me.
You know, I used to think like this Saint gig Ricky was getting into was like the ultimate, because if you research this Saint fella, easy life given to him by Tommy. Maybe rightfully so, but it's like if it's going to end like that, I think maybe Ricky shouldn't be the next Saint.
I don't think so either. I don't think Tommy's going to make that kind of mistake again, though.
He did look devastated in that video. Sam, I don't understand my mom's problem with him. He's okay in my book, but yeah.
He's always been very nice to all of us. I've never had a problem with him.
He's a good guy, good fella. Yeah. I assume the Ranger General will ease up in time, because I've heard the going trend is when you're married to a Rainfall, he's the officiator of the wedding. I assume that's what you would want, love.
Yes, I would. It's tradition. I want him as the officiate.
Sam, then I want him too.
And he you shall have, my love. It won't take much convincing at all, I don't think. He's always been willing to help the Rainfalls and that sort of thing.
Sam, looking down at the beer, will open her mouth for a sip.
He'll give her some.
Ugh. It's the exact noise she makes. Would prefer a mojito.
You know, a mojito does sound really good right now.
As well, when we go to New York, I'm sure there's plenty of good restaurants that serve them.
I'm sure there's plenty of good restaurants that get us anything we want.
You're going to the Pokemon Center, right? Yes, and we're going to buy everything. Everything.
Laz tilts her head. That's hyperbole, right?
She'll look at Laz with an almost confused look. No. Everything. All the plushies, every game ever made, a new game man, an outfit for JJ. Well, probably pieces we'll have to make our own. I want some... Well, I just want everything there. Is that a problem? She looks around at Laz, Oz, and JJ.
No.
Oz eye roll. Looks at the ground.
No, I think that's awesome. JJ shrugs. Not a problem with me, love. You want it, I'll get it for you.
I did get shot defending your family. They're my family now, too, but I deserve something. Oz, whatever you want. I think you deserve some...
JJ smiles. You deserve more than something. You deserve everything. And everything you'll get at the Pokemon Center.
It's not like I asked for a dolphin.
Well, I don't think she asked for that.
No, she didn't. But would she have? I wonder. He starts scratching his chin. Maybe in time, I don't know.
I don't know. Laz scratches her chin. That's a good question, actually.
Oz, I wonder how Uncle Scar and Blaze and them are doing up there.
Oh, I'm sure they're doing fine. Just maybe they're steering clear of the electrical stuff until we get up there.
You want to go up?
Might as well get it over with, you know.
I think the kids are good. They're in there having Well, they're having a great time. Let's not look over there. And Memrian's got the situation control down there in the card game room.
And JJ sighs. Then let's head up.
Sam will grab her arm and wince.
JJ stands up. Do you want me to carry you up?
She nods her head twice.
Smiles, picks her up.
I think he'll carry you regardless. You don't have to grab the arm thing. Shut up. Yes, ma'am.
JJ laughs, gives Sam a kiss.
Carrying over to the elevator, Oz will... Incredibly high maintenance, I'd say.
Yeah, pretty high maintenance, that one.
He starts chuckling. Laz has Jace. They go up the elevator as here, Memrian, you are getting better at this game. Playing that deck, that Sasha deck that Benjamin gave you.
Yeah, it, it's a lot easier to understand than some of the other ones you guys gave me. This one hitting you anytime I summon something, that's a lot easier to understand than some of the out there stuff you had.
Memory Ann will pat her lap for Carter to sit down.
Carter will take a seat.
So how are you doing, Ricardo? She starts rubbing Carter's neck.
I'm doing fine. Why you asking?
I mean, given the news about the woman who trained you and cult genocidal maniac.
He's gonna stop, look down at his hand before getting back to, trying to get the look of confidence back on his face. It's fine. I don't know what I can do about it.
That's why I asked. Because there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, I know. Just, it fucking sucks, but what do you do?
Are you sure? She looks at Carter and then looks at Ricky. Are you sure it's a good idea to be there to see her killed?
I don't know if it's a good idea. I just know I have to be there.
I don't think Uncle Julius and Aunt Pequod know yet. Mom hasn't told them no. With everything going on with Aunt Icy, she wants that to go over and get fixed, and then move on to the next drama, as she put it.
Yeah, and given he put a bounty on them, I think your dad and your mom might just fucking nuke wherever she is right away.
Carter shakes his head. When my parents are extremely angry, they get more sadistic than anything. Or at least Dad, he looks over at Soul. And Mom. She can be very sadistic at times.
Huh. It's different from Dad. He gets almost quiet. And I can't think of, barely any times I really saw Mom mad, so I'm not sure.
Does your father know?
He knows. I guess
He did the interrogation, my mom said.
That's what Ma
Oh! Oh, my.
Yeah, that's what Ma said, too. I haven't talked to Dad about it. I kind of don't want to talk to him about this one.
What did they do with the man you two apprehended? Blew his head off.
Yeah.
Oh! She looks at Carter!
Carter shrugs. That's like a Ranger General's thing, right? Once we get information that we need, we just take no prisoners.
Colt nodding his head, grabbing his side. Exactly, yeah.
And I think this specific dude they would have killed him anyways, because the shit he did.
Understatement. Oh, God.
Dude, you sure you don't want, some kind of painkiller?
No, I'm still new to playing in a band. I don't want to fuck up. Everything's got to go well. Well, hopefully I won't need painkillers after the performance. If we do our job right.
Soul looks at him, her lips pursed. You sure?
I'll be fine until... I'll be fine.
Okay. Well, in that case, I have a bit of a present for you.
Oh?
Okay, just give me a second, okay? I'm sort of new to this thing. And she's gonna put her hands out. I've only ever been able to do it with my pistols before. And she'll close her eyes and poof, right in front of him.
He looks down at it and then back up at her. Holy crap.
She smiles at him. Pretty cool, right?
Amazing. He gets down on one knee in a lot of pain to grab it. Amazing.
I can grab it for you, honey. She'll pick it up, help him stand up, and let him hold it.
He is able to lift it. How do I look? Memory end good?
As hot as ever.
Looks good on you, bro.
You bought this for me?
She smiles at him and nods. I had it hidden in the girls' bunker room.
Sneak.
She smiles and shrugs. I've been wanting to practice the whole teleportation thing. I don't. She just looks down at her feet. I don't really know why, seeing as if this doesn't work, I won't be able to cast spells anymore. But
It's going to, grabbing her chin, stopping her work. We're all
Yeah.
gonna play our part and make it work.
yeah, it's gonna work. She smiles at him, stands on her tiptoes, gives him a kiss.
He's gonna hold the kiss. Not a light one.
She lets him, and she returns it full force.
Memory Ann, watching them kiss, smiling. Everything's going to be... Did anybody else notice Blaze mocking me a few days ago?
I did. I was a bit confused about that.
Pulling away from the kiss, eyes crossed. And you are the greatest woman to ever exist. Looking at Soul.
Well, only the greatest for the greatest man to ever exist.
And once we play our song, and your aunt's back, you'll be spellcasting like, yeah, he did mock you. He looks over at Memory Ann. That was brutal. But you'll be able to spellcast again. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I've never heard Uncle Blaze like that.
You haven't met him yet, Ricky, but if you knew him for like 10 minutes, you would probably think it's like hyper out of character for him to do this.
Blaze, that's, he's the dude who's an exoframe, right?
Yeah, that's the one.
I remember Dad and Ma talking about him.
Yes, he's been standing behind Carter the whole time.
Carter jumps and sort of yells out Jesus!
The exo frame. Patting Carter on the head.
In my defense, sir, I did say gentlemen.
Memory Ann, Uncle Blaze, care to mock me again? No. He comes over, and I am sorry about that. Things have just been turbulent.
Yeah, very turbulent times. Carter rubs the back of his neck.
Hi, Uncle Blaze. Look what I got. He looks at the... You look very good with that, young man. Set it down before you hurt yourself more. Yes, sir. He'll set it down gently.
Hi, Mr. Blaze. I'm, Ricky Valorius. Nice to meet you.
A pleasure. He comes over, puts his hand out, Ash's offspring, Ceres's offspring.
He'll take his hand and shake it. Yeah. I'm Ash and Ceres' son.
Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure's mine. Mom and Dad have said a lot of good about you.
I hope so. He nods his head. I hear he's been roped into helping us set up the stage today. Earning his keep with Uncle Scar, is it? Are we?
Yes, sir. Trying to get some stuff for Mom.
Good. He'll nod his head. Very good. Allow me. He gestures towards the chair.
Oh, yeah. Go right ahead, man.
Move.
Oh, yeah. He'll move.
I'll sit down across from Memory Ann. Let's play a game. I need a break. Uncle Scar's got the power loader, and he just told me to put my back into it. I need a break. Memory Ann laughed.
No, that's fair. I mean, it's not exactly cool outside either.
Come on, Uncle Blaze, put your fucking back into it. That is disturbingly accurate. Looking at...
I'm gonna need to remember that you got, like, chameleon voice, or whatever you're gonna call it, when we're on missions.
Learn from the best, dude.
Who did you learn from?
My dad.
Oh, shit. No, that's pretty sick.
Memory Ann, a Sasha deck. I'm sorry. Blaze, a Sasha deck. That's what you're playing with.
Yeah, they said it would be good to learn off of, sir.
He'll hand it back to Ricky. I'll be playing with my deck. Memory Ann, oh.
Carter leans back. Didn't know you had a deck, Uncle.
Yes, it was a limited run. Your mother only made, I think, 10,000. It's quite complicated to play, but I do enjoy beating people every now and then with it. I play often with Jennifer back at the Academy and Star. And Rolly. Rolly's awesome. He's like a little Millipedia dude. Is he coming? Everybody's coming today, yes. You'll meet everybody.
sick. I kind of wanted to meet all these people I hear about, but, what deck are you using?
It's the Blaze deck, Fire and Frost.
Oh. Oh, that's sick, man. Do you mind if I watch over your shoulder, try to learn?
Nope. Go ahead.
He'll move right behind him and right here and learn.
Memory Ann plays a Suletta deck. Begin. And they start playing, drawing their 5 cards. Memory Ann, watch this, Carter. I'm going to smash Uncle Blaze for you.
I'm watching, honey.
They begin playing. Blaze still continuing to talk. Is your mother coming, Ricky, as he places a card?
Unless something came up at the last minute, yeah. Dad,
Good.
I don't think Dad is.
Your father I figured not, given his importance, but I haven't seen your mother in ages as he just sets 3 cards in like the magic trap zone and leaves himself wide open to attack. Memory Ann plays young Suletta. Ha! She'll attack and he'll let her, just say it's like Yu-Gi-Oh! Drains 2,000 life points.
Huh. Yeah, but yeah, Dad, they said some kind of secret mission thing about something about it being connected to the people who we've been looking for to. It just I hear bits from Ma and Dad, but they don't actually talk to me about it. You know what I mean?
Nodding his head, drawing a card. I see. Looking at the card, looking at Memory Ann, your move. Memory Ann, well, I'll sacrifice young Suletta for the Ariel, and she'll place down a very strong monster from her deck.
Soul leans over to Colt. And Marianne's about to get her ass kicked.
I was just gonna say, is it normal for him in this game to just let the opponent attack you?
No, but I suspect... I've never personally seen him play, but I suspect the Fire and Frost deck is more of a control deck, if you will. A lot of traps, that kind of thing.
Memory Ann, if you're not going to defend yourself, Uncle, I will attack you. She'll attack, and he'll let her attack, and she looks down at the table where the life point counter is, and now you're down to 1,000 life points. Mm-hmm. Draws another card, Memory Ann. Does this turn you on, Carter?
Carter nods. It's very hot seeing you. Destroy Uncle Blaze, yes.
And destroying she is. Drawing a card, looking at it.
Carter looks over at Blaze, squints his eyes a bit. What are you planning?
This. He'll flip one of his face down cards that's on the ground. And it is a summon card, and it allows him to summon a Blaze card from his deck. And he places it in the monster zone. That thing only has... She's squinting. Oh, a respectable 4,000 attack points. You realize do you not know math, Uncle Blaze? Your move. He just shrugs. Colt, I don't understand. You gotta teach me to play this game.
Soul leans over. I'll teach you, but I suspect a Blaze card has a special ability that they're just not reading.
Well, I will equip the Ariel with the Beam Saber. Equip card. She'll place it. And destroy, as much as it pains me, pinching Carter's cheek, my Uncle Blaze. And attack. Excellent! Flip over his 2 face-down cards. Fire and Frost. Liquid Nitrogen and Napalm improvement cards, equip cards that equip to my Blaze card, raising his attack points by 20,000, which means the Ariel is destroyed. And you lose all your life points.
Uh-huh.
Ah!
Soul blinks a couple times, still leaning over to Colt. Told you.
He just dicked on her. He says it loud. Marianne, shut up, gimp.
So could you have ended that at any point?
Yes, he looks over at Ricky.
You...
I actually only have 1 monster card in my deck. It's me. He holds up the card. All my other cards are augmenting and equipping myself. And some life point renewal card.
So it's like a Voltron deck.
He nods his head. Memory Ann, rematch. Uncle Blaze, no, picks up the card. I'm not in the mood. Coming over, patting her on the head.
So if you draw yourself, it's basically an insta-win.
Yes, and that's why I have many cards in this deck that allow me to draw myself.
Damn, bro, that's a competitive deck, isn't it?
He nods. It's actually banned from competitive play because so few were made, it wouldn't be fair. He picks up the guitar. I will carry this up for you. It's time to earn your keep with Uncle Scar, children.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
He'll also help Colt walk to the elevator as Memory Ann's still sitting there stunned.
Carter, like, taps her cheek a couple times. Honey.
The elevator is waiting.
Oh.
I'm going to beat him in front of you.
Yeah, I'm sure he will, but he stands up, puts his hand out.
Oh, carry me. I've just had the wind knocked out of me, basically.
He carries her, gives her a kiss on the nose. You're gonna beat him. I know you will.
Nobody's ever beat my aerial card.
And trust me.
I even
time,
beat Laz with it most of the time.
Next time you two go against each other, he's not gonna know what hit him.
She nods her head, gives Carter a kiss across the lips. One more. It's kind of nice being in your arms. She'll French him.
He Frenches her back.
If I could carry you, I would prefer it that way, but this is acceptable.
Carter nods. I know you would. And he smiles. I do enjoy having you in my arms, though.
Then you may have me all day, save for being up on the stage.
Oh, thank you, my goddess, as he'll carry her over to the elevator.
They go over to the elevator and Blaze, the other two. Ride the elevator up. I'll retrieve Elizabeth and Benjamin.
Yes, sir.
He'll he'll keep the guitar because he wants to carry it for Colt and Soul. As the elevator goes up, he comes to the door. What does he see happening?
Elizabeth is straddling Benny, who has his shirt open, and her hands are just on his chest as she is Frenching him.
Coming through the door. Oh! He jumped!
Elizabeth jumps. Hi, Uncle Blaze.
Having fun.
Yes, sir.
Is this really what you think is a good use of your time when your aunt could be dying? Or do you just have zero priorities like your mother?
Elizabeth just
Put your mask back on.
Yes, sir. She presses the button, puts the mask back on.
Benny, it was my fault. And to be honest, I haven't felt good like that in a while. Shut up. Benny, stop talking.
Elizabeth's just looking down. Sorry, Uncle.
He does not say anything, he just keeps staring at Elizabeth.
Is it time to get ready?
You know, I have a mind to crack this wonderful gift that Soul gave to Colt over your skull. With that mask on, I made it. It would protect you. It would give you a concussion. You leave the lane for a year and cause depression, dismay. You make your father question himself, and you are just like your mother. Unfortunately.
Yes, sir.
You were raised better than that. I'm not talking about what you were doing with the young Benjamin a few seconds ago.
Yes, sir. I was raised.
I took part in raising you. We all did. You and your mother share a common trait that is quite put the card away. As Penny puts the card away, aggravating to me. You know that.
She nods.
You lack the ability to show affection. You do, unless of course it's your boy toy.
I understand, Uncle.
You might, he's gonna kneel down, stare Elizabeth right in the mask, lifting her chin up. You might want to learn to do that. Someday. Imagine if Nicole is to die, and you never get to see her again.
I'll learn how, sir. I promise.
He'll stand up with the guitar, sigh at Elizabeth. Benny, sorry, sir, looking down at the ground. As somebody who was dead, factually dead, for a time, I can assure you, it's not fun.
Yes, sir. I'm sure it isn't.
This is a nice game room. Carry the guitar. Benny will take it. You made this yourself.
Yes, sir. We furnished it ourselves.
Follow me in here.
She'll stand up, holding Benny's hand, and walk in.
How many times do you greet your father when you walk back to Rainfall Lane?
She just shakes her head. I'm not sure, sir.
You usually just go about your business assuming he doesn't want greeted by his daughter. Is that what you do? Just like your mother. Looking down at the Xbox. Of course, your mother always greets him, but the lack of ability to show affection, cleaning off the picture of Suletta.
Yes, sir.
You best. He turns around, shape up.
I will, sir. I will shape up.
You think you're going to conquer your fears and sing in front of an audience of 50, 60 people today?
I am, sir.
Well, you better. He looks down at Elizabeth. Because a lot more rides on this pathetic excuse for a childhood fantasy concert than maybe you and your lack of affection and comprehension skills can understand, child.
Yes, sir. I will do my best.
Now go ahead and take your mask off and continue groping your boy toy. Benjamin. He takes the guitar and walks out. They hear the elevator go up. Oh, God.
Elizabeth just sighs. I am a terrible person.
Benny staring at where he walked off. I'm sorry. It was my fault.
It was my fault. I think he was going to talk about that anyway.
Well, we just have to learn to be better then. Together. He'll take her hand.
She swallows hard, staring down at her feet, and then looks up at him. Thank you, Benny.
Let's go over the lyrics of the song together when we get upstairs.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. I want to greet everyone as they come there.
He'll pick her up. I'll carry you up. Because you're my Elizabeth.
And you're my Benny.
And that was really fun. So once everything's back to normal, we can go back to just doing that.
You sure?
A positive.
She smiles, rests her head on his. Thank you.
I do think he's right, though, about you in a way. Not in a bad way, but you do need to... You know what I mean?
That's why I want to greet everyone. It's better to just get started changing now than put it off and then fail in the future.
Does he scold people often?
No, never.
So it's really bad. He starts chuckling. We got a lot of work to do. Together.
Yeah, we have a lot of work to do together.
And we, as he takes her to the elevator, will.
And I am happy to do it with you.
He'll smile at Elizabeth, fixing her helmet as they go up the elevator. As flashing up to the office, Pequod's just pacing back and forth. Julius sitting in his chair.
Julius rubbing his temples, staring at the screen, looks over at Pequod. Honey, you need to stop pacing. It's gonna be okay.
You sure? She turns and looks at Julius.
Have I ever let you wrong?
No.
He puts his arms out for her to come over to him.
Oh, she will.
He hugs her, sets her down lightly on his lap, and gives her a kiss on the cheek. It is. It's gonna be okay.
I just had have you ever had, flashes of a daymare?
Yeah,
just had flashes of that daymare. It's like Towns running in here saying she teleported away, and I don't know what I would do.
She's doing good. She was doing good today. She actually remembered us this time. And had both of the Ranger Guards and Towns on her. It's gonna be okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Smiles at her, rubs her thighs, and she's gonna be down in here at the concert, and it's gonna be awesome, right?
And her big brother's gonna get her his club sandwich.
Oh, all the club sandwiches she wants.
She looked horrible. Which breaks my heart. I mean, just starving yourself out of... I don't get it. You know, I used to... She'll put her finger up. I used to... When the Arcane Council was still around, and they would put out those commercials. If you have any aptitude with magic, contact EarthGov at blah blah blah. Those shitty commercials. You probably never saw one. Because they were only kind of around when I was like 10 or 11. But I would be like, man, I wish I had magic. I don't anymore. I don't. Once I started to actually learn what they go through, I have no interest. I feel sorry for them. Now I understand the plight.
I have no want or need for magic either.
It's like Kiss curse mechanics in some of the stupid games I've made out of Snarp's workshop over the years. That's a real Kiss curse. Our daughter channels the energy of the moon, and if she doesn't, it can kill her. I mean, come on.
Jones just shakes his head. Didn't we read somewhere one time that spellcasters are very passionate people and they require others around them to help them through things?
She nods. In that book that I guess Master Chance gave Dad, yeah.
He nods. Then we're gonna be there. Always. And we're gonna help them through anything that we can. And then we're gonna do as much as we can, which I know isn't much, but it will be all that we can do.
All we can do is try our best. I never would have thought our kids would have, because neither of us, but apparently that doesn't, she chuckles, matter. And then you have Hale and Nicole, who the more she's, it just, yeah.
Chili's just sighs. Being a spellcaster sucks.
Yeah. She'll shake her head. Like I said, there was a time where I was like, man, I wish I could. No thanks.
I mean, even... I don't like saying this about any of our kids, but the less powerful spellcaster of our two kids, he was blind for a good long while. The whole maturation process thing, I understand that, but he was still blind for a while.
I thought Nicole had it bad when she was going through it, and she was getting sick. She starts laughing. It was kind of funny though. She'd see Mom and
yeah, just immediately throw up. We had to start carrying around a wastebasket constantly around her.
And then she just started eating incredible amounts of food, and it seemed like 6 months went by, and she all of a sudden became tall, busty, and I mean, I can't imagine.
Must have been the worst growth spurt ever.
Pequod shakes her head. Yeah. I had my guns since I was 18. She gestures to her breast.
He looks down at her breasts, puts both of his hands on them, looks up at her and smirks.
Since I was 18. And they've only aged, gotten better with time. Like a fine wine, really.
The finest wine.
Ever.
It's like a Pinot that was aged perfectly, smashed perfectly. I honestly don't know how you make wine, but they are perfect in every way.
I agree.
You know, I really should be able to notice when you walk into the office.
Pequod. I'm the Primarch. He can keep his hands here if he wants. Sasha, whatever. Sits down. It's fine. Nicole's with Towns and my guards. They're fine. She ate at Tommy's. Then she wanted a steak, so they took her down to absolute best steak and potatoes, and they are still down there. She'll pull up her wrist computer cameras from the restaurant, and she has no desire to go anywhere.
Wait.
Like, disappear, I should say.
Oh, okay. He lets out a sigh of relief. That's good. That's very good.
Pequod will take one of Julius's hands and kiss it. Checkmate.
Yeah, exactly. Checkmate. As he just lays his head onto her chest and she can feel him smiling.
Or should I say, checkmate? I can't do Frederick. Huh? Oh, he said checkmate after kicking it. That guy is fucking crazy. She's laughing.
Okay, so
They want to do a Wild Hunter show or Survival Man or something. Wait, slow down, Julius.
We get there, right? We get to the ODM Academy. Zanzibar is dribbling a ball. The Three Stooges walk up, challenge him to a game of horse, right? And Flitwick takes the ball, tries to go for a three-pointer, almost runs into the bleachers, spins around, kicks the ball straight through the door on the opposite side of the arena. When the Spartans catches it, thank God. And then he screams out, like, touchdown or whatever he said.
And home run, which Crowling corrected grand slam, I think.
Yep, and then they argued about how many points he got in horse. And then they just sort of settled on checkmate.
Checkmate, Pequod says as Sasha laughs. And then they want to do a Survivor Man. That's what it's called. A Les Stroud Survivor Man show. But they're not going to leave the lane.
And they'll only do it with Zanzibar near them if Flitwick can have a handlebar mustache.
Pequod, oh, you want Zanzibar? Or, Sasha, oh, you want Zanzibar involved? Pequod, I care about them. I don't want them to get hurt. Think about it, if the three of them get into a kayak, it's just gonna sink. Samuel alone. Sasha, oh yeah, thank you. They want to go down the rapids that we have across the lane for some of Suleta's animals that require fast-moving water. Sasha, that sounds like a recipe for disaster.
It is. It is a recipe for disaster. And on top of everything, apparently they have a plan for it. But on top of everything, there's just not enough Rainfall Lane to make more than 8 episodes out of that.
Pequod, and I don't even understand. You know, they haven't led us wrong. They've made it so much money, but I don't see how this is like. I don't see how people will find this interesting. Sasha, a fat fuck, a gigantic demon-looking motherfucker, and an ancient robot that only beeps, trying to teach you how to survive in the wilderness. I think it's comedy. Because think about it. Fledwick cleaning a coconut. But oh my god, I understand.
Oh my god, what if they like get a rabbit and one of them has to clean it? I could just imagine Fledwick gagging over the sight of it.
Sobbing as Krellin stands there speaking in his broken English to the camera.
You could just hear Frederick screaming out like, no, don't kill the rabbit.
Sasha, just them trying to light a fire without the use of matches alone is... I think that's comedy gold, believe it or not. Pequod's really laughing now. First time in all month, basically.
So first you scrape all the steel off of the flint and steel, and then you turn it around and hit the flint. Why isn't it working?
Pequod grabbing Julius's shirt, still laughing. Sasha, and off screen, judging from what I've seen of their products, off screen, you'll probably see Krellin standing there with like a Ranger survival manual, reading it to Fledwick, who is then reiterating it to the audience.
Oh my god, you could just hear, like, Krellin going, like, you must find water quickly. And Frederick nodding, you have to find water quickly. The camera rolling the entire time.
God, the only way it would be better if it was live. Sasha, well, maybe they'll do it live. I don't know.
Do you think we could do it live?
Pequod, we got the equipment. You know, if Frederick wants it done live, but I think it's probably more palatable if we don't. Just so Suletta has time to edit it and dub Samuel. Sasha, yeah, I've never understood that. Did Krellin and Frederick not know that the vast majority of people can't understand Samuel?
I don't think they do. Samuel, one time Samuel was like saying stuff, then he pointed at me, started beeping, and I was confused because it's just beeping. And Frederick looked at me and said, "Well, aren't you going to answer him?"
Because Sasha, yeah, I haven't been around them as much as you guys, but yeah, I think it's comedy gold personally.
To put it in the lightest of terms, they're fucking insane, but they make so much money that it is awesome.
Did you tell your parents that Nicole's back? Pequod, we told them today's their chance. We didn't go beyond that. Alright, she'll just shrug.
Julius nods. Yeah, I feel like that's all they need to know. They have their chance.
They'll get it.
Julius just sighs, looks at the screen, and thank God they will. He leans back, looking up at the ceiling.
Speaking of them, Hunk, Suletta, Davine, and Hale come through. Ah! Hey, son.
Hey, Dad, what's up?
Sasha, daughter, I'm coming over this way. Suletta, we are ready for the concert.
Good. Yeah, that's really good. Davine, yeah, not able to control herself, she walks over to Pequod. I'm sorry. I know you don't want this right now, and she gives her a hug.
She's on Julius's lap, so she'll have to stand up, take the hug. Sorry for Nicole. I know, it's okay.
I just feel like you need a hug too.
I like hugs, Mom.
She leans back a bit, smiles, and pats her on the head like she said she liked.
Hunk will put his arms out. I like hugs from Dad, too. A lot. Actually. Hunk will hug her. And you'll get them as much as you want.
And probably more than you want, honey.
Now it's gonna get annoying. You're just gonna get them all the time, and so will Nicole. And so will you, smartass.
Julius leans back, puts his hands up. Yes, sir?
Well, come on. Let's let your father and mother give you a hug.
He stands up, puts his arms out for a hug.
He'll hug. Hunk will hug him. Son, can I ask you something?
Sure, anything, Dad.
Was your plan really to bounce bars if things didn't work out in the military?
Oh, I probably would have figured something better. Probably bounce bars if I could be able to cook. I was always a pretty good cook.
Okay. My plan was to be a fisherman. You ever see that shitty show? He'll let go of Julius so he could sit down. You know the shitty shows like the lobster catch shows and stuff where they go out on the trawler boats and they have like fatality ratings of like 80% because it's really unsafe. That was my plan.
Oh, well, Jesus, I'm glad you didn't go with that.
Pequod, that's just so stupid. That sounds like something Fledwick would pitch. Deadliest Catch, is that what we're talking? Yeah, that's the show, I think. Yeah, he'll come back over and put his arm around Davy.
Davine smiles. Julius will walk up and Davine will give him a very nice hug.
Pequod, The Perfect Storm. Have you ever seen that movie with George Clooney? Hung, I actually love that movie. I haven't shown your mother it yet. It's on the list.
No, yeah, I haven't seen it. And Julie shakes his head. Neither have I.
Pequod, I saw it when I was like 16, 17, 18, something like that on one of the, expensive movie channels they had back then. Paid pay-per-view channels. It's a good movie. We can watch it this weekend. How about that? We have a lot to do this weekend. Maybe we'll take a 3-day weekend this weekend. Sasha, make it 4. Shrug.
Davine smiles. That sounds wonderful to me.
Got some catching up to do, I'd imagine. Sasha typing on her computer. Seleta, a lot.
I would say so, yes. A lot of catching up to do.
What's JJ doing with Samantha? I saw them at Tommy's for their brunch, but she's a bit high maintenance. He can handle it. He's doing great, I think. At least my opinion.
Davy nods. From all that I've seen of the two of them, he is doing wonderfully.
Thank God. Continues typing on her computer. Seleta, I've yet to reveal the doomsday clock, but yes. Doomsday clock?
Doomsday clock, Letty.
We'll discuss it after Nicole's back and everything's back to normal. I've been waiting.
Oh, okay.
Like doomsday? No, not really. Just a metaphor, really. But yes. Oh, okay, whatever. She goes back.
Oh, as long as it's nothing bad, then can't wait to see it.
I want to show your mother. Patricia, shit. Have you ever heard of that Vincent Price guy? Pequot, no, I don't think so. Seleta, I know who he is. He was an actor in 1950s and stuff like that. Dear, there are some excellent movies we need to watch. Instead of teaching our classes.
Then we should watch them.
I think you'll really get a kick out of some of them.
Well, if you think so, I'm sure I will. She smiles at him. I can't wait to see them.
We'll start watching them first thing maybe tomorrow, actually. Once everything's all wrapped up.
Sounds like a plan to me.
I like hugs, I like affection. No matter how old I get, I'm not gonna not want it, so. Noted, we're taking notes.
Davy nods and then gives her another hug.
I like it very, thank you. Hugging Davine much.
She gives her a kiss on the top of the head. Then you shall get all the hugs that you want.
Gonna put on a strong face for the kids.
The strongest I can.
I'll give it. As long as she's strong, I'm strong. So yeah.
She smiles. I've actually been working on the face for a bit here. She gives him a smile that looks just the tiniest bit weird, but it's probably the best she could do.
You're doing wonderful, dear. Keep it up.
Julius looks at Davine, has to cover his mouth and look away to hide his laugh.
Suletta looking around. Where's Towns? Sasha, he's doing something for work. What do you need? Suletta, he just makes tea the way I like it, and I prefer he make me some. Do we have to go down right now? Sasha, no, you can hang out in the office here for a while if you want. Julius can make tea pretty good, close to Towns. Tea, hooligan, sitting down with him.
Yes, ma'am. He'll walk over to a little teapot they have and start filling it up and cooking some tea.
God, make enough for all of us. We don't have to rush down there.
Yeah, alright, I will.
Come on, dear, let's sit down. We can pretend to be the heads of EarthGov. He'll pat his lap multiple times.
She'll jump onto his lap, wrap her arms around him.
Julius will make tea as they're gonna take some time before running down to Woodbury. As down in Woodbury, Uncle Scar's got the power loader. He's just jumped out of it. He's coming up onto the stage. Some hammering is being done. It's by Benny. Benny's hammering just some boards in. Oz is quick at work on some of the electronics. JJ's taking a break down here. He's worked, he's helped. Blaze, on the other hand, is just arms behind his back looking right at Elizabeth from a distance.
Elizabeth is looking around, waiting for people to come and join.
Come on, Carter, put your back into it. Rick, come on, you can hit harder than that.
Trying to be careful. Don't want to break it.
Put that box over there, Ricky.
Yes, sir.
I think that's a drum set. Make sure that stands up this way. Oz, no, that would be upside down. Uncle, leave the equipment to me, please. It's expensive. All right, fine. Cole, get the fuck off stage. Oh, he'll limp his way back to.
Where am I supposed to put the box then, Oz? Now that I'm holding it.
Right over here, Rick. It'll be fine.
Thank you.
You get used to it, Ricky. Carter's used to this.
Carter gives him a thumbs up as he's hammering a couple boards in.
Doing good work. He's looking around. Here, put this on. Hands Carter a flannel.
He looks at the flannel, shrugs and puts it on.
Put it on. He'll pitch one to Ricky, Oz, and Benny. Where do you keep these? Just put it on, motherfucker. It's some magic bag Nicole gave me a long time ago.
Thanks, man.
Thanks. He puts it on. I don't really like flannel. Put it on. Okay.
Carter looks at it. Nice fabric.
Only the best.
Yeah, I can feel that. These things gotta be expensive.
Oh, you're damn. Believe it or not, he'll snap his finger. That one. Can I see the tag on that real quick, Rick?
Yeah, here.
That one, it's on, Ricky, so he's lifting up from the back. This one your grandmother got me, believe it or not. Huh.
Really?
Yeah. But that's another story for another day. He's gonna jump off the stage. Scar needs something to eat. He walks this way.
He knew my grandma pretty well then.
I guess so. He watches him. Fucking hate flannels.
They could be worse.
Listen, if you guys want to go down, have fun down there. You're good. You don't need to hammer that board in anymore, Ricky. It's fine. And all the equipment's mostly in place. I have to start testing things. And JJ's on break, and Uncle Blaze is just sitting in the corner over there. So whenever they're ready, we'll start testing the equipment. So go ahead, have some fun. Get a gyro or something if you're hungry.
Alright, you need anything, just holler.
Will do.
Carter wipes his hands off. Yeah? Need anything? Heavy box lifted? You know who to call.
Benny, I'll stay up here and just let me stay and help you, please. I was okay, sure. You run some cables for me. Okay, he'll follow.
Carter hops down from the stage, walks over, makes his way to Memory Inn.
Ricky's gonna make his way over to the truck.
Elizabeth, who has been looking around, suddenly turns around and looks up at JJ. He looks down at her. Hi, what's up, kiddo? And the wind is basically knocked out of him as she runs into him and hugs him very tightly.
Oh? Sam looking down at her confused.
He starts petting the top of her helmet. You okay? Are you nervous? It's okay to be nervous. She just shakes her head, hugs him tightly, even tighter. He starts to squeal a bit, "Ow! Okay." She looks up at him. I just wanted to tell you I love you very much, and I'm gonna be better at telling you. Much more often. Of course, yeah. I love you too. I love you a lot, kiddo. And she just nods. Okay. You can let go now, Elizabeth. You sure? You know? Yeah, I know. It's okay. He just pats her head. She nods, lets go of him, looks at Sam. I hope he's treating you well, and I care about you a lot.
She's only got one good arm. Put her arm out. He treats me like a queen. I couldn't ask for anything more. I'm probably not great at showing it, but I care about you too. You're his little sister. That means I'm gonna always look after you.
good. Because just know, if he ever treats you badly, I'll kick his ass, no problem.
She chuckles, hugging her with the one arm. You sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm
You're
fine.
never this expressive.
I'm
Have
fine.
you ever seen her like this? Looks at Ricky.
No, and to be honest, I ain't never seen her without the mask.
She looks down at Elizabeth. As long as you're okay. I like it. You should be more expressive. Yes. Glaring at Elizabeth.
Yeah, it fits ya.
She cowers a bit when Blaze does it, then she runs over to Uncle Scar and gives him a hug while he's doing whatever he's doing.
Ho! Because he's getting a gyro from one of the robots. Who's grabbing me down there? Oh. What's wrong? He's got the same.
I just wanted to give you a hug.
Here, darling, I'll pick you up. He picks her up and hugs her. I don't think you've ever said anything really nice to me like that. Yep.
Scar can tell.
But I expected. Your mother's the same way. Yep.
Scar can tell she starts to tear up and she hugs him tighter. I'm sorry.
What is going on over there? Everyone's watching this as Carter comes up.
Carter watching. The fuck is happening?
Colt finally limped his way to Soul. Not sure what that's about.
I don't know either.
There is a chair near Soul if she wants him to sit.
Yes, she points to the chair. Sit now.
He sits. Then you sit here. Gently.
Oh, as gently as I can, honey. She very gently rests on his legs.
It's no big deal. He'll let Elizabeth down. It's not a big deal. It's just strange. He starts rubbing the back of his neck. You and your mother are a lot alike, and in some ways I don't think that's a good thing. But it's not my place. So he shrugs. Your mother isn't a great woman, regardless of what's going on right now. Yeah.
She holds onto the flaps of his shirt very tightly, pulling him down just a bit. It matters to me.
Well then, I'll give you another hug.
She accepts it.
Here, have a sandwich. Come on. Whatever Ricky was gonna say.
He's just gonna move right here, lean in and say, "Do you think someone said something to her? 'Cause this doesn't feel like the way she normally acts."
Rubbing Soul's thigh. I don't know. Maybe it's just nerves.
Maybe JJ. She's your sister. You're closer to her than anyone would. You know what the hell just happened?
Can he tell?
I would say so, yeah. Somebody scolded her and he saw the last person coming up the elevator.
Blaze scolded her.
Ah,
Not really bad.
why would he scold her?
I don't know, because I mean, I know he mocked Memory Ann. I heard them talking about it at the lane on the weekend. He's usually just kind of like the nice robot guy, but he's, living I don't know. I don't know all my Rainfall lore yet, honestly.
JJ points with his thumb behind him. Well, obviously, it's about showing emotions. He looks up, shrugs. She's going around hugging everyone, telling them how much she loves them, how much it matters that they know. It was about that.
Well, I think it's a good thing, personally. Looking at her.
I think so too.
I mean, yeah, if you actually feel that way, it does feel kind of nice to tow people, right? And it ain't good to bottle anything up.
Carter thinking back to what Tommy was telling him in the woman's restroom.
He hugs Memory Ann, and then looks over at Laz, gestures her over. Yeah, what's up? And he hugs her too.
Jeez, did everyone get scolded today?
It's contagious. And behind his back watching. Life is fragile. Isn't that right, Colt? Colt looks down at his body, what he can see. Sola.
Soul looks up at Blaze and nods. Very fragile.
And, pretty short for most people, right?
Quite so. At least there's one Rainfall child that's rather good at it, patting JJ on the back.
Thank you, sir.
I'm struggling to find something that JJ isn't really good at, sir.
A fair point. My favorite to work with at the academy.
Math. I'm not good at math.
Nor am I. You would think I would be, but I am not. Scar will let go of the hug. Did you hear? Have a sandwich.
She looks at the sandwich. I will. She looks at Uncle Blaze, and he can see her entire body start to shake as she puts her hands out to him for a hug.
He'll put his hands out. You'll have to come to me.
She'll run over and hug him.
That's better. Patting her on the head.
I do love you, Uncle Blaze.
And I love all of you. Just, I would hope that you learned your lessons this time around.
Laz is stroking Carter's hair. Yeah, I think we did.
Rules of the game change once you join the military. Yes? Looking down at Colt and Soul.
Yeah, they changed quite a bit, sir.
They sure as hell change when your aunt could be gone.
Carter just groans and holds the two girls he's holding even tighter.
Not sure what lesson I was supposed to learn, sir, but I'd like to say I learned it.
Appreciate what you have.
Good lesson, sir.
Only the best from Uncle Blaze, still hugging Elizabeth. It's not often I have to scold anybody. I don't like it. Scar, never seen it personally. Stroking his chin.
That's fair. Can't imagine yelling at someone would be fun.
It's not.
Huh?
If you forgive me, it's not like scary like Mom or Dad's, but it definitely cuts deep.
Disappointment coming from me. He starts chuckling.
Like when Mom's mad at me, I get you.
He pats her on the head. Well, I'm not disappointed anymore. Keep up the good work.
She lifts her mask up, and he can see wet tears that were running down her cheeks, and she gives him a slight smile, puts her mask back down, and then uses her ODM gear to shoot over to Bash, and she just straight up hugs him.
Hey! Oh, hello! Huh? We're mumbling about destroying the statue. What's wrong, honey?
I don't think I ever really thanked you. All those months ago when I was slapped and you cared for me, really nicely. I don't think I ever thanked you, and I should thank you, so thank you for that.
He'll tighten the hug on her, no problem. I always will. It's not just because it's my job. I care about you kids a lot. We both do. Yeah. Just get tired of watching Ricky on the weekends, you know what I mean?
Elizabeth starts to laugh. She puts her hand out for Okir to come in.
He'll hug her. You're gonna do good up on the stage today. Look at Benny up there in that flannel, ugly fucking shirt helping off.
Elizabeth turns around. I think Uncle Scar gave him all flannels, and when Uncle Scar does that, it's a very nice gesture from him.
Yeah, I see Ricky and Carter have them. They look like goons, don't they? He starts chuckling. Bash, yeah, you can say that, but Memory Ann seems to like him in flannels, so it's all good.
Yeah, Carter. I think Carter's always had a taste for flannels, but now that he knows Memory Ann likes it, and Scar gives him some, he's very happy to wear them.
Jeez, Bash is still looking at Carter. You okay?
She scratches her neck a bit. Yeah, I'm okay.
All right. I'll take a hug anytime. Both of us will. Yeah. Just don't make me watch Ricky on the weekend.
I won't. I won't. And I'm pretty sure that a couple C4 charges would make do with that. Could always blame it on the Ranger General.
Duly noted. Nodding his head. Blay is watching her from a distance, just bobbing his head up and down.
I'd say whatever you said got through.
Yes. Bash will set her down. Oh, here, let's go over, see what's going on. They'll come over. Scar will... does anybody want this sandwich?
I'll take it, I guess.
Here, get your carbs in. Pitching it over to Ricky.
Thank you.
I mean, they're free. Eat, guys. Sam, we went to brunch just a while ago. Oh.
Hey, man, I'm always hungry. I ain't gonna complain.
Memory Ann, I would like one, but after the festivities. A little nervous right now about everything going off perfectly.
Carter has let go of the two of them, still holding Memory Ann's hands, and he nods. They will. They will. Everything's gonna work out fine.
Yeah, how can anything go wrong? I'm not on stage with you.
Yeah, I mean, it would be the worst thing ever if you came on stage with us and then immediately got arrested afterwards.
Bro,
The police just raining from the sky.
bro, I can barely sing. I can't play anything either. What are you gonna do, hand me a triangle to bang around?
Laz just chuckles. More cowbell.
Oh, God. Nah. I think I'm fit for more of the, backstage manual shit. You guys got the faces to sell on TV, man.
Carter just shrugs. Thank you. You could probably learn something if you really set your mind to it. Don't talk down about yourself all the time.
I, never been very good at the, artsy stuff. The closest I get is martial arts. Never been something I'm very good at.
Mama Land, Zap, Pad Pie, and Segoy arriving. Done time for some gyros. Excuse me, Scar will move.
Who's that?
Oh, that's Zap. That's Zap right there. He works at Rainfall Lane, and that's Mama Land. That's his wife. These are his two kids, Pad Pie, Segoy. They work at the lane. They work in the cafeteria. They were part of... Well, Zap was part of Alpha 9 back in the day, and these two were... They're their grandkids, actually, but basically treat them like son and, sons. But, yeah, he worked on your father's suit back in the day with me, and you'll probably see her here eventually, stroking his chin. Jennifer Carmine, she works at the lane, too.
Oh, alright. Oh, he's gonna lean into Memory Ann. That's the dude who guilt trips people, right?
Yes. Carter. I imagine Carter's resting his head on her shoulder, so she's rubbing Carter's hair, squeezing it every once in a while. Emotional weapons of mass destruction. Hand me a gyro. Here you go.
Yeah, he seems nice to me. I'm gonna say hi.
Blaze is rubbing Elizabeth's shoulder, smiling down at her.
Thank you for telling me to do it.
It's the one thing I hate about your mother, and there's nothing to hate besides that. But it has come back to bite her over and over and over and over throughout the years and her life, and any problems at the lane that, like this, like Nicole or Carter's issues, extend to all of us. It affects everybody, and I think some people tend to forget that. She looks down at Elizabeth until they're reminded.
I think I heard, like, my brother, or maybe it was Pequod that said it. Rainfalls always need a kick in the ass.
Yes, they do. In my 20-some-odd years around them, I agree with that statement.
She chuckles, and she's gonna do as she said. She's gonna greet basically everyone.
As Ricky's... she's greeting here. Mama Land turn around. How you doing, sweetheart? Zap's free to greet if one would like.
Hey there.
Huh? He turns around with a giant euro in his hand.
Name's Ricky. I was told you're Zap. I'm, Captain Valorius' son.
Nice to meet you. Putting out his hand. Zapterax the name.
It's a pleasure, sir. They told me you worked with my dad.
Long time ago, done be working on his mobile suit. The Tall Geese 3. He done use it in battle, beat a dragon with General Lorelei.
That's what they say. You're pretty awesome if you did that, sir.
And then I helped Julius done make his Escalade for Pequod.
Really talented, then. It's a pleasure to meet you, and this must be, I think they said, Mama Lan behind you?
That's my beautiful wife done greeting Elizabeth. It's my turn, honey. Fine. Come here, Elizabeth.
She gives him a hug.
I'm Mama Lan.
Ricky, nice to meet you, ma'am.
Pleasure to meet you. What brings you here on this fine day of the Lord?
I'm in the squad with, all of them, and I was helping set up the stage, ma'am.
Make sure you eat yourself a gyro. Free food, you gots to take advantage of it. This is as he starts chuckling, the best Euro truck. It's my recipe.
I already, scarfed one down, ma'am, and I'd have to say they're very good.
Take as many as you'd like. The robots I think this truck can produce over 10,000 sandwiches before we gotta restock it.
Oh my.
Colt looking up at the truck longingly.
You're trying to challenge me to see how much I can eat then, ma'am?
I don't want you getting sick, as Colt will get up on his own and get one or try.
Soul will tell him to sit back down, and then
He's already getting one.
Honey,
He's leaning on the side of the truck. I got it! I can still move.
I know you can, but I want you to rest.
Get me one. Okay, leaning on the side of the truck.
Soul bites the inside of her cheek a bit and goes up to him. I want you and need you to rest. You're going to be on your feet a lot during the concert, and I want everything to be okay.
Alright, he'll sit back down. I just wanted one. Sit down.
I can get you one. In memory and too. She smiles at him and gives him a kiss. I'm here to take care of you, okay?
He'll nod his head. Thank you.
She'll get both of them a gyro.
The Delta guy's coming around, just seeing all the new faces. Look at them fine young men, Ricky. Done soldiers.
Oh yeah, that's, the Delta guys. They're really cool.
They look like fine young men. Don't remind me of Julius when he was a young man.
Well, that's a huge compliment. I mean, being like the Colonel, that's something most people would only dream of.
Beautiful. Here, take this. Hands Ricky another gyro.
Sick, thank you, ma'am.
Food fixes all the problems. Ain't that right, Rainfall children?
Yes, sir. She hands one to Memory Ann and then starts.
Did you just call me sir, honey? What the hell's your problem?
Sorry, it's military. Zap, Uncle Zap.
I'm Mama fucking Lan! What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm sorry, Mama Lan.
I don't have to trim my whiskers. Starting to look like a male. Zap, you could use a shave, honey.
No issue, ma'am. It's just been a busy few days for all of us, huh?
Look at them damn whiskers. She need a shave. I guess I do. Done thinking I'm a man. Looking at.
I'm sorry, Mama Lan.
That's fine. Just enjoy your Euro, honey. I'll shave my whiskers when I get home.
Soul starts to feed Colt. Oh my god.
Remember Ed's laughing.
I really did think that was Zap for a second.
They sound so similar. It's okay. There's a lot of people. Look, she's happy. She's forcing Ricardo to eat more. Take another one.
It's good shit, ma'am. Good stuff. Excuse me. Sorry for cursing.
As coming up behind, to Uncle Scards, Begsy and Tal have arrived. Jennifer Rolly and Sonny have come. Tal starts talking, looking around. Mama Landis has some new people to introduce yourself to.
Yeah. It was a pleasure meeting you, ma'am. Thank you.
At least you don't call me sir.
I wouldn't dream of it. Such a pretty lady like you.
Colt's laughing, grabbing his stomach in pain. Sorry!
Soul starts to laugh. No, it's pretty funny as she feeds him some of the gyro.
He starts nibbling on it. JJ, how are you doing? Looks like you're, managing well. Sam leaning up against him.
I'm doing well, thank you, Uncle. Just taking a small break. Pretty soon I have to go help All's out with the electronics.
How's the arm, Samantha? Pain.
JJ sighs a bit. You sure you don't want any painkillers or anything in life?
I could use, as she hears a compartment of Banksy's armor opening and he drops one into her hand. Thank you, Uncle.
JJ looks up at Banksy and he nods at him. Thank you very much.
No problem. As Pad Pie will hand Sam a bottle of water from the truck. A big fiasco going on around here. Jennifer looks around. Yeah, should be fun.
Yeah, hopefully it will be. He just looks around. I mean, the arrows are always good.
Wait, what? Is that a statue of the guy that killed himself? Sonny's looking at this.
Yeah, that's a statue of the saint, ma'am.
Oh my. She puts her arms behind her back looking at it. I refuse to believe Julius let this happen. You know him and Tommy.
Yeah, Tommy told me the colonel cleared it, ma'am. My name's Ricky, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Tal turns around. Tal.
Pleasure, sir. He's gonna shake his hand. Good to see you again, Mr. Banksy.
He gives Ricky a thumbs up watching Sam take the painkillers and downing the water. He's just watching her chug the water. Yeah, it should be a fun day, I guess. Looking around. Kind of dejected, rightfully. So, Sonny, she puts her hand out. I'm the nurse at the academy.
Walk closer. Pleasure to meet you, ma'am. I've heard you're very good at what you do.
Thank you. This is Jennifer Carmine. She waves, eating a gyro she's gotten. She's already eating it. This is Star. She looks up, puts her little hand out.
Hi, Ricky. He'll shake her hand very gently.
Nice to meet you. Second head engineer at the academy. And this is the first Millipidian movie star. Rolly! He's drunk. Leave him alone.
Rolly, right?
He's not taking current events at Rainfall Lane well. He's really drunk. He's been drinking since 6 a.m. Ah! Just hiccup.
Fair enough. I've heard things aren't going the best. Just, it is what it is.
He's my boyfriend.
Oh. Well, congrats.
Thank you. She smiles down at him. He's big enough to carry around. She picks him up. Or small enough to carry around for me.
Hey, fair enough. Man, Jennifer, you worked on my dad's suit. That's what I was told, right?
Long time ago, yeah. Wiping her mouth away, or wiping stuff off her mouth with a napkin. Long time ago, yeah. Yep.
That's pretty sick. Not gonna lie, I mean, there ain't many people who can say they did that, right?
Not many recently. I went to school for it, actually. Not a smart decision long term, but it ended up working out and scored me a scarf and a job at the academy.
Hey, I'd say that was a smart long-term decision then.
I agree. Nodding her head. She's just looking at the statue of the saint. What's Elizabeth doing? Seeing her moving.
Yeah, Elizabeth just starts hugging everyone who just came in.
Hello, darling! He hugs her. Banksy hugs her. I imagine she's gotten to Banksy already.
Yeah, she has.
What is this? Today the day of Banksy hugs? I think maybe you hugged me once. Tal, most people just think it's like your mother, like you kind of hate everybody type of thing.
Well, I don't want people to think I hate everyone, so I'm gonna start hugging you all.
Well, I like it. Jennifer putting her arms out.
She hugs him.
I'll get out of your way.
She starts hugging everyone, looks at them all. I love you all.
I love you too, honey. They all start embracing her, even drunk Rolly.
Elizabeth hugging Rolly. She sniffs a bit. Oh my. I didn't even know he could drink that much.
He gives Elizabeth a thumbs up and like, sorry, yeah, he's not taking this well. You guys do a good show today, please.
We will, Star. We will.
There's some cots up in the infirmary if you want to let him sleep a bit of it off while we're waiting.
No, he insisted he sees the show. I'm just gonna violently shake him when the music starts.
Fair. That's actually a good plan. Just the offer's on the table.
Ah, shake him. Jennifer, not too hard. He's fragile.
I mean, I don't know. Well, it was nice meeting you. I'll head back to the main group so I'm not in your way while you're talking to her.
No problem. Just eating. Sonny, they've all hugged Elizabeth once over. Sonny, do you mind if I take your temperature? Just real quick.
Me?
Yes, please just slit on your mask and allow me to put this in your mouth real quick.
She does it.
She's not sick. Looks at Jennifer. I. You sure you feel okay?
Someone close to me made me realize that I don't tell people I love them enough. Or ever. So I want to start. It's best to start as soon as possible.
You can have a hug from me anytime, Jennifer speaks up. And you know where to find me at the academy.
She gives her a nod.
As she's nodding, finally, those tea drinkers from upstairs have arrived. Coming up the elevator, everybody hears the elevator coming. Right behind Carter. Julius is standing right behind Carter. Memory and squeezing Carter's hair.
Carter looks at him, looks at both of his parents, takes a step forward, and it wraps them both up in a hug.
Oh! Quad jumping.
Sorry, Mom.
It's fine. It's fine. She's come up here. You good?
Tommy, talk to me a bit.
Oh. Some of that, like, twisting of the knife type of talking, Tommy. He did that to me a couple times, too, actually.
Yeah, he managed to twist the knife pretty well.
She looks at Julius, still hugging Carter. They're both hugging him. Well, we always grew from those talks from Tommy, right, Julius? She starts chuckling, but they can be kind of brutal.
Yeah, every time. Yeah. Honestly, the worst was when he would tell me that he was disappointed in me. That hurt so much for some reason.
The worst he ever gave me was after your father and I had our one fight. And I came back, and everything was fine. But like a month after that, he, oh, why don't you come talk to me back here, or something like that. And in the pool room, I don't know if you've seen it at Tommy's restaurant, the private room. And he basically told me I was to blame. I was part to blame for the fight with your father. And I don't want to reveal too much, but yeah, it had already sunk in at that point. But he made sure to really make sure it was sunk in and it was never going to move again. Ever.
Carter nods. Oh, he did the same thing with me.
I do think it... What exactly did he say, if you don't mind?
Just some stuff about how we're all to blame when it comes to Icy, and how we might have been able to change it if we were just, more affectionate to her.
Looking at Elizabeth finishing up down here, Pequod smacks her lips. Julius can tell she wants to say something, but won't. At least stopped herself.
Julius leans down next to her. If you think it'll help, tell them.
I think it is a trait your father and grandmother have, and it's the one trait I really dislike. Personally.
Julius nods. It's something that requires constant work. He clasps his hands together. Something I'm admittedly not very good at.
Problem bothering him, missing Integra. Stays at work late every night for a week. But mom starts drinking, and all it takes is a few tears. And, well, haven't touched the booze since. Right, honey? She looks down at Integra and chuckles.
Julius laughs. Showing emotions was always something that I struggled with. It is important that you do. Important that you talk with your significant other or anyone. Your sisters. They're your sisters, man. Biggest lifeline you have. You talk to them. Your friends, anyone. Just talk to someone about it.
Emrian hugging behind Carter. Noted.
Carter nods. Thank you, Dad. Yeah. Learn from me. He pats Carter's head, brings his head into his chest, and become a better man than I ever was. Carter nods. Alright. I love you, son. Love you too, Dad. Julius just sighs, gives him a kiss on the top of the head. Alright. What's going on with her? As he points at Elizabeth.
Imagine she's up here now.
Oh yeah, she when she saw Hunk, she immediately ran over and gave him a hug.
Hey! He reaches down, picks her up. He's got Hale and Elizabeth. What is going on? You ready for your big day?
I am. I just want to tell you that I love you a lot, and I don't tell you that enough, and you are the best dad that I could ever have.
He looks shocked at her. Honey, are you alright? Something happened to you down here?
Someone just had a talking to with me, and it really helped, and I just need you to know that I love you a lot.
Oh, I love you too. You're my little girl. You and Nicole. You sure you're alright? He looks at Davine very concerned.
Davine smiles at Hunk, and she nods.
Well, your mother's here too.
And Elizabeth puts her arm out, wraps her arm around her, and brings her in. We love you too, darling. You're our little girl. Just like everyone, just like Nicole. You're our little girl. And we love you so much. And I promise to do better at showing it. Elizabeth nods. Lifts up her mask, gives them both a kiss on the cheek. The mask folds back down, and she just continues hugging Hunk.
Yeah, give this one a hug. There you go. Hugging babies always makes me feel better.
And she
This
will.
one always chuckles, and she sounds just like your aunt, your sister, I should say.
She does. She gives Hale a hug as well.
Siletta over here whispering something to Blaze. Blaze just nodding his head. Don't forget your aunt.
Elizabeth jumps, bounds around, and gives Siletta a hug.
Oh my. He turns around.
Like a smile emoticon pops up. I love you, Auntie.
Oh, you know I love you too.
She tightens the hug around her.
The rain falls, spreading out a little bit. There's not a lot of space to work with here, so mostly everybody's arrived besides Sarah. She's on her way. Oz, JJ, Uncle Blaze, I could use your assistance now.
JJ gives him a thumbs up. Right on, man. He looks at Sam. Alright, I'm gonna go. I'll be
No,
back.
you're not. I'm gonna come.
Oh, okay. As he picks her up, he sees him. She sees him activate the ODM gear, and the two of them zip off towards the stage.
Sasha watching, just whistling. Picard, he knows how to impress her.
Yeah, he does.
Blaze will walk up after saying something to Celeste, going up almost begrudgingly.
Ricky's gonna start making his way around to greet the new arrivals. Walk up and salute. Colonel?
Julius turns around. Ah, not right now. Not right now. It's okay.
Yes, sir. Good to see you again. I'm guessing you two must be, Elizabeth's parents?
That's right. He's gonna come over here. Hunk. I'm her dad. This is her mom, Davy.
My name's Ricky Valorius. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet. He made you wear one of the.
Yes, he did.
Oh God.
Davine chuckles a bit, shakes Ricky's hand with both of hers. It's very nice to meet you, Ricky.
You don't have to wear that if you don't want to. You look good in it, but I'm just saying it's not a requirement. It's ridiculous.
I'm fine with it, sir. It's a pleasure. I kind of wanted to meet you guys ever since I met Elizabeth. She's pretty cool.
Is your mother coming?
Yes, she is, sir. She should be
Oh.
here pretty soon.
Awesome. His hail up in his arms. Haven't seen her in a while. A couple years. A couple years. We up on Gateway for a lunch with her and Sasha Pequod. And right, Julius?
Yeah. A bit ago you saw her, I think.
Did I? It's been a trying week, or trying month, really. Yeah.
I heard a bit about it, sir. I'm sorry things aren't going the best. I've wanted to meet you for a while. I mean, Ricky's short for Ricardo, after all, right? I kind of wanted to.
But keep it Ricky, don't Ricardo. I always hated Ricky's a much better. I hated my name. The wife calls me Mark. It's my middle name, or Hunk.
I shortened it because Ricardo doesn't roll off the tongue very well, sir.
No, I never liked the full name Ricardo. Ricky, much better. Way better.
Thank you, sir. And who's this little one?
This is Hale. This is Nicole. I'm sure you maybe have met her. Yeah, you met her. Nicole's child. This is Hale.
Yeah, Miss Icy. Hi there.
Banksy's daughter. He gestures over here, Banksy handing Sasha his sandwich.
Oh, that's pretty sick. Hi. He's gonna lean in and wave with a smile.
And she's a sweetheart. Watch this. He'll let her go and she can float on her own, see? And she'll try to float over to Dad, but Grandpa's gonna hold her.
Huh. He's gonna lean in. You should be happy, kid. I can't even float.
Pequod, and a small anecdote, only Davine, Mom, can call him Mark. That's right, yeah, it's like a special thing or something.
Alright, thank you for the warning. Happy I didn't accidentally do it because I wouldn't want to offend. And, it's, like I said, a pleasure to meet you, Miss Davine. Mom and Dad have said a lot of good about you.
Oh, well, give them my best regards. Well, I'll be seeing Ceres today, but give your father my best regards.
Will do.
His mom's still big into Fudvis, not Elvis.
Yes, she is, sir.
Pequod, you gotta go see the flower shop sometime. She still has all the stuff. Yeah, she's got like millions of credits and collectibles of that guy alone. Hunk. Well, you won't be seeing Frederick and Krellin and Samuel today. They're busy. But we wanted them to come, but they ain't coming, sadly.
Oh, that's a shame, sir. And, yeah, you should come see the flower shop. Pretty sure Mom's also bought more over the last few years.
Oh, maybe we just send her. God, we could just send her some stuff. Frederick memorabilia only keeps skyrocketing since he basically dropped off the face of the earth, Julius.
Julius knows anything that she might want, let us know. We'll send it to her.
Will do. I'm kind of working off some right now. But, I will. Thank you very much. Oh, man. Lots of new... He's gonna stop. I was gonna say lots of new people, but, someone I know.
Boo. Huh? And jumps. Oh my god. Still as sneaky as ever, Sarah. So give her a hug.
Davine spins around. Ceres, darling, hello.
How are you doing? Giving them both a hug, and oh my god. She looks at Hale. She is gorgeous. I saw her when she was an infant, but holy shit.
Yes, isn't she? She gets a lot of looks from her mother, I suspect.
The cat ears, holy crap. She's looking down at Hale. Hug, yeah, I think she's gonna grow up to look just like Mom.
Oh, I'd bet money on it.
She's patting Hale on the head, and she's gonna grow up to be a troublemaker just like Mom and the rest of you were a long time ago. Ceres, I never got involved in that much of the troublemaking. That was Julius, Icy, and Pequod. Pequod, well, I mean... kind of, yeah.
Julius crosses his arms. You had your hand in some, don't lie.
Definitely. Every now and then. Where's, she's looking around. Where's Krellin? I've never gotten a chance to thank him for, you know, I mean, before I went under, after, you know, vampirism gone, but where is he? Hunga. Doing something stupid. Putting his arm around Davine, or at least par for the course, Krellin, Frederick, and Samuel are always doing something stupid, more often than not.
Julius just nods. Yeah, they're doing something stupid right now.
Only the stupidest. Pequod speaks up.
I mean, it's gotta be pretty dumb for them not to be here, right?
I had been working on production of shows. They like to keep it the workaholic. You wouldn't think it looking at Frederick.
No, I wouldn't, with all due respect, ma'am. But, he's gonna walk around and give Ceres a big hug.
Ceres hugs him back.
It's good to see you here, Mom.
Like the flannel.
Yeah, Mr. Scar put it on me while I was working.
Scar's here? She immediately looks at Hunk and Davy.
Davy nods. Yes, he's just over there.
Scar sees Davine pointing at him. He's gonna come over. What, do you want to give me a hug now too, or something?
No,
I think Elizabeth hit her head. Hunk, yeah, she's never that affectionate. Something's wrong, but yeah.
Davine shrugs and then she'll give Scar a hug.
He freezes.
She pats him on the back. Looks up at him. Thank you for all the work you do around the lane.
Looking at Hunk, scared almost. Hunk, I don't know what's going on. I don't.
She'll step out of the way so Scar can see Ceres while still holding onto Hunk's hand.
Scar will come up. Ceres yells his name. They embrace. Good to see you, Ceres. Been a while. Ceres, yeah. I wanted to thank you for the correspondence with Mom at the end. It was one of the only things that was keeping her going. Scar, no problem. He'll let go of the hug and look at the ground. Pequod wincing. Oh.
Chili is patting Scar's arm, giving him a nod.
I got your son set up with a fucking flannel shirt. He's ready to go. He helped build that stage. Put him to work. Next time we gotta do something here in the lane, I'm gonna teach him to drive a power loader.
Will do, sir. We'll be happy to learn.
Hunk, about to say something in retort to the power loader thing, like, you know, something like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. And then he notices, what the fuck? Statue! Hale pointing and laughing at it. Ceres will turn around. Oh my.
Chili's just groans.
Yeah, Tommy said we had to put it up in honor of the saint and the rising of the new saint.
Yeah, he put in a request to have the town changed from Saintsville to Saintsville from Woodbury. I vetoed it. Didn't even bother Julius with it.
Thank God. When I accepted that, my mind was on completely different topics.
I normally like weird eclectic collectibles coming over next to Davine, but that is just an eyesore.
I mean, at least it's not a statue of something like Gorilla Snuff, I guess.
I would take Krelosnuffagus over that. She's looking at the statue of the saint.
Davine uses her other free hand to hold Pequod and nods. This might sound crazy coming from me, but I would rather Fat Flitwick over that.
Really, Mother? She looks shocked at Davy and big smile on her face.
Oh, yes. Yes, I would.
Well, we don't need a statue of Fat Flitwick either, but yeah, I agree.
Lean into Carter. Didn't think it was quite that bad. Jeez.
Carter nods. It was pretty bad.
I think I might be a bit biased towards Tommy.
I think you are pretty biased.
Good!
Hey! Hey, Uncle Yuri!
That is good. Patting Ricky on the back. Saris, yeah, I wanted Ellie to come, but she was busy today. Somebody had to stay back and man the fort and actually make the money in the business, and me or her, I'm coming. Pequod, good decision. Let her earn her keep. Staring up at the stage.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'd rather you be here, just wish she could have come too.
Next time. Looking up at the stage.
It's something else, ain't it? It's crazy that we were able to put it up that quick.
Scar, we've been working on it all. There's that fucking thing. He points up at the sky.
Julius looks at it.
Carter, look, it's bigger now. What do you say, Julius?
The hell is that?
I thought you'd know, sir.
No, not a clue. I've never seen anything like it.
Sarah's looking up at it. Looks like, I don't know, actually. And I've seen a lot of weird shit when I was on the frontier. Sasha, yeah, squinting up at it. Colt, it's a light show or something, right, Soul? I don't know.
Soul tilting her head. It might be. Can she feel like any mana coming off of it?
No.
It's not magic. That's all I can really tell about it.
Can Ricky feel any key?
Absolutely not.
Ain't got anything to do with key either. This got anything to do with Tommy, Uncle Yuri?
He's looking up at it. No, he is very busy. No, I don't know what that is.
Huh. That's kinda creepy.
As they're talking about it, Blaze has turned. He's just staring up at it. As well, he has some XLR cables in his hand. Emrian, I assumed it was some type of weather phenomena. Right, Carter? Looking up at it.
I mean, yeah, it might be. He squints at it. Huh. It might just be like a weird cloud that the light is reflecting off of. Would explain why it got bigger.
Doesn't explain why it's pulsating. Juletta's staring up at it, head tilted. She'll actually take a step back.
Maybe
How long has this been here? She speaks up.
all day, as far as we've seen.
Oh, staring up at it.
Maybe it's the power of the saint coming off the statue.
Jumping down. Nothing is trivial. It's a gravity anomaly, I believe. I saw a few of them back in the Calamity Wars.
That's bad, right?
He shakes his head. I don't know. I only ever saw them in deep space.
Huh.
Deep space? Why the hell is that here then?
Pequod, is there any weather phenomena, any storm fronts, any change? Is something going on that I'm not aware of that I should have been as the head of EarthGov? I should nothing. There's nothing going on. Oh. Davine feels Pequod squeezing her arm tighter, just getting scared. All day it's been here.
Yeah, from what we've seen. As Davine holds on to Pequod tighter, squeezing her a bit.
Yeah, we first saw it, what, 3-4 hours ago, guys. Maybe a little more.
Huh. He's looking up at. When I was in the Arcane Council, I saw something kind of similar a long time ago. Yeah.
What did you see?
A different color, like a dying star. Is what it really looks like. He's looking up at it.
You know, both your explanations are very worrying.
Julius turns around to Sasha. Some kind of weapon that we don't know about? UIR? Max Tech even? Something we don't know about?
Sasha, I don't know everything, but no, I don't think so.
Oh, Jesus. He just turns back around, staring at it.
I don't know either, sir. It just, it getting bigger feels is creeping me out. That's all I can say about it. You ain't seen anything like that, right, Ma?
Never. She's looking up at it. No.
You seen anything like it, Bash?
Only when I'm like 25 beers deep. So let it just starts chuckling at him.
Huh. I mean, it's probably nothing, right? I mean, with how many important people are here, if it was dangerous, it would have jumped us already, right?
I don't know. He just stares up at it. Australia is a strange place.
Yeah, it is. I watched a spider kill a snake and drag it into a drain pipe yesterday.
Pequod will let go of Davine and step back to Julius.
Julius wraps his arms around her, staring up at this phenomena that they're staring at.
Delta, ma'am, go pitch a couple rocks into it or something. You can throw that far, yeah? Sergeant Satterley, ma'am. He'll walk over to start doing it. He walks to the edge of town, picking up some rocks. He'll pitch one into it, and it just starts floating in a circular motion.
Okay, so it's definitely some type of gravity.
I didn't do the best in science, sir, but don't stars have gravity too, even when they're dying?
Yeah. Hunk, wrapping his arms around Davine, you're coming over here.
Yes, sir.
Alright, this away is behind me. And take Hale, please.
She holds on to Hale, stays behind him. She tilts her head looking at it. Strangest thing I've ever seen.
I second that, madam. Coming over, patting her on the shoulder.
It's definitely the weirdest thing I ever seen, but I ain't seen too much.
Pequod, just eat. Get Euros, Mom, Dad. Let's try to focus on the objective, Mom.
Yes, wonderful idea, darling. She holds onto Hunk's hand. Would you like to come get some euros with me?
Yeah, I'm starving. Let's go. He won't take his eyes off of it.
Julius staring up at it. Nothing like this is ever good.
Pequod, no, it's not.
Look on the bright side, sir. If you take a nice picture of them playing with that in the background, it'll make for a hell of an album cover.
It's a good point, actually. But it doesn't mean it doesn't creep me out.
Yeah, nothing but logic on that one, Ricky. But, still something to be worried about.
I'm gonna go get the power loader out the way and then jump up there and see if they need my help, okay?
Alright, yeah. Go ahead, Scar. Thank you.
He'll nod his head. As shifting to Yankee Station, the doors slide open, Kaz aiming his rifle into the building, steps forward, one step, starts scanning the room. Hmm.
Ash following him with his hands on his holsters. You see anything?
Negative. He walks forward, gestures with his left hand to this thing, deactivated. When I was here last, they were in a state of activation, and right there is where I met the robot, capturing the contagion woman. It was a dummy robot, a delivery bot, really.
Protocol. Alright. Well, should we silence our friends here while they're offline, just in case?
He'll look over at Ash. I'll take care of that. Rip their computers, or whatever you call hack. I'm not the most tech savvy.
Trust me, it's not fun to have to learn. I came from a place where there wasn't any.
Time traveler.
Yes? Who told you that?
He, and shoots this one, disintegrating it with his laser rifle. Max Tech had everything on you guys. He starts chuckling.
Oh, so we were right in cracking the planet.
Yes, you were.
He's gonna look around to see if he can find the computers.
There's tons of computers all over the place. You take your pick.
He will walk up to one and jack into it.
Looks like he's blast this fucker away. This one, cloud of ash, just following over past Ash. Looks like they left in a hurry. He's looking around.
He's gonna rub his hand along the desk. Is there any dust?
No.
And they
And
left.
you see like coffee cups and stuff. Even a combat knife left on the table, like unsheathed. I can never say that word, but yeah, sheathed. Whatever.
He's gonna look at the coffee. Does it look like there's any like mold or any? Like, can you tell if it's been there for a while?
It's at least been there for about a week, probably 2 at the most. Blasting the.
They left recently. Coffee isn't molding and, gelatinizing yet. They couldn't have been gone for more than a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks.
Blasting this one away. Left the power on. He looks around, blasting this one away.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I don't like the sound of that because that doesn't really line up with any of the huge events as of late.
Blaster over on his shoulder, resting it, walking up. You get anything off this?
Has he found anything looking through it yet?
Besides the basic subroutines of the computers, like the OS operating programs we use today, clean as a whistle.
These have been wiped.
How do you know? He really doesn't know a lot about computers.
A computer like this isn't spotless like this even if it's brand new.
He starts typing on this computer. You think they're all like this?
Let's find out. He's gonna go and find another one. Is there anything he can find? Camera routines, anything?
Wipe.
Wiped. Here, you go check the ones over there. I'll move to the other side of the room.
He shrugs, looks back at Ash. Max Tech wasn't even this thorough. You realize that. Walking this way.
No, they weren't. How else do we find out as much as we did?
You hear him furiously hitting keys. I think it's wiped. At least there's nothing but the home screen.
Okay. Is the date on them off?
No, it's there.
Alright. I really don't like this. Look around the room, see if there's anything we can press, anything that isn't one of these computers. Maybe they left something.
Any secret doors from your dungeons back in your Gallia days?
Believe you me, I'd rather that right now. Fighting a handful of skeletons sounds a lot nicer than this.
A lot less creepier. It's not often the hairs on the back of my neck stand up.
Yeah, something feels wrong, doesn't it?
He comes over here, gets in the middle of this console, starts trying to figure out how to work it. Something that clown said. He's looking over at Ash. The one you blew his head off. That clown. This smoking. I've never seen a smoking into man. And I have never seen any human besides Ripa, Constance, whatever you prefer. He described soldiers that he took for your soldiers.
Right. You're thinking it was Boss Man and his bodyguards?
He shrugs. That's the only assumption I can make, but I've never seen him. And I don't know, I've probably done more dealings with them than that clown.
That's true.
And look, I know my place. I'm just a loose end, a tool.
That's right. But I don't know, so were they, right? I mean,
Do you think? He looks over at Ash. Max Tech was very good at false flags. Operations. Is that what SIS would call it?
I'd say so. I'm not sure. I would assume that they'd only use them because they left them out to dry, right?
To divert EarthGov's attention. He'll tilt his head somewhere else. He puts both his hands up. Just an assumption. Don't get ahead of yourself. I'm just trying to make sense of what that clown said.
No, I think you're onto something because this feels very cloak and dagger. At this point, he's just looking around for anything, computer, anything he can flip through.
What's that button there? There is a flashing red button. It has a cover on it, though. You have to flip the cover. It's right over here. Flip the cover, so you stand on this square. You flip the cover, and then you flip the switch up.
He'll flip the cover and look and see if it's got any markings.
None.
What do you think? Press the covered button?
He chuckles and holds up his blaster rifle as if he's ready to shoulder it.
Agreed. He's gonna pull Ravage out of its holster, hold it in his left hand, and press the button.
At first, nothing, I gotta move you for a second, happens, and then Ash hears the sound of what sounds like compressed air being fired off from below them. Huh? He looks around.
He's gonna unholster Valor into his right hand, and I don't like that.
Rising from the middle is all these things in stasis pods, all completely frozen in stasis. As he starts shouldering the rifle and his head is slowly tilting, looking at what's coming up, smoke abating coming up. It's being lifted up.
Ash,
Cold storage.
I'm assuming he recognizes those.
Oh, absolutely.
He is immediately gonna take like 3 steps back into the wall.
Friends of yours?
We need to get out of here now. Not friends. Don't. Please don't.
He'll step back. He wanted to step. What? He looks over. What are they?
We don't have an official name. We refer to them as xenomorphs. Those are the scariest bastards I've faced in my entire career, I'd say.
Why would somebody have them in... He gestures stasis.
Max Tech had them.
You could tell by his body language he's shocked for a brief second. Max Tech.
Yes, sir. Max Tech.
Looks at Ash, looks back here. At what point?
Late. After.
I was a grunt, so I wasn't privy to a lot of information, but I've never seen... He will walk up and put his hand on this one's tank. Anything like this.
They had them late in the time. You remember that Globnog, the idiot orc? The one who was a double agent?
Turns, looks over his shoulder. Worked for, Tewas.
Yeah, he had some of them on a sub the day we killed him.
Looks back. Pets? Weapons?
Weapons. There was a lab, God, at this point, 35 years ago that we ended up going to when the Colonel and I were in the Headhunters. These things took destroyed the colony when they got out, and nearly killed my wife. They are incredibly dangerous. You're not going to penetrate their hide with anything that isn't armor-piercing. And when you do, they have acid for blood.
As Ash says that, he remembers seeing Ceres and Hunk getting tail struck by the Praetorian.
And the longer they live, you can see he's actually afraid. Probably something Kaz hasn't seen. And as they get bigger, they get scarier. I watched a big one, break the limbs of both my wife, who was a vampire at the time, and of the legendary Hunk. They're not to be trifled with.
How do they... He looks up at... He's taking his hand off now and taking a step back. Are they aberrations? Magic?
We don't know.
How do they reproduce?
They start out as an egg. The egg hatches and a little... We refer to them as facehuggers, but they look like a spider with a long... almost like a scorpion or a spider with a long tail. They hug a face of a human, some kind of creature, right? Something big enough that they can do that to. And they implant an embryo.
Parasitic?
Parasitic, and then after a while they come off the face. A few hours later the embryo hatches and bursts from the chest and grows and eventually turns into one of those. I'm also pretty sure we had an idea that they might take something from who they host in. Other than that, we've got no clue.
Well, this is an old Max Tech listening station refueling post. So it tracks. Looking back at all of them in stasis.
Yeah. I've seen them in a matter of hours, maybe days, on two separate occasions completely overtake a colony.
Can they survive the vacuum of space?
Does he know that?
You would assume not.
I would assume not, but...
He holds up the bag of thermal detonators he asked for last week. Compliments of the Ranger General. Unless you want to take one back.
No, I'd rather not. You see he's getting a scan of them for them to take back. With these, I do not feel comfortable trying to kill and take just one.
Then, he shakes the bag of thermal detonators again. This will blow a hole right through this place.
See if you can vaporize as many as you can.
Oh, this will do it. She let me take as many as I wanted.
Good, because I assume they can't survive in space, but I've been wrong about these things before.
They won't survive this. He's turning the yield up on all the detonators. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. He's counting. They won't survive this explosion. But we need to get out of here.
Right. He's got to look around. Do you think there's anything worth looking for, or does he get the idea that it's better just to leave?
If one computer's wiped, they're all wiped. It was very thorough, whoever did this. Like Kaz said, not even Max Tech was that thorough.
There's no point in looking around anymore. I'd say that, they claim to be SIS, that they're similar to SIS in how clean they are.
Almost organic. He's tilting his head looking at it.
Never seen anything like them in your travels either, I'd assume?
Shakes his head. No. He looks back at Ash and Max Tech, chucking the bag in between some of the stasis tubes, typing on his wrist computer. Had a lot of crazy shit.
I know they did. These things. They are, well, I believe I've heard them described as the perfect organism at one point, and I'd say they're pretty damn close.
He'll look back. Not anymore. Gesturing to his wrist computer.
Right. Let's get out of here. I don't want to be near them for longer than we have to.
Affirmative. He'll nod his head as they leave. And as they're leaving, the door opens. Their ship's docked right here. He just, like, all badass, pushes the button and boom! As they walk out into, it's Ash's vessel that they were on, coming here, his drop ship. As flashing back to Woodbury, the festivities are underway, almost. Back up on the stage, working. Most of the guys, Oz running final mic checks, stuff like that, sound checks on the equipment. Sound good, Carter.
Sounds perfect. Damn good job.
Like you said, JJ and Blaze were a lot of help as down here. Sam's pushed up against JJ. Can this concert just end so we can go home?
Not until, they sing and they do their thing, and hopefully everything works out.
Ricky can. I like to imagine, everything sounds great. Ricky can come down, be with his mother instead of standing up there. And Oz will, alright, well, we got a couple minutes before the show. I want to go see Laz. I'm jumping off of here. He jumps off.
Carter chuckles watching him walk away.
Bolt will meander his way down to Seoul.
What do you think, Ma? Look good?
Looks great. She looks up, smiling. Gonna be a good show. Looking up at now, it's just one bright, looks like a very distant star surrounded by like a almost swirling vortex. And most people in the crowd are looking at it.
You know what that kind of looks like?
Huh?
You know those pictures you saw in like your high school science book, the nebulas, I think they called them?
Yeah.
Kind of looks like one of those pictures, doesn't it?
Towns is not here yet. Yeah, it does, Ricky. She's staring up at it as Oz, enjoying the weird, freaky light show, love, gesturing for a kiss.
Laz gives him a kiss, and she looks at the thing that's in front of them. I don't recognize it at all. In all the astronomy books I've ever read, nothing like that comes up.
Huh. He looks up at it after kissing her, looking back at it as Benny, go downstairs or whatever with Memory Ann. Looking up at it.
Carter looks down at Benny, gets on one of his knees. Why don't you go down to see Elizabeth?
Just want to get a better look at that thing. I will. Nothing's wrong, I just... kind of mesmerizing, don't you think? He's tilting his head, looking at...
He turns around, stares at it for a couple seconds, almost gets entranced by it until he shakes his head. Yeah, you can say that. He pats him on the shoulder a couple times, hops off the stage, walks over to Memory Ann.
Blaze behind Elizabeth, rubbing her shoulders. Ready, my dear?
As I'll ever be. When you're just about to do something, you could be so ready to do it, all the way up to the day, and then right before you're about to do it, you get butterflies.
Oh yeah. Hunk nodding his head, hand on her shoulder, arm around Davine. Oh yes. You can't imagine how many times I talk myself up into talking to your mother, and then I'd go to talk to her, pour on the charm, Mark, and then I would.
Davine laughs. He's still got me though, which I am very happy that he did. She kisses one of his hands, leans forward. It is completely natural to be nervous during something like this. And doing it for the first time, it'll come easier with more time.
Hunk, you are gonna do wonderful. And thankfully you got your mother's voice, which is great. You don't sound like a fucking horse like me. Please chuckle. I think you have a riveting voice for a male, sir.
Elizabeth laughs. I've always liked your singing, Dad.
Really? I always thought it was an embarrassment.
No. Whenever you would sing lullabies to me at night, or when I was really young and I had a bad dream, and you would sing to me, it always made me feel like the most safe girl in the world.
He looks down at her, smiling. She was old, your sister, Nicole, but I would sing them to her some nights when she'd come into my room on the ship and she couldn't sleep. I actually bought a book of lullabies, and that's where I learned most of them from. I bought it up on Gateway and help her sleep.
Davian squeezes Hung's hand tighter, smiling at him as Elizabeth gives him another hug. I do love you both very much.
Oh, I love you too, honey. And I'm very proud of you. For everything, including today. Getting up on stage in front of everybody. It's rough.
Smile emoticon pops up. Yeah, it can be. It might be weird to say, but I'm proud of you two too.
Hunk, before he says anything, whatever the anomaly is in the sky disappeared. Pequod, that is really freaky. That is what? Sasha's now holding Jace, so Laz and Oz can have some time. Colt stands up. That's odd.
Soul, holding onto Colt's hand, tilts her head. What the hell is going on?
I don't know, but I'm nodding his head. I wish Tom was here. He's starting to get scared. You can tell.
Yeah, I kinda wish Dad was here too.
Yeah. Put it crossing her arms, looking up where it was. Me too.
I don't know, something just feels wrong.
Well, it's gone, Carter. Putting her arms around Carter.
Carter's still staring at where it was. He puts his arms around her. Why did it disappear so suddenly?
That's a good question, son. Through teeth. Memory Ann also has Integra. Memory Ann will... Carter! And she just stops talking.
He looks at her. Well,
She's frozen.
he snaps a couple times in front of her, then he looks around.
Colt. You see everybody... I imagine she's shaking Oz because he was about to give her another kiss. She's frozen. He's frozen. Jace frozen, arms out, reaching up towards the stage. Sasha frozen with a concerned expression where the thing was in the sky. Everybody, with the exception of those we discussed, is frozen. Looking around, or he's frozen. Blaze is frozen. Banksy, you know the music.
He's gonna look at Saris. What's going on?
Frozen in place. She just arms crossed around her right after she said, "Yeah, I wish to Ash being here," and yeah.
Soul clapping in front of Colt's face. He's not responding. She looks at Ricky.
No one is.
Pequod frozen, leaning into Julius. Go.
Julius, both hands on her shoulders, starts to walk around Woodbury, looking at everything that I assume is just frozen. And he stops next to Benny, looking at his frozen form as well.
Pointing up to the sky.
He looks over to where Benny was pointing.
Where the anomaly was.
Oh, Jesus.
Have you ever seen anything like this, sir?
He thinks back to the time dragon. Sort of. Not like this. Nothing like this, in fact.
Huh.
We summoned a time dragon. It stopped time for a bit, but he looks around. I don't think any it only freezing us. He looks around at all the kids, Davine and Elizabeth. It only freezing us is what worries me.
Except Hale, who's just floating around at this point, hand on her stomach, upside down, pointing and laughing at Julius.
Julius watches her floating around. Hale, sweetie, come here.
She starts to float towards Pequod.
He walks over. She's frozen right now, sweetie. Why are you not frozen?
She just wraps her arms around Pequod's neck, holds her, starts laughing. Having a good time.
Is there anything that all the people who aren't frozen have in common, sir?
Julius bites his bottom lip. It's pretty safe to assume that he could be able to figure it out.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
I think it's more safe to find out what we all have in common. And Davine looks at Julius. Elizabeth, honey, come here. She comes here, both hands on Elizabeth's shoulders. All of us are either time travelers or born from time travelers. And he points to all the kids and then himself and Davine. We're different from everyone else. I don't know what is doing this, but we are its targets.
Oh.
A loud crash on the stage, smoke flying up, equipment flying up, Benny not moving at all, and unfurling gigantic wings that can only be described as made of what looks like clockwork, like a clockwork machine, a fine-tuned German watch per se, revealing himself, the wings spreading. He is bigger than any man anybody here has ever seen or fought. A huge sword presented in the ground, holding it just like the picture. What you have in common is today is your day of reckoning.
Julius takes a step back. What the fuck?
Lifting the sword with one hand somehow, it's huge. Stepping off the stage and lowering himself down in front of Julius.
You know this guy, sir?
Not at all. Julius stares at this being that just landed in front of him.
He's going first, that's for sure. He looks down at Julius. I am the deity of time. Your day has come, little larvae.
Right. Right. As Julius looks around, all of his kids there, his mother. Ah, shit. And he'll go motion.
Ooh, shit. Here we go. Got the Mushin form up and ready to go. He swings the sword around almost violently. Why do you resist?
Because it's not in my nature to go down without a fight.
You had, he pointing the sword at Julius, backing up, your chance.
What chance are you speaking of?
I turned my eye. We're important to balance in this universe. I let you go. Yet you had to recreate, procreate. Like the animal you are.
Isn't it natural for everything to want to procreate, to want companionship, sir?
You should have known better.
We didn't even know we traveled through time.
He just stares at Julius.
He stares back at him. And he'll start doing like as subtle as he can finger expression to tell Davine to start getting away.
This is a fight you cannot win. And if you choose to run, he'll put his hand out and levitate Hunk towards him. I will make him suffer. Immensely. He stares over at Davy. I take no pleasure or pride in this. You brought this, slamming the sword into the ground, on yourselves.
Davian's eyes widen. She looks over at Julius. Your issue is not with him, it is with us.
Then get on your knees and take and accept your punishment. Your offspring included. And don't think your father isn't getting away from me. Worm. Gesturing towards Ricky with his helmet.
Alright, whatever you say, dude. Big and bad, but you're acting like a bitch using him as a shield.
He'll levitate Hunk back towards Davine. Step away from his sword. Strike me, larva.
That's never a good sign.
He gestures towards Ricky. Strike me. You take issue with how I present myself. Do my bidding. Show me. He puts his hands out. I don't need the sword. What you're made of.
He'll move up. Alright. And even though he knows it's a bad idea, he'll limit break. Let me, and he'll hit him.
Go ahead, flavor it up.
Well, he's gonna run in. He's gonna run in, turn, and put his hips into it to swing as hard as he humanly can and try to hit him.
As he swings, a hand right onto Ricky's throat mid-swing. So slow. Lifting Ricky up off the ground, squeezing his throat, looking down at Julia. Do you think you can do better? Tightening the grip on Ricky's throat.
Julius will not
Lighting his free fist on fire, starts beating the shit out of Ricky in his stomach. Throws Ricky's body casually this direction, slamming up against a building next to Star, who would gladly help Ricky if she wasn't frozen.
Soul and Carter are gonna run over to see if he's still breathing, if he's still alive.
He is. He's conscious. We'll say 1 HP. But yeah, I don't know how he's taking it, but...
Jesus, fuck. That dude's something else. And that hurts. That's not normal.
No, obviously not. Julius looks at him. I don't think I can do better now. But I can always try. As he will start attacking.
Roll it up. Julius, since he's in Musha. 1, 2. Getting a bunch of free strikes on him, and he takes the hits. He starts staggering backwards. No sword in his hand.
Julius lands, takes a step forward, and puts his hands up in a fighting stance.
He's staggered, not doing anything. He's just bent over, holding his chest area and stomach area with both hands.
Seeing his opening, he will continue to try.
Flavor it up.
He just landed, went into the defensive stance. He sees him off balance and he goes in, slides under his legs. 2 kicks to one knee, 2 kicks to the other, and then just repeated strikes to the helmet and like chest plate area.
The Mushin form kicking. The classic Mushin kick from Julia. Normally it lands and usually drops any opponent Julius ever hits it with. He looks up and sees his leg caught near the being's neck. And he's just staring at Julius.
Julius looks at his leg caught. Fuck.
He twists Julius's knee, breaking it right in front of him.
He yells out a scream of pain, no matter how powerful you are, or as powerful as Julius is. He will always feel the pain of a broken leg.
He ragdolls Julius violently into the building, but the stage is on top of. Are you finished? Picking up his sword.
I mean, Julius just looking down at his knee. Fuck. I can't do anything, can I?
He will step on Julius's other knee. Do you feel that? He's pressing down on Julius's knee.
Yeah, he lets out a scream of pain.
That is the sound of inevitability. It is the sound of your death.
Fine. You can take me. I'm the issue here. The ground zero. Spare my children. Spare the children. I ask of you. I plead of you. Spare the children.
He'll look back at, I don't know what Laz is doing.
Laz is starting to tear up, her hands shaking, still holding on to Oz's shirt sleeve, even though she knows he can't. She can't get his attention.
He'll look over at these three here through the crowd. They're seeing their father get throttled, and he'll turn and look at Davy and Elizabeth, and then look back at Julius. No.
He just nods. You're a sick bastard, you know that?
Tilts his head, looking at Julius. I take no pride or pleasure in what I do.
He just sighs. If you kill us all, will you at least make sure my family is still happy?
He looks at Julius. That is not for me to decide.
Then you are the cruelest being in the universe, in my opinion. And he will, even though he knows nothing will happen, 100% that nothing will happen, he will, it's been a while since I've looked at a sheet. Charge key blast him.
He takes the hit, the key going around him, off his armor, flying in different directions. Defiant and arrogant even until the end. He begins raising his sword to kill Julius. You better do something.
Carter will look around, grab up just a random pipe that was going on the stage, run up and hit him across the back.
He hits him, but he doesn't even move. Turns slowly to Carter.
Carter immediately starts to shake.
Grabbing Carter by the throat, lifting him up.
He starts to paw and grip at the guy's hand and shaking his head. He drops the pipe. Davine will run over, jump off like a little bench that I imagine is there, and try to hit him.
He will chuck Carter into the wall, same direction as Ricky, so they're now laying almost on top of one another, turning his attention to Davine and the rat from Gallia.
She lands, obviously missing given the AC, looking up at him. The rat from Gallia, indeed.
He will, with his arm, one arm, swipe Davine away, not knocking her out, and he marches towards Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, hands shaking, will try to use her ODM gear to slide under him just to gain some distance.
No. Stepping on Elizabeth's stomach as she slides.
She lets out a yelp of pain as Soul runs up, and tries to do something. She uses her pistol to shoot a thunder shot at him.
Before she can fire the shot, there is an eclipse. And this creature looks up towards the sky. And just like Ricky's still conscious, Carter's barely conscious, those that are unfrozen, even those that are frozen, can still see what's going on, unfortunately for them. And he starts to get bombarded. Over and over and over, beam after beam after beam after beam. Elizabeth is able to claw her way out more closely to Davine, the beam not hurting her. And there's nothing but smoke and a blue light hovering the area. Can't see into the smoke though.
Fuck that guy. You got him, right, Soul?
I think so. I think I got him.
You hear the sound of a clank, the sword piercing the ground, and he stands there and just lifts his head up to Soul.
Soul's eyes widen. I didn't get him. I didn't get him.
A larva like you, bestowed power from the moon. Almost impressive.
Her hands start to shake. Eyes wide in fear. Mouth agape with wordless or soundless words that are trying to escape her mouth.
He punches her once across the face. She collapses at Suletta's feet.
Laz is still frozen in fear in basically the exact same position that he saw her in before.
He stares over at Laz, then back at Davine and the mess that is Elizabeth.
Come on, Carter, we gotta do something.
Carter, barely conscious, starts to shift his weight and move his head around. You can't do anything to it.
Yeah, but I ain't going out on my knees.
Carter looks at the time deity, then Ricky. I don't know what to do.
So he's slowly, painfully getting to his feet. Fight?
As Ricky says that, I assume the deity has completely turned his attention away from Lazuli.
Yes.
He feels, which is basically nothing to him, a couple shots from FaZe Makarov.
He turns and looks at Laz, tilting his head.
A fierceness in her eyes. That quickly goes away once his attention is turned back onto her.
He closes his fist, moving Oz out of the way. He'll reach in and grab her by the throat and drag her out in front of Julius. Your firstborn.
Julius goes to move, goes to get up. His knees broken. He yelps out in pain. Don't!
And you're first to die. Looking at Julius, then back at Davy.
Davine is still conscious, right?
Oh yeah, he just sideswiped her out of the way.
Yeah, she's going to use her ODM gear, whip around, and try to get Laz out of his arms.
He makes that exact noise. Swordswoman.
Does she manage to at least grab her?
She grabs her, and he'll whip her and Davine into Julius, essentially. Down, dog. Looking over at Ricky.
Afraid I can't do that, sir.
Sure you can. Reaching out with his hand, twisting his fist, and Ricky starts to get asphyxiated. I'll save you for last. I'm going to enjoy you the most.
Can't breathe, and the only thing he can do is an act of defiance. He's gonna flip him off.
He'll let go of his hand and Ricky collapses to the ground.
God damn it.
Now we can do this one of two ways. I can kill the children first in front of you. Or I can kill you first. The adults. Time is not a merciful entity. Time takes. All creatures fall to time. Except, he looks around, a few.
Julius looks at the deity. Time cares for no thing. Isn't that the saying?
You would be correct, fighter.
He inhales deeply. Looks at Davine, who she shakes her head and shrugs. Can't you do it at the same time? So none of us have to see each other die?
Lifting his hand, levitating Davine out this way, looking back at Julius. As I said, time. Lifting his sword is not merciful. Come, swordswoman. See if you can defeat me as you defeated Kamul. And he starts walking towards Davine. Quite an accomplishment.
Davine, with a shaky breath, stares at the deity, pulls out her swords. Not much else to do other than accept the challenge, and she walks up to him ready to fight.
He'll lift his sword in front of his face.
She'll do the same. She puts both of her swords across her face in a crisscross pattern and then drops down into her usual fighting stance.
He gestures with his sword, letting her make the first move.
She will attack him.
Every hit she lands, does absolutely nothing, as can probably be guessed by the 800 armor rating. He's allowing her to hit. Davine hears a scoff, and with this gigantic sword, she's like a fly to the size of this sword, almost baseball swings her. Boom. Boom. Knocking this frozen poor dude back on the ground, slamming into the building here. Sergeant Satterley frozen. You know, they're all frozen. Sam and JJ completely frozen, unaware of what's going on.
Davine is basically convulsing on the ground. Her chest is moving up and down sporadically. Her back spasming. Her arms tensing and untensing rapidly.
I don't know why I expected any better, honestly. I just figured the woman that defeated Kamul would put up somewhat of a fight. He chuckles.
She stares at him in complete fear. And all she can get out is, a man is different from a god.
He looks down at Davine, and for a second he looks over his shoulder. And then looks right back at Davine. As Julius, the elevator didn't make any sound with all the commotion. Towns and Icy. Towns, what the fuck? Looking around. Icy, Julius? Looking down at him.
Julius looks up. Nicole, think fuck.
What the fuck happened to you? She kneels down, grabbing Julius's leg, causing him an immense amount of pain.
He yells out in pain.
Shh!
Covers his mouth quickly. Twists her head and points at the deity.
Towns immediately starts running over to Ricky and Carter. She looks at Laz. What is that?
Time deity is what he said.
Time deity? That would explain this, I guess. Gesturing to the frozen people, immediately starts healing Julius's leg. It's gonna be good, Julius.
Julius looks at Icy. He was just biting onto his arm area, the padding of his coat, blocking some of the damage he does to his skin as he lets go of it. That thing wants to kill us. It wants to kill Mom, me, to all the, like, Gallia descendants. You know what I'm saying?
Time travelers?
Time travelers, exactly. What I don't get is why she can move. And he points right over to Hale.
He looks over it. She looks over at Hale and then looks back at Julia. You know why.
An oven?
She nods her head.
Hey. Just shakes his head. Looks at Icy. I can't beat that thing. Obviously not. It's about to kill us all.
She looks over at it. I don't know if I can. If I have to. You know.
He stares at her, blinks a couple times, and grabs her face by both the cheeks. You can beat it. You have my utmost faith. You can beat it.
She'll nod her head. It's gonna get messy.
Get as messy as you need to. He pats one of her cheeks twice. As messy as you need to.
She snaps her fingers so Laz can't hear anything. I think this guy, I don't know, I'm actually scared. Looking at him, he's walking over to Davine, dragging his big sword. I don't know much about alternate universes and realities, but since I might be about to die and everybody else, I just want to say, I hope there is a universe that you and I got together. You know that, right? Like some alternate reality where we got together. Hopefully. Only saying this because we're all probably about to die. I have to use the avatar state, so...
Julius gets taken aback a bit. Really?
I wouldn't change anything here for the world. I love Banksy to death, but I do hope in some alternate universe. Those abs are killer. She chuckles and blushes slightly. But yeah. It's like my deathbed confession.
Julius looks down at his abs, looks at her. Well, no need to worry about that. You're not gonna die.
I'll stop him. As he steps closer to David.
Julius grabs both of her hands. You will. You will. Obviously. And you know what? I'm sure in some universe we did.
She nods her head as Hale lands on Julius's lap, starts laughing, pounding his lap with her hand. Look after her.
With my entire being, I'll look after her.
She'll unmute Laz, so Laz can now hear, and then disappears into a cloud of black smoke.
Laz looking around. What just happened? I was deaf for a while. Don't worry about it. Me and Icy had to talk about something. He just pats her head.
Towns grabbing Ricky's throat. Rick! Carter!
I'm alive, sir. Barely.
Carter!
Carter rolling his head around, obviously having a concussion of some kind, or some type of head injury. He just nods. Good. Good. Very good.
Okay. Open the mouth, Ricky, as he's trying to uncap a canteen to pour water in Ricky's mouth. Open.
They'll open it.
He starts pouring water in Ricky's mouth as the deity has come over from Davine, slams his sword right down next to Davine's head. For all the trouble you caused, I think I'll kill her in front of you.
No. No, don't.
He lifts Elizabeth in the air and starts strangling her. She's just enough she can't talk if she wants to.
Elizabeth pawing at this guy's hand needlessly.
He's just telekinetics. He's just in the air.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she just shakes her head and says, I'm sorry.
Unfortunately for you, little one, the sins of the parents pass down. Die now, little larvae. As he tightens his grip, looking down at Davine, she's getting choked up.
Davine is going to try worthlessly to attack him.
Roll it up. hitting his foot violently with her sword. Nothing happening. And then he immediately, the stoic, calm demeanor has dropped. His wings shoot up and unfurl wider, and he starts looking around as Elizabeth falls to the ground.
Carter, you know what the fuck that was?
Carter looks around, shakes his head. Can he like sense anything happening?
So, it's magic, but nothing like Carter or Soul have ever felt before. It just feels like death.
Carter looks right at Ricky, and all he says is, "Death?"
Oh shit, so now death's coming for us too.
Town's not for us. Looking over at this guy.
The deity starts to hear Julius laugh, an almost maniacal laugh.
Looks over at Julius. Time is short for me. Lifting Elizabeth back up into the air.
Davine rushes towards him. Tries to OD him up and attack his head directly.
Roll it up. Davine swinging her swords violently at him, hitting him for sure. As Davine hears and sees laser shots coming from, there's now all of a sudden like a low-hanging black mist around the city. Fog, really. If Davine were to look up at the sky, the sun is black. Not eclipsed, black. And the moon is red. The laser shots actually pierce his armor and he falls over. His sword goes flying this direction and he falls over, stumbling this direction. And Davine most definitely sees faces from a long time ago. The Epsilon Squad riflemen, one of them standing right next to
Davine starts to yell. Does Elizabeth drop?
Yeah, oh yeah, she's dropped as soon as the first laser started to hit him.
I like to imagine she caught her, like Princess carrying her. She starts to run over this direction because she has no idea what the fuck is going on.
Towns looking around. It's about to get messy.
I'd like to help, sir, but I can't feel my legs.
No, stay down, both of you. And in fact, here, I'm taking you over to your father, and you're coming with me. He drags Ricky over.
Come on.
Best seats in the house, kid. Looking over at this guy whose body's convulsing on the ground, he puts his hand out and starts flexing his fingers. The spell starts to wear off slowly on everybody around. Plays. As the spell's wearing off slowly, Towns is also dragging Soul over this direction, and he gets her here.
Elizabeth is still standing in front of, Davine in front of Elizabeth, ready to protect her, trying to find the most defendable spot.
What in the hell is going on? Blaze is the first to come to. Hunk deer! Grabbing Davine and Elizabeth.
Davine having an extremely difficult time to breathe, multiple ribs broken, most definitely. Her foot's also broken. I like to imagine she just looks over at Hunk. Mark, dear.
It's fine. Mark's here. What the fuck is going on, and how are those guys back?
Elizabeth is completely unconscious. Davine trying to wake her up. She looks at Hunk. I don't know how they're back, but did you hear about that one?
Yeah. Suletta's head looking never seen her afraid before. She is horrified looking at this thing.
Mr. Towns, can you make sure Mom's okay?
She's right here. She's already thanking Towns for getting Ricky over Pequod. She's looking at Ricky. You just had to piss him off, didn't you?
You know me, Ma. too dumb for my own good, right?
She chuckles as Pequod. Julius, what the fuck's going on?
Julius gestures for her to come closer.
She's right on top of him. We need to get the kids and get out of here.
He grabs her by one of her cheeks, gently, like more of a cup, really. Nicole, those guys, the Epsilon Squad, that's Nicole.
Yes? No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
What? She looks down at Julius, stares. Looking at the laser rifleman standing over him.
Sasha can vouch for it. We've both seen it before. She's able to take souls that she's taken in the past or has just died around her, and she's able to use them against others in a thing she calls the Avatar form.
Sasha nodding her head, helping Laz up, and Soul trying to treat their injuries. It's gonna be fine. Just horrifying at the same time. Remember, Carter! Coming over to Carter!
Carter's still very loopy. He looks up at her, grabs her by both cheeks, and gives her a kiss. Very pretty.
Yes, just stay down, cupping Carter, head in her arms. Pequod, we should just get the kids, Mom and Dad, and get out of here.
Julius stares right at Pequod. This might be their only chance to talk to her.
God, I hope you're right, Julius.
I know I am. As that's happening, Soul starts to stir and she's looking around. Colt, where's Colt?
Colt has crawled his way over to her.
Honey, no, you're hurt. You can't be doing that kind of thing.
I'm good. I am good. It's okay. Putting himself on top of her, trying to protect her. Oz doing the same to Laz and Sasha.
All that Colt feels is a kiss on the cheek. Thank you. Thank you for always being here.
Enough! Swings his saber very quickly. This guy was more over here at this point. They disappear into clouds of black smoke. He starts panicked, looking around.
Julius starts to laugh again. What's wrong? Time, deity.
A chill ensues, makes the hairs on the back of everybody's neck stand up as oh my fucking god, as rising from that black fog is a very old familiar face that actually makes Sarah scream.
Mom? He's gonna scoot over and grab her leg.
Grabbing Ricky, trying to shield him from Dewa.
No.
We are fucked!
If anyone should be in front of anyone, you should be behind me.
Stay down as Tewa's will disappear into a cloud of smoke and reappear out here. Putting his sword up in front of him, walking up here. Oh, what the hell is he doing back, dear? Thought we killed him, Blaze. Oh my god.
Daving just shakes her head. I don't know. What was the Epsilon Squad doing back? Do you know what's going on? She looks behind to Soletta.
Soletta, death. That's, death. She shrugs. Death for him. Gestures towards him.
Well, I suppose that's comforting, I suppose.
Tewaz lets out a chuckle. Sounds just like him. And the time deity will look back at everybody here. Look back at Tewaz. Come out, he just says. Tewaz lets out another chuckle as he spreads his wings and starts flying straight at Tewaz, who jumps back, firing off his wrist Gatling laser. The deity of time, sword up in front of him, bullets going around. Then, only a sight that really Julius and Pequod would remember. Everybody has a good view of it, regardless of map positioning. Presents a gigantic revolver. The barrel is already spinning, and it looks like almost a red mist is coming out of it. He whips it forward quickly. Fires fires one shot that actually sends the sword flying away over everybody. Over this direction, Bash and Okir here. People will spread out as time goes on. And then, interestingly enough, one final old familiar face as the revolver shot goes off, a shockwave goes out, Tewa's disappearing. This really creeps Sasha out if anybody looks at her face. Pequod is screaming. He's almost zombified, whoever this individual is. He's raising a plasma rifle with one hand, and his head looks like it's almost hanging onto his body. He's still got the armor on, but his head's tilted back and he's groaning. Like a zombie, actually. And he fires one plasma shot off that takes the deity's head off, and once again his body falls to the ground.
I don't know what's going on, but that feels really nice.
Good
Oh
things.
my fucking god!
Good things are happening right now. Julie.
Good! Pequod looks down.
Yes, good. This is all Nicole. Nicole's doing all this. She can better explain it than I can. He grabs Pequod by the cheeks again. But this is good. We are going to live.
Hale laughing, waving at Julius. Pequod, come here! Grabs Hale, puts her in her arms with Integra. This is not funny, young lady.
I don't know, ma'am. It's pretty funny, ma'am. Looking, pointing at the body on the ground. He just got fucked.
His body convulsing as the Epsilon squad rifleman disappears into a cloud of smoke. Hunk checking out Elizabeth and Davine. He's got a med kit now. Blaze running over this direction. Some of the Delta guys. Yada yada yada. Hunk, dear, set her down and let me take care of you.
She looks at Elizabeth, reluctantly sets her down, but still holds onto her hand while Hunk looks at her.
She's gonna be good. She's gonna be fine. Oh, you are fucked up, honey.
I know, that's what I get from trying to soul fight a deity.
It's alright, dear. He's starting to cry, kisses her on the lips. It's gonna be fine.
It's going to be fine. She scratches at his chin, gives him a kiss. Look in my eyes. It is going to be okay.
We'll be together regardless of what happens.
Exactly. But you know what will happen? We are going to live. No matter what. She starts looking around, somewhat worried.
The deity head starts to reform. A gold body essence silhouette of a head starts to form. And then the mask and armor starts to reform as he puts his hand out, and you see him flexing his hands multiple times, and you hear a groan. There's massive reverbs when he speaks, and you hear the groan going off. He's struggling to reform his sword. Memory hand, I think it's working. God, I hope. Carter, looking down at Carter.
Carter blinks a couple times, looks at him. I think it's working.
I think so. Dude got messed up. He's gonna raise his voice as much as he can. Not fun when you're the one getting bullied, is it, asshole?
The sword reforming, slamming the sword in the ground, and he's actually struggling to stand. He doesn't pay attention to Ricky's comment because he's too focused on what you can maybe assume to be healing his injury.
Carter looks at Ricky. Yes, let's continue to piss off the thing that wants to kill us.
Fuck him! Pequod!
Hey man, I'm dead either way. Fuck that guy.
He just shrugs and lays his head back down onto Memory Hand's thighs. I assume she sat down next to him.
Yes. As the deity drags, he stands up, dragging the sword, struggling to lift it, looking around.
So what's coming next?
Death. Sasha.
And Julian starts to laugh. Death, indeed.
Trump card. Glaring at him as he actually looks panicked, fearful.
Julia's just smiling a big smile at the deity, holding on to Pequod's leg, because she's next to him, holding on to her leg. This is going to be a fun watch, in my opinion.
What did you say, sir? Time cares for no man? I think that dude really cares about someone right now.
Two gigantic claws hitting on the building here and here, which unfortunately ignite it on fire as unfurling, and there's an immense amount of heat going off this thing, not causing any burn damage to anybody in the city, but definitely around it, as embers start to rain from the sky. And all that is said is, and he stumbles back in fear.
That's a big monster.
Ah! She just starts screaming.
Julius holds onto Pequod tightly. It's okay.
Hunk, Banksy, help me! And Banksy will help drag them back a little bit as Suletta helps. Tal, oh my fucking god, starts running. Carter can barely see. Jesus Christ! Jumping in the gyro truck.
Carter staring at the thing that's just appeared. That's Death Incarnate, I think.
Raising his sword. My fight is not with you, Anovian.
Davine shoots a look over to Hunk. Novian!
Nicole, he looks up at the gigantic demon from hell, basically.
She starts to breathe heavier, her ribs hurting more and more, as she just manages to put two fingers in her mouth and lets out a loud whistle.
He'll swing the sword around. You Anovians were a blight! Pointing it right at her, on the galaxy. I did not shed one tear at the fate that befell your... And he's cut off as she starts raising her arms to the air quickly. All three erupt, so it causes basically eruptions from the earth that strike him 3 consecutive times, and he falls to a lump, flying backwards actually into this building. The sword disappearing again.
How does that feel?
As she steps forward.
Carter just watching her go by. Looks up at Marianne. That's not I see, right?
I believe so. Smiling at it. I didn't know she could do this.
I don't know if anyone knew.
This guy panicking. Sir! Looking at Julius, goes to raise his rifle and starts shooting the demon.
Julius in a very loud voice, louder than he's probably ever raised his voice at this guy, yells at him, "Stand down, soldier!"
Dropping his rifle in a panic as the deity stands up, reforming himself. This isn't the last time. He points towards Julius. The creature turns and looks at Julius. And then back at the deity.
Julius just cups his hands around his mouth. Fuck him up, I say!
He will spread his wings and try to fly away. She just watches, letting him go. He begins flying towards the sky. Pequod, why is she letting him go?
Yeah, I'll see.
He hits the sky. He stops, and then the sound of what sounds like thousands and thousands of dead people. And you can see from the ground as Carter definitely hears Marianne let out a slight, under her breath, oh my god. He flew into what looks like a dome of just dead people. Some bleeding, some disfigured, some missing body parts, grabbing him, holding him in place. Pequod her face is white. You don't know if she looks like she's gonna vomit or scream.
Julius turns her head. You don't need to look at that.
You're sure we're safe?
We are 100% safe, right, Sasha?
We're fine. It's just gonna get worse for him.
You know, I thought your aunt was pretty cool, but that's something else, man.
She's learned a thing or two since last time I fought alongside her, huh? Sarah's watching!
I think that's an understatement, Saris.
Banksy dragging Hunk and Davine farther away with Suletta as everybody starts spreading, taking hiding positions basically.
Davine pointing at the avatar form in front of her. That's Icy! That's Nicola! My Nicola, I'm so proud of her.
Hunk smiling up at it. I don't know. As Sam and JJ are down here, Sam is screaming at that.
JJ completely covering her body, swords drawn. He, basically has to carry her over.
It's your sister. Relax.
Ah, thank the Lord. JJ looks at Sam. It's just Icy. It's just Icy.
Oh! She's looking up at it! It's gonna be okay. Suletta, yes, smiling.
JJ starts to laugh. What's that thing? I bet it is. He looks down at Elizabeth and checks her pulse real quick. Okay, she's alive. Very good. Very good.
The deity is able to free himself from the Dome of the Dead, as I call it, forcibly, and he lands on the ground in front of her, like a mouse in front of a cat. And he slowly starts to get up, and she actually just watches and lets him get up. He puts his hand out, and he's really struggling to reform the sword now. He even looks down at his hand, flexing his fingers, then up and at her.
Is she playing with him?
Playing with her food, yes.
Yeah, she's toying with him.
Looks like when Pepper finds a mouse in the shop, huh, Ma?
Saris nods her head. Yeah, actually. Quite disturbing.
Yeah, it is.
He will whip around, because he can't reform his sword. He whips around and the slit of his helmet starts to glow. Very intense. And he fires a beam of something right at her, and she just opens her mouth and consumes it, which definitely flares up the flames that come out of her and around her. He just staggers back, shocked.
She just ate a laser.
Yeah, I think that's actually one of her lesser fates from this whole fight.
I don't even know what to think, sir. That's pretty badass.
Whipping her arms quickly to the air again. The laugh at the third raise hitting him as he slumps down into almost what looks like a puddle, and his armor is starting to break. His wings they were bronze, are now basically falling apart.
I think she's got him, sir.
I think so. Oh god.
When can I learn this?
Oh, honey.
When you're older! Because
Julius starts to laugh, looks over at Sasha. Icarus flying too close to the sun, points to the deity.
Sasha licking her bottom lip, looking up at Icy and then back at the deity. Yeah. And he's gonna learn his lesson the hard way. Just like Icarus.
Even making his wings fall apart.
He'll pick himself back up. He tries one final time to reform the sword, and he can't. So he flies up into the air, and he's going to, I'm taking her with me, irregardless, creature. And he fires a beam down at Davine. Only a gigantic flaming clawed hand catches it. Containing the energy in her hand, and she swallows it, flaring up her, we'll say flames, even further.
Davine starts to laugh and she yells out, "I love you so much, Histrom!" And immediately winces in pain from expelling that much air.
Hunk grabs her. We'll tell her that right after this.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Elizabeth has regained consciousness finally.
Elizabeth, starts to look around, looks at the avatar, points at it, and starts to scream.
It's your sister!
That's I see!
She saved you, she's saving us. It's just difficult right now, honey.
Well, thank God for her! She starts to tear up, not because of happiness or anything, but because she's in that much pain.
He's looking up at the dome, trying to figure out a way out, charging a blast from his mask, and then that sound goes off, and he starts looking around. And once again, Pequod, and this time Saris starts screaming, because jumping down from what's left of the stage is an old familiar foe from years and years ago. Saris, even though she knows at this point it's Icy, is still horrified at the sight of this. This guy actually runs away.
Ricky's gonna try to pull her in so he can just hold on to his mom.
Crying wolf! Maria, crying creepy wolf, ma'am.
Yeah, scary wolf.
Carter nods. Very creepy wolf. As he'll just put a hand on Saris's arm and start patting it a couple times as Julius holds Pequod even tighter. It's just icy. It's just icy.
The sounds of mechanical slots on Crying Wolf's armor all start to open as the sky is darkened by thousands and thousands of small shredder rockets firing off. Goofus looking up at the dome one more time, still charging the blast in his mask, looks towards the direction of the sound, and all he sees are all he can see is rockets, essentially. They all fly towards him, then fly up. He flies closer, and they all at once hit him from behind, sending him into a tailspin, landing here, basically. A lump of a mess of a man on the ground. And as he hits the ground, she just laughs as Sunny runs to Blaze for cover, and this heroic Delta guy aiming a weapon at this guy.
Davine, to the best of her ability, is trying to pull Suletta and Tal back, failing miserably, but she's still trying to pull the two of them away from the deity.
They're going back. So Suletta doesn't want to leave Davian's side, so Tal will take one back and try and help. Rubbing his shoulders. It's going to be alright. I don't know what the fuck's going on. You have amazing children, though.
Don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Absolutely amazing. JJ starts to laugh. Fucking smashing, if I might say so myself.
She will pick up the deity in her hands and just casually throw him up in the air. He's a lump, basically. You see the essences reforming. Then she hunches over, and you feel the earth start to shake. If you look out the boundaries to the sea is boiling. If you look at the landscape that surrounds Woodbury, eruptions of magma, lava start to happen. And as the deity falls, perfectly to where her chest piece is, she explodes. She lets out an explosion of arcane energy that it's almost like a barrier's up around everybody, I should say, in the town. Nobody gets hurt, but there's an immense amount of wind, fire, molten lava, meteors start to swarm down across the sky, and the explosion abates. There's a large cloud of dust from the debris of the building and the fog whipping up as she's gained strength, and lying in a lump lets out that exact noise as Crying Wolf disappeared. And he's just lying there. He's almost like it looks like a silhouette of a golden man, basically. But interestingly enough, as he claws his way towards Davine, she can see half of his face is an elf. Looks elven. His hand is skin. The hand that reaches out to Davine.
Davine, using her not broken foot, kicks his hand away.
He reaches for Davine's foot anyway, starts burning through her boot. Hunk will come over, punch him in the flesh, we'll say, side of the face. Twice, which ignites Hunk's hand on fire, and as he's still trying to grab Davine's boot, because the second punch made him let go.
Another soul. Don't mind if I do.
And she picks him up by the foot and dangles him in the air. Hunk coming back over to Davine, putting the fire out on her boot.
Davine grabs his fist and starts to put the fire out on that.
It's good, I'm fine.
No, that looks like it hurt.
It does, but it's oh. Is she gonna eat him?
She looks up at the avatar form. I think so.
And she will. As he screams, he sounds like a man now. There's no reverbs, no reverb. He sounds like just any mortal elf man screaming for his life. And she chomp! His wings go limp, chomps down onto his upper torso, and then throws his lower torso in her mouth.
She just ate him.
She really learned new fucking tricks. I missed so much.
Oh, she's got even more up her sleeve, I suspect.
She's really, really cool, huh, Ma?
Always was.
Soul peeking out from under cold, and always will be.
Interestingly enough, as she swallowed him, she's looking, flexing her big, fiery, demonic fingers, and everybody hears the tetanus sound for a second. And then everything goes white. Everything around, everybody here, and presumably in the universe, flashes white for a few seconds as the sound gets louder and louder. Then it stops. Sasha, that didn't happen last time. Grabbing her ear, holding Laz with her arm.
Julius was covering Hale's ears for her, and he just shakes his head. No, that did not.
She's looking at her fist, and then, upon realizing the power transfer that just happened between her and the creature she consumed, as more eruptions happen all around Woodbury from the earth, magma firing everywhere. Bash, good thing this place is insured, sir.
Yeah, that's for sure, Bash. He just starts laughing, looking around at the destruction happening in this town.
And interestingly enough, the creature disappears into a cloud of black smoke, slowly disappeared.
Julius, just breathing very heavily, wipes his face. Thank God that's over.
Reappearing, looking around. Hale starts laughing and flies over to her. Hey, cutie. Done bothering Uncle Julius, wraps her arms around.
Julius waves his hand. Never bother, Nicole. Never bother.
What the hell? Everybody else coming out. Blaze, he has a trash can lid he was using as a shield for him and Sonny.
No. What the fuck just happened?
She looks around. A lot of things that take a lot more time to explain than we have right now. Leaning down to Colt and healing him first. Oh my god, thank you. Now you should be able to have her straddle you. She starts chuckling.
Soul starts to laugh. Thank you, Auntie.
She winks down at Soul. You're next.
She smiles. Thank you so much. I love you a lot.
I love you too. Sorry I haven't been around.
That's okay. That's okay. I understand.
Oz just mouth agape clapping for her. Sasha, show off. Icy just chuckles. Here, hold her for a while. Gives hail to Soul.
She holds her. Julia's starting to laugh. You always did like to have the flashiest moves, didn't you?
One of us has to. Is Benny? Wow, he stayed up on the stage the whole time, frightened. Has come over to check on Elizabeth. As Icy will heal Julius Carter at the same time. Better?
Yeah. He grabs his head, blinks a couple times. It's still killing me a bit, but thank you.
She'll wink at Carter and then heal Ricky. There you go.
Thank you. I think he busted, like, all of my ribs.
A good rule to live by. She looks at Ricky. Never piss off deities.
That's fair. He was gonna kill me no matter what, so I thought, well, YOLO, right?
Yeah, she shrugs. I can kinda see that. Pequot, thank Christ you. Just come here, idiot. Grabs her and hugs her. Thank God you turned up.
Yeah, thank God indeed. As he'll hold one of Icy's hands.
She'll wink down at Julius. Stand up so I can make sure. I want to see if you can stand on those legs.
He'll attempt to stand up if he's able to.
Like, no pain at all.
He even does a couple hops. I'm good.
Perfect. Good. Slowly backing away from her, horrified. That is good. A poor motorcycle. Bash. Oh, whatever. Looking at the motorcycle. Your turn. Healing memory, Anne. Thank you.
Carter, looking at Icy, stands up a bit wobbly, but keeps his balance and gives her a hug. Thank you, Auntie.
No problem. He kisses Carter on the forehead, and of course you, quite brave, shooting a deity with the Makarov. At least he didn't crush it like that space hunter. Healing what little wounds Laz had.
Leslie starts to laugh. I couldn't watch him hurt my family anymore.
She looks down at Laz. It was really brave of you. You are just like Mom.
She smiles. Thank you, Auntie. And
You're welcome. Whose kid is that? He's adorable.
that's mine.
Oh, you adopted! She looks over.
Yeah, that's little Jace.
Oh, he's a sweet... Oh, Mom and Dad. I'll be right back. She runs over this way. To Mom and Dad. Siletta. Impressive! Eyes wide, clapping.
Davine smiles up at Icy. First, please. And gestures to Elizabeth.
And she will heal Elizabeth first. She's fine, Benny holding her.
Elizabeth smiles up at Icy. Her half of her mask, I like to imagine, has been destroyed.
Yes.
Thank you, Sissy.
She winks down at Elizabeth, no problem. No pain? And there's no pain left.
No pain at all.
Good. Kneeling down, rubbing Elizabeth's head.
You should heal. She starts to gesture towards Mom. She's more banged up than I was.
I'm on it. Coming over here, kneeling down. Sam clapping with her hurt hands, nodding. Wow.
JJ just nodding. That's pretty fucking good, sis.
You like it? She looks around like, I looks like I redecorated the place, huh?
Well, maybe a couple trees and Christmas lights might fix up the place.
Oh my god, this guy just looking around, Banksy, nodding his head, laughing. She heals Davine, takes her, with her other hand, heals Hunk's, very third-degree burn, singed hand. Hunk's just looking at her in shock.
Davine, as soon as she's finished healing Hunk, grabs her by the hands and yanks her into a hug.
Yikes! Hunk wrapping her arms around her as well. Staying. Staying.
Please stay. Please stay. We need you. We need our little girl. I need my little Istrum, and your father needs his little girl.
I'm not. She puts her hand on her forehead. I'm sorry, I've been acting so stupid. She starts to cry.
No,
It's
no.
my fault. I lost track of time. I don't know what was happening to me, really.
Davine gives her a kiss on the nose. Oh, that is okay, honey. We're the ones who are apologizing. It is our fault we made you not feel like a rainfall, even though you are a rainfall. You're one of the original 3 kids. You are such a rainfall. Glad and all, no matter what. You are my little Istrum, my little ice storm. And I love you so very much, and I will do my best to show it from now on.
Hung, we will. It's our fault. If you're not a rainfall, then take my scarf and I'm not one either, okay? I see. No. I'd never want to be that far from home ever again. She starts crying into Davine's neck.
She holds her tightly, gives her kisses on the cheek. And you won't. And you won't. Because we're gonna be there with you. All the time. Other than moments of privacy, which, we all need, but any moment you want us to be there with you, we will be.
At all. Whenever you want, and I'm sorry, I told Julius and Pequod the same thing. I'm sorry we didn't show enough affection as you guys got older.
We should have. We really should have. And we will. She tilts Icy's head up a bit. We already told Pequod this, but we're going to give you so many hugs and kisses, but that it might get old after a while.
Icy smiles up at Davy. You're always the best mom, no matter what to me. And Dad. Hunk's cry.
Davine starts to cry.
You can have as many hugs as you want on the condition that, he pulls out a scarf retrieved from your Cancun retreat. You see, oh, you found out about that place. Starts chuckling.
Yes, honey, we did.
On the condition that this never comes off, Nicole, Rainfall, hands her the scarf. Done. Wraps it around herself.
She smiles. You always did look very good in the Rainfall red scarf, honey.
She looks down at the scarf and Hunk and Tails never come off. And if you're ever having a problem, just come to us, please. No matter the problem.
Yes, please, just come talk to us.
Even if we caused it, just give us the chance. She'll kiss Hunk on the cheek. Done.
Davy literally starts to sob as the tears of happiness holding on to Icy.
Sam starts sniffling. Oh.
JJ is just openly crying at this, as is Elizabeth. He's like wiping tears away. Holy fuck, this is beautiful. Oh my god.
You know what's more beautiful? This. She reaches out, touches Sam's forehead with a finger because they're hugging her, and Sam, huh? Her arm falls limp for a second, then, oh my god. My hand. It's my arm. I won't be in pain having sex anymore.
Oh, thank the Lord. He starts to laugh, picks her up in a hug, spins her around, and gives her a kiss.
She kisses JJ back. See, yeah, next time you guys get hurt, I'll be around. Sorry.
It's okay, sis. We all understand.
I'm thinking next weekend. Cancun. I like the house, honey. Private lagoon. Good taste.
Just like your father. She starts to laugh, Davine.
The thing I hated about that place was that mural. Well done, you left yourself out. Blaze is gonna put you in. I see, that's fine. Starts chuckling.
And then it'll be a perfect mural, in my opinion.
That mural made your mother throw up. I see. Oh god. Looking at Davine, hand on her cheek.
Well, a lot of things were making me throw up for a while there, but yeah, that one did make me throw up.
Icy, I'm sorry.
No, we're the ones who are apologizing. You don't need to.
She looks over at Julius and everybody collecting themselves over here. My brain's been scrambled for a while, but Integra, I think, sent me home. Looks at Davine and Hunk. Hunk looks shocked. Suletta, huh? I swear. She shakes her head. I saw her today. And she told me to go home.
Davine holds Icy's hands. She was looking out for us. For us all.
I think so, because I was too far gone to even remember where home was. Hunk, that's never happening again. Please. Icy, never, 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 never.
Never, ever again. She smiles, gives Icy another kiss on the cheek.
Hunkwell, you want to go exploring frontier planets? Mom and Dad will come with you. So will Banksy. Suletta, I wouldn't mind coming, actually.
You know what? I'm sure your brother would be up for it. Do you know how many shenanigans you, Pequod, him, and Banksy can get up to on frontier planets?
Hunk, exactly as Icy. You really want to... It's not that exciting. Hunk, if it's time with you and the kids, then we're coming. That academy can run itself. And if it can't, too bad.
JJ chuckles a bit, still holding Sam how he was. And besides, the rainfalls can make anything exciting.
Yeah, like a mundane concert in Julius's now destroyed city. As they all start forming up over here. They're Icy and Hunk are still hugging. And Davine, I should say.
Carter, with one hand in his pocket, the other holding Memory Hand's hand, looking around. I guess people won't forget this concert.
My car! She's looking over this direction. Icy, I'm sorry.
Well, we can buy a new one. It won't be a problem.
Scar rolling out of the Euro truck. Oh, sir. Covered in lettuce and tomatoes. Oh. He sees the three of them hugging. Just nods his head once and smiles.
Carter looks over at Scar, looks away, does a double take, and starts to chuckle.
Pequod, well, thank you, Mom and Dad. I was going to say well done, but thank you. He starts crying, looking at Davian and Huck.
Julius nods, his eyes also starting to tear up, and he starts to cry. Thank you so much.
Hunk, thank you guys, actually. Kissing Icy on the head again.
Davian smiles and nods. For everything. Making my life worth living. Just being amazing children overall and kicking some goddamn sense into us.
That was fucking horrifying. I mean, that was terrifying. The Epsilon dudes, Tewas, the plasma rifle punk, the weird wolf. Saris cuts him off. Yeah. I see. Oh, I've had them for a while. Chuckles lightly. They're some of my favorite.
You can just summon dead people at will.
They're mine. She looks at Ricky.
What do you mean by that, ma'am?
Their souls are mine. She nods her head.
Ah.
When do me and Soul get to learn this? I see. Oh, nah. Picks up Hale. That's something only we can do.
Soul puts her hands up. I don't really know if I would want to do that anyway.
No, but you definitely used some type of moon power from what I vaguely remember hearing.
I did. I would like to talk to you about that. That scares me.
Nothing to be afraid of. She smiles over at Soul. We'll get it all squared away.
Soul smiles at her, gives her a wink. then hugs onto Colt very tightly because now she can, now that he isn't hurt.
Oh, this is great. Wrapping his arms around her, kissing her on the forehead. Much better now, honey.
Yeah, much better.
Sir, this guy coming over. Catastrophic damage to the cityscape, sir. The only surviving structure is that. Your car is ruined, ma'am. Saris, no big deal. Pequod will replace it.
Julia's just staring at the statue of the saint.
That sports car that Tommy parked for Ricky, that's gone too.
Well, you said you didn't like it, Ma, so I guess that... No, nothing lost.
No, better car. We'll get you a better car.
Good. So is the statue, like, protected by the spirit of the saint or something?
I don't fucking... You have to be kidding me.
Icy lets out a light breath, her eyes glowing the same color as the elemental fire charged gauntlet, and she, look, Julius, with a finger gun, aims it, and it shoots the statue, and then, boom, blows it up. Elemental fire? Oh, take some time to learn whatever this is.
Julius watching it explode. Both of his arms just shoot straight up and he just lets out a yes!
Oh, Tommy's gonna be so sad.
Bash, I am glad that eyesore is gone, ma'am. Well done. Icy, thank you. Looking over at him.
Julius just laughing in pure enthusiasm at that statue being gone off of his town. Oh, man. He just sits on the stage, shakes his head. That was awesome.
That was actually really cool. I did not know you could do that. I see, it's not something you go around and really want to tell people. It's an Anovian thing, something or other. Still hugging Davey with him.
Well, you being able to do it makes me feel even safer whenever we're out on a mission. Because if things go really bad, we always got you to help, I guess.
She nods her head and smiles. Banksy finally getting to embrace his wife after a month. She's apologizing a lot to him. He's not mad. Pequod, can we go home now? Like, all of us together now?
Yes, please, home, together, academy, wherever, just Lane.
Pequod, Saris will take you home. Yuri, I have cards. In the warehouse. It's underneath the warehouse. It's a backup car. I can take Saris and Ricky home. No problem.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I was gonna ask if I could, because, he's gonna look around. There ain't exactly much left here, ma'am.
Pequod, yeah, fair point. We're gonna have to pour some money. Sasha, done. We'll have it rebuilt in a couple months. I see he was a god. A slap on the wrist and harsh language wasn't going to do it.
Well, Nicole, you did. He just looks around. You did good.
I had to weaken him significantly enough so I could eat him, thank you. Pequod.
Yeah, you ate him, so what does that mean? Is there, like, no god of time now?
No, there is. She points with her thumb back to herself.
You.
She nods, which means no god of time's ever coming after anybody here again.
Oh, well, thank God this isn't going to be a 20-year occurrence.
You know,
Nope.
I don't think I feel scared at all now.
Give me another goddamn hug when you're done hugging Banksy. Your mother and I need to catch up. You neglected us for a month. He turns around so good at guilt tripping.
Davey just chuckles and gives her a very tight hug.
Come, Saris, Ricky, maybe we could all do a lunch at Tommy's together and actually have fun instead of Deity of Time showing up. How about that? Yeah, that sounds great. Uncle, is Uncle Yuri, is that what the colloquialism is? Yes. He looks at Saris smiling.
Yeah, I'll see you guys later. He's gonna, put his hand on Carter.
See ya, Rick!
See you, Mr. Scar. Put his hand on Carter's shoulder, and thanks. You and Soul. Thanks for running up to help me when I was an idiot.
It's fine. We're a squad. It's what we do.
Yeah. He's gonna take the flannel off and go to hand it back to Scar.
Well, keep it! Fixing his belt, he's covered in Euro toppings. The Euro truck did get blown, like, out to the beach. And it's pretty fucked up, but yeah.
Are you sure, sir?
Absolutely, you keep it, enjoy it. You wear anytime you come work with us, you wear it. It's the uniform. It's high praise.
Will do. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it.
Good, that is good. Yuri will lead them to the underground car. They're gonna leave. We want to get back to Rainfall Lane here. Hunk. Okay. Home.
Home. Yes, home.
And interestingly enough, that's where we flash. Everybody going through the teleporter, and Hunk is just not letting Icy go. This is nice. I don't know what if Davine's hugging her or not.
Oh, of course Davine is hugging her.
Okay, well, there you go. So they're both hugging her. This is really nice. Pequod, it is, isn't it? Banksy's passing out northern-style spare ribs that Mama Lan had made for the students today.
Julius just looks down at it, smells it. Oh, thank you, Mama Lan.
Welcome, Julius. We're around here. She's right here at the door. She was helping Banksy pass them out. She's leaving to go back and doing her cooking.
Julius will start to eat, looks at Pequod. Nothing like almost dying to make you have an appetite.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's my recipe. It is Pequod's recipe. As Banksy's brought one over for Hunk, and Hunk, are those Pequod's northern style spare ribs? The dry rub one? Banksy Mama Lamb made them, but yeah. Oh, he looks down at the plate. Take it? No, I can't. I'm sorry. Banksy.
Davine looks at Hunk. Take it, honey.
Only if you eat some.
Of course I'll eat some, but you take it.
You hold it.
She squints. Fine, I'll hold it.
And I'll hold you too.
Good, yes, very good. And she'll just take one of the ribs off and put it up to his mouth.
Oh, wait, before we get to that, Elizabeth, come here.
Elizabeth runs up to him.
You're good right here. Let Dad pick you up for a second.
Of course, Dad. She puts her arms out.
Hug me. He looks at Davine and Icy shrugs and hugs him.
Davine hugs him.
My 3 girls.
Elizabeth, he can feel Elizabeth start to smile into his chest as Davine does the same, hugging him even tighter.
Just opens a beer. The 3 Stooges, seeing the family reunited, showing up. Oh, there's Krellin, who refused to help us find you, honey. Icy looks over at Krellin. Krellin, teach them a lesson. Knew you'd come back. Icy starts laughing at Krellin.
Frederick starts to cry. Seeing Icy. The Princess of Hofgov has returned. He drops to his knees, arms outstretched to the ceiling.
Samuel, coming over to Davine one final time, lets out 3 low beeps and starts wagging his finger in front of her face. He say, learn lesson now, lady?
Yes. Yes, honey, I did.
Has he been doing that to you all month?
Yes, he has.
I am sorry again. He comes back over, rubbing Krellin's back, who's rubbing Frederick's shoulder.
Davine just rubbing the top of Icy's head. No need to be sorry.
Now get his ass to eat.
Yes, I will. She takes one of the ribs and puts it up to his mouth.
He will start. You eat some too.
I will. She waits for him to take a bite.
He does. Oh, these are some of his favorite of Pequod's cooking. He starts eating one very quickly. Memory and almost ravenous, wouldn't you say, Carter?
Very, very ravenous. He looks over at Uncle Scar. Oh god, he gets Scar's attention and then points to, like, behind where Scar's ear would be, and there's, like, a large piece of tomato there.
Huh? He gestures with the tomato and puts it in his mouth.
Carter starts to laugh as he looks behind himself to Marianne.
He's eating the ribs. Eat, Carter.
I will. Just, give me a second. I want to hug on Icy again.
Smart. I'll follow you in a second. Setting the plate down.
Okay. Carter looks at Soul in a glance that only the two of them notice. She gives an imperceptible nod, pats Colt on the knee as if she says, "Help me out here," and she'll put a hand onto Marianne's. Aren't you just so happy that everything's back to normal? Maybe she'll teach us our Naki. Wouldn't that be cool, Colt?
That would be amazing. I'm happy. Marianne, I was fighting back tears earlier. Yes, I'm very happy.
As that's going on, Carter walks up to Aunt Icy, puts his arms out for another hug.
She'll hug him.
He hugs her back, and as they're hugging, he whispers into her ear, "So I have an extinct Anovian animal egg.
Parasaur?
Yes, exactly."
Tommy finally gave it to you? She's saying it in his head.
And he'll start talking in his head. Yep, he did.
Pass it to me indiscriminate like. She's looking up at Marianne.
He manages to move his arms around, so he puts it into a little pocket in her coat without her noticing.
She takes it, kissing Carter on the forehead. Couple weeks I'll have it alive and well, the egg, and then it'll take a few days probably to hatch.
Thank you very much, Auntie. I appreciate it, and I love you a lot.
I love you too. And you're gonna love how wet that egg makes, Marianne. She starts laughing in her head.
Carter starts to laugh out loud, shakes his head, gives Icy a little bow, and then walks back over to Marianne.
Pequod all's well that ends well, Juliet. She's starting to cry. Hunk, come on. Let's get it over with. Hit me. Pequod looks over at Davine and just shakes her head. I can't.
Julius starts to inhale, tightens his fist, and then lets it go. Then he just waves. Nah. Wouldn't feel right.
Benny patting Julius on the shoulder. Good decision, Colonel, because he's holding Hale.
He turns around. Thank you, Benny.
Name it! Oh, the frog!
Right, yeah, the thing you wanted to give to Carter.
Name it! Marianne starts laughing.
Carter holding it in his hands. What's its name, Auntie?
What do you think it should be? She's looking at it. I probably had a name when I found it. Can't remember right now. It'll all come back to me pretty soon.
Carter looks down at the frog. Oh, Jesus, I'm not great with names. Starts looking at it.
Norbit?
Norbit. That's really good. I was thinking Rory for some reason, but yeah, Norbit's way better.
Norbit. What does that thing eat exactly? I see carrots. Only carrots. Weird species. Hunk. It fits around here, trust me.
Yeah, Mr. Snuffles actually really likes Norbit.
Really? Icy looks at Norbit and then over at Snuffles and meow, gestures with his paw towards Icy. He's gotten more animated.
JJ starts to laugh, looks over at Icy. Oh, you have no idea, mate.
You proposed to her? Looking over at Sam. Good job.
Thank you. I think the way I did it was pretty amazing.
He is the most amazing. And I'm glad you're back. Icy, good to be back.
He smiles at her, gives Sam a kiss on the cheek. Saying, told you it was gonna be okay.
And it was really cool, actually. I got most of that recorded.
I mean, yeah, it's not every day that you get to see a deity die.
God, it's really nice, Julius. I can finally relax.
Julie holds her tightly, gives her a very nice kiss, then leans back onto the floor. Ah, yeah, we all can.
Colt will. We have some catching up to do, honey, because I've been so injured. We could, and we got the. You get me,
I get you. I very much get you.
Blaze. And by the way, the guitar you bought him survived the explosion, so it's in storage right now for the next time the children perform. Right, Mr. Snuffles? Meow.
Carter looks down at Norbit. Well, I suppose it'll never be as memorable as the first one, though.
Marianne, imagine kissing the back of Carter's neck. We get inducted into the Hall of Fame, and they say, "Oh, what was your first concert like?" Well, it was an explosion. We sent people home screaming.
Carter just shakes his head. Basically leveled the town.
He starts laughing as Oz pulling Laz, who's holding Jace on top of him. All's well that ends well, Dolly.
All's well that ends well. She gives Jace a kiss on the head and then Oz a kiss on the cheek. Next up, we get to go to New York and have a very nice date.
Oh, yes, we do love kissing her on the cheek. As Hunk will, okay, we've eaten enough. One more time, then you can go back to Banksy. Just come here. He picks Elizabeth back up again. I see you really like this, like, trio girl hug thing. Hunk, that is because you're my 3 girls. Okay. Yeah.
Elizabeth smiling, hugging onto Hunk tightly. I love you, Dad, a lot.
As he's trying to get Davine, because he's holding Elizabeth, and Icy trying to get a kiss out of Davine.
She'll maneuver to make it the easiest possible for them to kiss.
They kiss for quite a while, and I love the 3 of you more than anything.
Davine smiles at him, cups his cheek. Most amazing man I've ever met.
He smiles at Davine, and he'll tighten the hug, which they all tighten, and we'll cut there.